Hello everybody, welcome to night shift number 51. We are rapidly approaching number 52, and I hear there's 52 weeks in a year. Jason, is that correct?
I can confirm that is correct. It is 52 weeks. I have to say though, Dan, I try to tell myself, go into the show today, I know we're casting together, I'm gonna try to stop, glazing you, but your hair's looking good, you're like freshly trimmed, you're like ready for like a weekend out, man.
Yeah. I also like moved the camera, so because before the camera was like up here, so I couldn't like look at this. It was a mess. It was really stupid. But anyway, I'm trying my best, Jason. I gotta look good out here. We've got this night shift show and everything. We've got to treat it seriously, and I'm excited. We've got some more roster madness. I feel like there's always more often than there's not some kind of roster switcheroo. Obviously, I think the top of the line one is probably OCs, but I think we can go into our schedule and see what games we have coming up today, and we can maybe tease at some of these because OCs. I always feel like, Jason, I don't know about you, but I always feel like if you're going to go and play in NA and you're from EU, eventually the time zones, like, it sounds nice, but the time zones will kind of kill you. But perhaps we should talk quickly about this qualifier match first. Leviathan 2-0ing Silence. Did you manage to catch that one?
No, I unfortunately did not, but I know Silence also had a revamped roster as well. With Fremont coming out of Leviathan, he has taken up home in the Silence team for now. I say for now because who knows when it happens, or what happens with EU and rosters as well. But they move on with a 2-0 here for Leviathan, which is a pretty clean sweep. And hopefully Sonic Sniper, who has joined the team, has been able to elevate them to the next level, because Leviathan have really struggled to hit a honeymoon phase. But going up against Abrahams here to kick things off, I mean, like former teammates, now rivals up against each other. I mean, Empty Dreams on Abrahams, now he's on Leviathan. It's on a Sniper as well. Demov, like, it feels like almost everyone in the Leviathan squad has been on Abrahams at one point.
Yeah, it's kind of a revolving door situation, but it's going to be interesting because I feel like with some of these roster changes, the Abrahams Leviathan opening matchup could be a bit of a feisty one. Obviously, going up against Buff Enjoyers, whoever manages to win that one, and then for NA, NA's also been very interesting from a roster perspective here. Jason, any standouts for you? Any hot ticket items that people should make sure to tune in for?
Well, I mean, I think the big one here is obviously Poppers Pupils coming out with a win in the Guildlock event that just happened over the weekend, winning out on first place. I think they took the title over Ido's team at the very end. But then you have like Burr with Clock coming in with some new players. And by new players, I mean mostly DMB on the roster as well, which is, previously a Melee, or I mean, he's been on quite a few teams as well. And then, of course, Melee Creeps. After their like dominant victory just a few weeks back, they come back into the mix, but they have to field a sub here, with which I believe is going to be Poshy Pop coming in for OCs. Now, not sure if it's a permanent addition or temporary addition. I would say most likely temporary, but I mean, Poshy, he's tried and tested. He's been with the Melee Creeps camp before. And also Chrisana 14 coming in with 10 gifted as well here. Not a stream that goes by that Chrisana 14 doesn't bless us with their presence.
And you know what? It's kind of sick because we have a star-studded, amount of players on all these different teams, but we also have a star-studded roster of patrons. You just mentioned Chrisana, who's been gifting, and it's time for us to pay tribute, to pay respect here, Jason, to all of you lovely people in the Patreon here for Night Shift. And I mean, it's just a growing list. Just bit by bit, more and more people are chipping in to support the show, which we greatly appreciate. It's such a crazy type of show. I mean, what show has been going for essentially like 2 years before the game's even out? I don't know, but we have all of the believers here, Jason.
We do, and like every single week here on the Night Shift, I always have to point out one person in particular, a random person I'm going to choose. And actually, it's going to go towards someone that's, I guess, named one of my favorite fruits. I'm going to give a big shout out here to one of our $5 Night Shift residents of pear. I don't know how you feel about pears, Dan, but definitely one of my favorite fruits out there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm indifferent to pears. They got
to be nice. They can't be hard and crispy. They have to be like juicy and like a little bit soft, like just slightly overripe. And then I'm like all for it.
All right, I respect that. As long as you're not one of those people that are like really perverted into like the squishy business, I can't handle that. But with that said, thank you again to all of you guys. We have some really exciting matches coming up here, as Jason already highlighted. Some of these swapperoos, these changes, OCs coming back into EU again after a very short stop in NA. I kind of wonder how many EU players are going to sort of like. It's so funny, Jason, because we had the roster mania that was limited, like these pools of players limited to your respective region, and I felt like people just got bored of that. So then now they're like, okay, well, can I just do another region as well? It seems to be kind of an addiction that the players here in Deadlock have to just switching, playing on as many teams as possible.
I mean, I know there's a lot of like Oceania players who want to play like on NA teams thinking into Night Shift as well. And I think the ping's a little bit more difficult for them and also the time zones as well. But, Dan, just to quickly bring it back, I mean, obviously we talked about our Patreon supporters and how crazy the amount of support that we get is. But there's a lot of interesting people out there that really pay attention quite heavily to the show. And now I mentioned earlier, you looked quite primal. I think that was maybe off air, looking pretty ready to go, daring and dapper for the weekend. But someone's been paying attention to you every single show. Morag, you can see on the screen, loves how primal you look. Now you say, oh, okay, cool. That's just, like one time thing. And that's not a big deal. But if we look back on the history from Morag, I think maybe we found an alt account of yours. Morag's been paying attention week in and week out, taking screenshots. If we can roll that here for you, Dan, and get your thoughts.
So that's the AI me. Oh my God, there's different looks. Hotel me's having some fun, man. It was like 4 a.m. there. I was definitely losing it. Damn, look at that. It should go into the modeling book, Jason, perhaps.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you got like a blue steel in there. I mean, you're looking handsome as ever. The hair looks always perfect and coiffed. But Morag has really been pinpointing you. I mean, we have a lot of like awesome viewers out there. I think it was TR who likes to do some fan art of us as well, where they just morph our faces into crazy things. But it's not crazy though, Dan.
What's that? What's that, Jason?
The amount of support we're getting here from Intel for the Intel Gamer Days. They're bringing up our prize pool up to 4K every single week for the next 4 weeks of time to celebrate the Intel Gamer Days, lasting until September 13th, elevating our prize pool. And on today's show for EU as well, we have Curry supporting us, and we'll get into that a little bit later on. But it's awesome to have Intel coming back, bringing in some new sponsors with them as well with Curry's.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's exciting times. I'm going to kick off the excitement by looking at the rosters here. See what we're doing. What are we going to be casting here today? We've got, of course, Abraham's up first. Here you can see lovely Intel Gamer Days and Curry's logo at the top right there, supporting us, as Jason mentioned. And you can see at the bottom right, Sanya Sniper out OCs in Freemock as a sub. But I mean, this is interesting. I mean, OCs, Sanya Sniper. I mean, I feel like it makes a lot of sense, Jason. We saw OCs, stretching a little bit out of his kind of M1 dominance when he was doing that little bit of a tenure in the NA region. So we know that he's a pretty flexible player, much like Sanya Sniper is this P1 player that is also quite flexible. So it feels like it's one of the most natural swaps you could get.
Well, OC is what he didn't really post about it in this way, but I'm pretty sure he was saying that. He's saying like North America is too easy, man. I need to go back to EU where there's a lot more challenge for them. He gets on melee creeps and they start to dominate. Also to confirm here, Freemock is subbing in today. It's Shark who cannot play. So Freemock, who played over in Silence in the qualifiers, will be replacing Shark. But as you talk about OCs and Sonic kind of being interchangeable, what worries me though is that Arzo's kind of the M1 player for the team. And in my head, OCs is still the M1 player for teams normally. So I'm kind of curious with Sanya, who's been the flexible player, is OCs going to be flexing or is it Arzo flexing? How are they going to slot in OCs? But more importantly, how are they going to work with OCs to make the team better? And I think we've seen in the past for OCs on Leviathan, he depended a lot on side to make the call in, to let him know where's safe, where's not safe, so he can position himself to really unleash the power that he has. So I'm just really curious, with the amount of time they've had to work with them, how is this team going to come out the other side?
Yeah, I do wonder. I would imagine, I would like to see OCs just sort of slotting into exactly what Sanya was doing and not sort of messing too much with whatever Arzo has going on over there. But I'll be curious to see if this is also a reimagining of some of the roles overall, because that's always a possibility in Deadlock. When you get new players in, new things become possible. But speaking of which, we can move over to Leviathan, who have been consistently, qualifying through, making it to this challenging matchup. Not quite there so far, week in, week out, to be, I think, consistently up against, whoever's, in the exalted seat of the winner from the previous week, which is usually Buff Enjoyers. But perhaps this week, Jason, will see a marked improvement. Overseas Demov, Irizumi, Empty Dreams captain, Sanya Sniper coming in, Freemock going out. I mean, this is a really stunning roster in terms of the name value.
Yeah, and obviously, like, Sanya does bring another level to the team that they can utilize. But the problem, Dan, that we've seen week in and week out is they just not really found their identity as a team yet. They've had some they've had one okay performance that I can think of since Demov has joined this crew, and yet they've been having swaps ever since then. They're not able to unleash the individual power that everyone has, and Demov, who kind of was the best, voted the best player of 2025, has looked like a shadow of his former self. And I do wonder, when will he ever be back to level, or can he even get back to the level?
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. And I totally agree with you that Leviathan, especially with Demov, I think that it's kind of hard to know what to expect. And I think the expectations are kind of set high. And so you're kind of left with this kind of weird feeling after seeing some of the matches where you're like, I know that the potential's there and they're not reaching it. And I'm just not sure exactly what the answer is. But, they've had a week to kind of figure that out. So we'll have to, see exactly how the draft plays out. And maybe, that will give us some hint, some clue, some direction as to exactly what they're thinking and whether there has been some changes. Because Demov is a very versatile player, but like you say, you kind of want him to be in the position where he can have the most impact on the game.
I see him as very similar, at least in the past, to Hoot. I know we talk about Hoot a ton, and I swear we talk about him even when he's not playing. But him and Hoot had a similar role when we looked back at him over the course of the last 2 years. But I think for me, Demov hasn't really filled into the role that Hoot plays. Demov still tries to play these standout heroes instead of playing a little bit more selflessly, which I don't think even saying selflessly is the correct term that I want to use. It's kind of what the team wants him to be, but it seems like the team hasn't really put him in a position where he can excel just yet, and I'm hoping that's the change we see to Leviathan. But I think the problem is, for either of these two teams, with some big changes like this coming in, I don't really have high expectations for them going up against Buff Enjoyers, who have not made roster changes in a very long time and got over that hump of a loss streak after 2 weeks when Zergy joined.
And you know what? Something that makes things a little bit more complicated too is just the first pick, the draft, the meta, it's ever evolving under our feet right now. There's a lot of interesting things to talk about every single week with respect to that. And we got the Moan Krill coming up here, the 1v1 to decide who gets to have that coveted pick and our first pick priority. And instant parry. Okay, so we got our fancy graphics allow us to understand together on Abraham's is the one on the Hidden King, and on the opposite side of things, Leviathan have
It's just Al.
Al. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Good old Al for Leviathan. You know, we haven't seen him be rostered just yet, but this is his moment. This is his time. But he got parried right away. He got parried again at the end.
Yes.
Well, maybe Al's career in Deadlock is coming to a close here.
It kind of got sat down a bit there by Together. Okay. Together, someone who I use a lot of his builds, I gotta say. You know, he's got a lot of builds up there. Very, very helpful. So, you know, shout outs to Together and Listic as well. You know, always pretty solid. I guess for the characters I tend to play the most, I've been playing a lot of Billy recently. I gotta say, Jason, I feel like Billy's a pretty, if you want to win games in ranked, I feel like Billy's pretty important.
Yeah, very important. As for me, I've been just kind of slamming down some standard queue games, trying to get my hero pool up a little bit. I think it's around like 10 to 12, if I remember correctly, for ranked right now. But I've been playing some Yamato, some Drifter. You know, I'm on that Drifter hype train because it's actually being quite fun to play as of late. Even some Mo in there. But I found out, you know, as we find out in these pro games, obviously my skill level doesn't help. That Mo doesn't really do much when you get into the late stage of the game when everyone's grouped up, unfortunately. But what I am curious about going into this damn McGinnis. Where's the priority on McGinnis going to be today? Because McGinnis stonks have been going up and up and up and seem to have no signs of stopping right now.
Yeah, we've seen what was it, like 60% win rate or something in ranked? I think I saw. I'm not sure what ranks that was for, but definitely up there. So Pocket's going to get banned, you know, somewhat expected. You know, do we see the Doorman ban? You know, Doorman's still, I think, very, very highly prioritized on the bans, or is it McGinnis? You know, right? Is that where we are at right now?
Well, do you think McGinnis is first pick worthy? That's the question. Because normally you would probably expect Billy to be first picked here. Then you leave up things like Mirage. You leave up things like McGinnis as well to be chosen. What we're going to see, I think, out of Abraham's is most likely just going to be a Billy. Because as you mentioned before, if like you want to win, Billy has a very good chance of allowing that to happen.
Let's start breaking shit.
But he's just great at everything, man. You know, he's just good at literally everything. Good gun damage, you know, got good spirit damage, tanky, can initiate, he's got good team fight with the chain gangs, you know, has the ability to run away with the rising ram to pursue. Like there's just so much that Billy has to offer. So Mirage coming in as a first pick there for Leviathan. I wonder what we'll see that followed up with. Does that surprise you, Jason?
Not too much, honestly. I think where we've seen Mirage kind of settle into the meta, he's like a pretty good second pick if you're not going to take him first, which you ideally want when there's a Billy up. It's more about like the second pick is what I'm curious about.
There you go.
And there's the McGinnis. So we kind of wonder, where's McGinnis going to be valued today? And top three.
Top three. Yes. Okay. So what's the response then? I'm curious if there's any and I'm always interested at the end of the show when we kind of get the overview of how the picked priority has shifted. But there we go. I feel like that might be one of the things I'm talking about here. Has Lash risen in value, you know, coming out and, you know, used a lot in more of a gun capacity as well of late. So really interesting to see him pick second there.
Interesting enough too, because like that could easily be an OC's hero. Like we've seen like Sonya play him as like a gun kind of, not necessarily a carry, but like a gun hero. OC's can definitely play Lash, but I think we've seen in the past as well. So there's that kind of flexibility within the team. I think the only like scary one is that Shark's not here, which I would imagine be like another player you could rotate specifically for the Lash too. But I'm also more looking towards Fremont. What is he going to be playing in this con? Because we're used to seeing him on like Shivs and even Silvers and have some really standout games, but he kind of has to fill the role of Shark, which I think can go his way with the pool we've seen Shark put out the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's I also like that we get to see Holiday coming in with a higher priority as well, especially, you know, given that you have Lash here and, you know, Holiday. I feel like we talk a lot about like the tempo off of the early lane and just like really trying to, you know, set yourself up well for the mid game dominance. I think Abraham's kind of have that with Lash and Holiday. I'm more interested now in what they're going to get in the back end of the draft for trying to dominate the early laning phase and to make sure that they can have a mid game where they have the pressure and you know, there's a lot of heroes there that you might prioritize that have really strong poke. You know, Apollo I think has been just consistently like very good in that respect. Anything you're looking for here?
The patrons are lucky to have someone like
that's the Apollo
for them.
It's like you asked me, but you already knew. You knew what was coming. You knew it was going to be Apollo. You just put me in this weird spot now. I think everything you said for Apollo makes sense, and I think it's a pretty good addition here for the poke. I think what Leviathan said I'm looking for is, what are they going to follow up this wall with? Because like the wall is such a good tool to just separate players. And then the later the game goes on, like obviously the more power you're going to have, but you're all about that early game presence with McGinnis pushing down these Guardians very early to get the early control. But do Leviathan, I mean, if it was Buff and Drawers, I would be speaking a little bit differently, but do they want necessarily that like early pressure unless they're grouping up and invading together? Because with the Holiday and Lash together, that's already very scary. A Drifter can see you coming from pretty far away as well and expect you to be in these positions. I do kind of worry about like the early Guardians for Leviathan. How are they going to turn that into a stronger mid game against a team that has Holiday and Lash, who are going to excel pretty well there?
Okay,
we get the Bebop. So that's really nice, you know, in terms of the early lane control and so on. It seems like the only bad thing I've seen that happens at this level of play with Bebop is if Bebop gets kind of locked down into a lane. We saw that last week. I think happened to Goober. I think Goober got kind of like locked down in the NA portion of the show on Bebop and didn't really hit the key kind of like gang timings. But okay, we haven't seen Paige in a while here.
Yeah, that's Paige. Wow. You know how we have normally in like little stats there, we show like the amount of picks that's happened over the last few weeks. Yeah, nothing. Or 50, 49, 48, nothing. I'm pretty sure you can go back like 4, 5, or maybe like 12 more night shifts and there would be nothing there as well for her. So that's interesting to see her come into the mix here for Leviathan. So clearly something they have planned and something they have prepared. And to be fair, like a wall into the captivating read can be a very good shutdown mechanic, as well as like the hook. I mean, I think one thing that she offers with her rallying charge is that you can prevent anyone from Abraham's coming in to assist someone who gets hooked in or get walled off. So I can see the potential of that, but I'm still worried about them lacking a little bit of damage here on their team.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I do agree. I think that one of the downsides with McGinnis is that you want her to be able to play aggressively and to really pressure lanes, but one of the things that really sucks is kind of getting out. McGinnis can be very susceptible to getting ganked. Her mobility is very bad. And what was really dirty we saw last week is when you have Doorman and McGinnis, because Doorman obviously can provide just a super easy escape option with the doors. So I do wonder if, as you're saying, you know, Paige can help to provide some of that stabilizing force around McGinnis and ensure that those pushes are going to be really, really difficult to deal with. But yeah, really interesting. Can't wait to see what the build is with Paige, let alone just the fact that, you know, Paige is being played here. What is the ultimate goal? This is the best one though, Jason. Who do you have?
Oh man, I just want to outright say Abrahams, but then I see McGinnis and I see that little bandana as the hairband, and I just don't know anymore. The look in her eyes says that we can do this. We can win.
Yeah.
I think my heart tells me Abrahams, because I see them as the better team right now, especially with OCs on the roster. I find it really hard for them to be beaten. But my brain's Abrahams, my heart is Leviathan. Let me change how I was trying to say that.
Well, I have to say what's interesting with Abrahams is that they have Geist and Ivy, right? So the D push there, and you've got these AoE abilities that'd be very helpful for dealing with with pressure from McGinnis. And I think that definitely seems like it's going to be something that's could be quite challenging to deal with, but they have the options, I think, from defensively to do that. And I'm just like trying to think of the early lane, like who wins the early lane? Like, do you have a sense as to who you prefer there? I feel like both teams have like good options.
I think it should be Leviathan early, but Abraham's late. I think take it. The fact that you can fly in together into the back lines to just chain gang them and just kind of cripple the entire setup that they're looking for, I think it's gonna be really hard to deal with. Then you have Arzo being just amped up by the 2 out of Ivy, the Watcher's Covenant. So it's going to be very, very hard. Or sorry, the Kutsu Connection has been renamed. It's been a long time since I've played Ivy. But that's going to be a lot of damage coming out of Arzo for sure. That it's going to be something you're going to have to deal with. It doesn't matter really how tanky you're going to be either. He's just going to shred you down. So I think the later the game goes, the tougher time Leviathan will have.
Yeah. But what about that mid game, though? Do you feel like Leviathan take off in the mid game, or do you think Leviathan is still like strong in the mid game? Like, is it going to be that Abrahams have to like get through a difficult early laning phase, have to get through a maybe even more difficult mid phase, and if they can do that, they're in a good spot? Or do you think their mid game is as competitive?
I think early game it favors Leviathan in my head. Like I'm fully expecting like the Bebop pressure to be tough to deal with. I'm expecting the McGinnis to be really tough to deal with as well, the pressure you're going to apply and those early Guardian takes. And then I'm looking for Leviathan to start running around in the early to mid game, grouped up in the enemy jungle, looking to facilitate what their comp can do in the mid game. But I think if Abrahams don't allow Leviathan to have a strong early game, their mid game's dead for Leviathan. And it's going to be completely Abraham's side. So it seems like almost a gamble to me for Leviathan that if you're going to play this kind of composition, you need to have that strong early start.
This is so interesting because I mean Leviathan have like really good players, and we talked about how we look at the draft and see kind of who's playing what and kind of what that might tell us about how the direction might be changing for the team if they're going to make some corrections, because they're really dangerous in if they figure that out. So this should be a really interesting game. I like their options in terms of pressure, Jason, because you've got Mirage who can really do a great job at split pushing. You've got obviously the sheer threat and presence for split pushing as well with McGinnis and I suppose Page. I think Apollo's also really nasty because Apollo's really, really powerful in terms of diving around objectives. That's something that we're going to be focusing on insofar as the objective play is concerned. So that's another option they have. Bebop, obviously the roam from Bebop and the capacity to get the invade on the jungle. If they do get the early lane is a win for Leviathan, they're going to want to translate that into that mid-game jungle pressure. And Bebop is like so good at doing that, as well as Apollo. So I feel like Leviathan from the draft, I like that. I feel like they might be set up well. So I'm super curious if Abrahams can hold on, Jason, because I think one thing that we've always talked about with Abrahams is that they are like always have been one of the best teams at really losing well and slowing you down until it's their moment, and then they'll just steal the game away.
I mean, I think for me, Abrahams is one of the best. I think the best early game team in EU. Like even Buff and Joyer struggled with them quite a few times, especially thinking back to the past. The problem for Abrahams, though, is they kind of get overwhelmed when it comes to the mid game to late game, where like Buff and Joyer is able to outplay them. So I don't know, playing an early game comp that's really dependent on having a strong early start is, I feel like, very difficult to do against Abrahams. But I mean, it's McGinnis, man. Like the thing is, like we can analyze everything in the world, but the fact that have McGinnis here early on is still going to be such a wild card and has so much potential for the team. And overseas, to me, I would still say is the best Bebop in EU. Like the hooks he hits are nasty. If he can continue to do so, like I wouldn't even be surprised to see like a Veil Walker come online for him, maybe for Tass as well. But like going back to the later stage of the game for Leviathan, they have great sustain with McGinnis. Like the amount of healing you can do with their medical Spectre is crazy. But the problem with that, obviously Rally Cry as well, or Rally Charge out of Page. But the one problem with that is that to use that heal, you have to stay close and grouped. And that's exactly where Abrahams wants you. There's so much AoE that they have. The barrels can connect to multiple people. The chain gang, the death slam. If you group up for a heal, you're just playing right into Abraham's cards. And that's what kind of worries me in the later stages if we get to that point here for Leviathan.
I actually kind of think Leviathan might win this. So Demov is, I would assume, on Apollo, right? And I think that's Demov is really, really great on Apollo. Like it's kind of similar to Yamato, right? It's a Spirit Burst hero that's got amazing pursuit. And I actually think Page McGinnis will 100% be together, given the fact that Page is I forget what it's called now, but her shield gives increased rate of fire, right? So that's going to be like just devastating on, which is if you add that onto McGinnis. Plot armor, right? Of course.
They changed the names. Yeah.
But yeah, that on McGinnis's gun is just going to be ridiculous in the early laning phase in terms of like that plus monster rounds for McGinnis. McGinnis is going to just destroy the troopers and be able to apply massive pressure. So here we go, guys. Abrahams versus Leviathan, first match of the day here for the EU night shift, number 51 here for the Intel Gamer Days. And Curry's sponsoring our show, returning to the night shift. So welcome return to them, and we're gonna find out the answers, Jason. I felt like we were on the draft screen forever.
Yeah, we're in early days, right? In Deadlock here, and hopefully one day we get the players to ready up quickly, finish up the draft quickly, so we can hop straight to the game. Because that's what people want to watch, right? They don't want to see us talking. They don't want to see me glazing you up anymore. That happens every week. They just want to see the gameplay as we're finally dropping, as you mentioned. And so we'll be treated to a Geist and a Ivy in the mid lane with a Lashing ability in the right hand side, and a Drifter and Holiday in the left lane up against a Bebop and a McGinnis. So we're not going to have the Page McGinnis. It's Bebop McGinnis together. And to be fair, if you hook someone through and then you wall them off, that can be a very dangerous combo.
Totally agree. Totally agree. There's so many options here in terms of those combos. So it's going to be really fun to see how it all plays out. And I suppose, you know, I can respect the Page Abrams. You know, I'm a little bit disappointed not to see the Page McGinnis, but I will accept this. And I think you know, with Leviathan, and I think in general, it feels like, and I'm curious in your thoughts, it feels like if you've got McGinnis, the McGinnis has to be winning the lane. Like it feels like that's kind of almost a must.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be shoving the lane, and that's like super important. And I think this lane swap actually of Abraham's is very smart because they're throwing over 2 heroes that can do a lot of AoE damage and clear waves extremely fast. So it makes it very difficult for McGinnis to get those early guardians that you're looking for when you lock in this hero.
I'm pretty excited. We've already got the extended mag here for just never-ending pressure and shooting, and like honestly, how diabolical is this lane? It's already can be challenging to be up against this nasty Bebop. Nice placement there of the turret as well, to try to give it some cover and allow it to create some damage. But we also get a preview there, as I mentioned, that of the Geist bombs, which will be very important overall. Okay, Geist might be stuck here. Okay, wall goes down. This is a very dangerous territory. How are you going to get out of this one? Arzo is going to take a lot of damage there. So really nice trade here for Leviathan, and that's just exactly what they want. Oh, they diving for this.
Okay, that's a really big dive coming through because Dimov actually rotated around from the mid lane to make this one work. So they kind of saw the lane swap happen, and their response to that was just get really aggressive and throw a rotation in to get an early kill so they can actually put some pressure onto that tower. The problem is they've lost out on the right-hand side, as we can see. There's not on one player, and just leaving Abrams all to himself, played by Captain.
It's so interesting because maybe some people think McGinnis is kind of like a little cheesy at the moment, but I just like honestly love this draft from Leviathan overall, just kind of theoretically how it should play out on paper, but also I'm also rooting for Leviathan insofar as, hey, you know, this is a team that has been struggling to find their footing so far. I think we mentioned that in the roster graphic when that was on screen, that hey, we would expect to see a lot more things from them. And I don't know, Jason, I'm kind of rooting for them to have figured some stuff out.
See, this is what I worry about though, is the one week that I can think of that we saw a good performance out of Leviathan. It was Captain playing Mo, and they also had a Holiday, and it was really great in the beginning, but it does seem like somewhat of a cop-out to depend on like a Mo and Krill to have good games, and I don't want to see the same thing happen when it comes to McGinnis, where if you don't have McGinnis you can't win kind of thing. So I think I want to see something deeper within the team still, even if they do have a win here, that they can, you know, then do it without really strong heroes at the time, or heroes that are kind of one-dimensional.
Yep, that totally makes sense to me. And so, you know, they have that to prove here today. And I like the trading that's going on in that lane. Speaking of which, Captain will go down on the Abrams there. So Abraham's getting some needed early W's as the pressure continues on the left side lane. Okay.
Not a good sign though with the Abrams and the Page. It should be a pretty strong lane, very difficult to actually push them out because of the plot arm that comes through, the infernal resilience out of Abrams to just regen, and yet they've died now twice on that right hand side, really keeping Abrahams and OCs in particular, you know, going. Like together had a great parry onto Captain, allowed him to get that kill. As we transition to the left hand lane, we see a wall come out, and Arza being separated from his team once again here. The bomb comes on through, and Arza's gonna take a butt load of damage here. It looks like he will survive for now, but just on very low HP.
And to be honest, you know, going for the kill here, it looks doable. Okay, I was going to say, even if they don't get the kill, it's an enormous victory because, okay, Demo comes in again for another gank here. They really want to make sure this McGinnis lane wins. And there is a potential counter gank from Taz, but because Demo's already here, it's like a 3v1 right now. This is not a good look there for the Holiday player. Taz coming in. But again, Jason, all that Leviathan want and need is to keep the other players off of the lane or low HP so that they can just continue to whittle down the Guardian and just get the Guardian down as quickly as possible. That's the only objective, I think, there.
What's funny is it didn't even look like they needed Demob there. He was just there as like a last second, you know, confirm. It seems like Overseas and Sana have that lane pretty well handed, pretty well locked down as they still continue to skirmish on that left hand side. And mid lane's been relatively quiet. It's just been Tass and Demov to rotate to the left lane, while Freemock is left to farm in middle, as well as Empty Dreams. But here we go, another fight. A parry comes on through. Overseas, she might fall from this one. I think they're chasing down for a little bit of HP remaining. That's a deep dive coming in directly here out of Saint, looking for the slam. And they will get the kill, but they're still also not necessarily too safe here. Sonya is ready to just chase them down, both of them low on HP.
Yeah, very interesting early game so far. I think you got to give it to Abrahams. You said their early game is very good. Their objective really in this lane is to ensure that they don't allow a fast Guardian for their opponents. And so far, it's so good. Oh, there we go. Lasso comes on through. Courtesy of Taz. Mirage hard to lock down, but all the cooldowns here are unavailable. Although able to turn around there, and Demov with the helping hand, able to help confirm that kill onto Fremok, which does give the ability to double back here. And look at how many players are critically low. 4 players for Abrahams right now on the top left of the screen, insanely low on HP. Saint will go down, and the pressure comes back in onto this left side lane, which is so important for Leviathan. This one lane has to be a success. And oh my days, that is on like 10 HP.
The worst part of this, though, for Abrahams, if we talked about before Leviathan to have a strong early game, is that ours was being set, I feel like, so far behind. He's been killed off twice now, sent back to base again. They've lost their Guardian. He needs to catch up. He needs to farm up, more importantly. It's only a 2k difference, but we're used to seeing Arzo have a very strong early, mid game until he transitions to late game as that, like, really stalwart carry. But I guess one upside for them is that he might be having a bad game, but OC's isn't. 4.7k souls right now, leading his team currently just right behind Tass.
Yeah, definitely very important because Leviathan just got sort of that early game win condition, I suppose. It's something that they need is to get that first Guardian down to allow them to start tempoing. And we've got a lot of action around mid as well. As a result of this, Abrahams with 4 players here in mid looking to equalize the Guardian situation. A lot of pressure here for Leviathan to have to deal with. You get the hyper beam that comes out to be able to just zone away the Abrahams attackers. But again, they are investing 4 players in taking down that tower, and they are denied.
Yeah, Sonny's actually not here. He's just being left alone in the left lane and continue to farm up as the hook connects once again. Able to catch out Saint another time, but he's still going to be relatively fine here as the counter pressure's coming on through, and this Guardian's going to fall as well. So Leviathan will take down their second Guardian of the game here in just a few moments. And you know, that third one on the right-hand side, definitely going to be their next target.
Yeah, that was a great counter push there from Leviathan. You know, they just barely defended that mid tower. Big investment from Abrahams. And Abrahams walk away. I mean, they get good tower damage, but it doesn't fall. And now, as you say, Leviathan looking at that right side of the map. There's 3 players already there. And looks like in the meantime, Abrahams will quickly finish off the mid Guardian that was left weak, which is, I suppose, okay for Leviathan's perspective as they looked for a gank onto the right side. This Demov is going to find Saint there. And are they going to try to take down Saint? Pretty hard to lock down the Ivy. And so they're going to pull away from that right side lane, Leviathan, it seems, Jason.
For now. Let's see if they continue to do so, because we hit the 8-minute mark. So Sinner's going to be up across the board, and you can already see the contest coming out of overseas to force out together. Trying to take away and deny the double Sinners room, or as we used to call it, pudding. All the people who were fans of Night Shift way back then know exactly what I'm talking about. And we'll actually punish overseas for doing that. So good job by Abrahams to actually flex out in a very important moment to keep those Sinners alive, because we've seen quite a few games in these last weeks where the golden statue buffs were just the difference between teams was outstanding. Outstanding, that's not even the right word. It was devastating. It depends, I guess, on which way you're looking at it. So good, at least stop by Abrahams there to prevent that from happening, that snowball.
The macro from Abrahams here has been really, really powerful. Like, they were stealing the doubles when Leviathan were trying to push the right lane. That forced Leviathan to go back to try to defend the doubles. And now the Leviathan have lost all momentum that they got from that early mid counter push, because that Abrahams have sort of just outnumbered them in the right places across the map in mid and in this right side lane now. And they've been the ones, Abrahams, to take down their right side Guardians. So they've completely turned the tables here on the Leviathan side. So Leviathan will have to try to find some way back into this game, because right now it feels like the map is under the control of Abrahams.
Well, I believe with the way that Leviathan are using McGinnis within the hands of Sonya, it's going to be more of like a carry McGinnis than kind of like the rotate, take early Guardians and kind of be somewhat supporty. Because obviously with the Page on the team, why wouldn't McGinnis play support? So it's still going to be like that secondary M1 hero out of Mirage played by Empty Dreams, and Sonya to be I would imagine, the main M1 hero here, as it's been constantly farming this left-hand lane. 9.1k souls. Only OCs matches him currently, and he's been able to maintain this left lane extremely strong. We gotta give him a little bit of time, though, and he's going to be a very strong presence later on this game, that if you're in the front lines against him, he is just going to melt you. Not himself. He's going to melt you.
Well, right now, you know, it looks like it might be a free earn turn in for for Abrahams. That's going to be carried across by Together on this Billy. Really important. Again, with all the Billy I've been playing, I feel like you're really hungry for those zones a lot of the time. Billy's a pretty, efficient jungle farmer. It's nice to get him into a spot where he's going to be strong in the souls. Now the pressure comes in onto this right side Walker. Ooh. Good catch coming in from Taz. Wow, no chance to escape.
Great job baiting the riposte. Just to get the lasso off with no problem. Really shows mastery out of Holiday here at the task. As he comes back in once again here, looking for some more players. And it's going to be Together kind of alone. Does have OCs there to back him up. Looks like they actually will just be defended and pushed back away from this Walker. And really, there's no chance they're going to be going for a kill there. But here we go, Sonya now. Look at the damage he's able to do. Walls off. Stoneform's going to be there. But he's already done a ton of damage here to Saint. And he's not really too afraid of this 1v2. He does have a little bit of backup out of the Guardian to help keep himself extra healthy here and to force them away. But like, look at the damage he's already able to do. He's got Bullet Lifesteal, weakening headshots on top of this, and Monster Rounds, and Intensifying. I just don't really feel like you're going to shove him out of this lane.
They're going to be diving on top of it, though, and largely staying out of line of sight. Here we go, finally. Looking to try to use all that farm to advantage. Strongest player on the server. And, okay, we're going to be getting an ultimate there from Apollo. Abrahams will back away from that fight. In the meantime, they will be diving on top of that right side Walker. Oh, good catch there. The last second from the chain gang. That will surely seal the fate. Surely seal the fate. You're going to dive for it, and there we go. It's going to happen. Kill confirmed onto Overseas via Together. He's gonna is he gonna pay? I don't know if he's gonna pay a price. He's still alive. Escaping into the basement to sewers.
Oh, he got caught. I mean, sure,
a bit light still because of the three there as well. The blasted. Oh man, and that was off of the slam. God, I kept forgetting all the names.
The bash down.
There you go, bash down. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm having a tough time today as well for some reason. But Son is not having too tough of a time here. They would consistently force them back. He's actually rotated on towards the right-hand lane. So finally, they freed him up out of the left-hand side, taking him out of the left lane jail, and unleashed him onto the right lane with the Unstable Rift to take down the last Guardian of the game here for Abrahams to defend. I mean, you start looking at, I think, OCs in particular. Arzo obviously is going to be out of the game for quite a while. He needs to, get some solo farm here. But OC's been really a diamond for this team so far at 12k souls. It's really putting out a lot of pressure and a lot of damage, but I just don't think OC's matches up well against Sonya. Like, I think Sonya's just going to overwhelm him in damage and sustain if they ever get into 1v1. Yeah, maybe OC's going to escape because it's Lash, but I don't really feel like you're going to have a chance to kill him 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that dynamic play out. I wonder what happened to Irizumi, because Irizumi has been very far behind on the overall farm. And yes, playing the Page, playing more of a supportive role in the team, but at the same time, just like really kind of further behind than you would actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think just your abilities are so important as Page. I actually want to see what items Irizumi has picked up. As a Death Stem's going to net them a kill, and probably not a kill in the Demoff here. A little bit too much to ask for when he has the security of his Walker. But the left lane, the skirmish in the jungle. We talked about Irizumi's being pushed back by Saint. Narzo's rotating on in, and honestly, Leviathan might have gotten a little bit too deep here. But they're still looking for Saint somehow. He's low HP. Gonna airdrop himself away, though.
I will say, one thing about Page, that's always been the case, is that Page is like squishy and her mobility kind of sucks. And when you're playing against, a Drifter, an Ivy, a Billy, a Holiday, a Lash, like everyone can chase you down. Oh my god. Stuck in the corner. We're seeing the full potential of the Bebop McGinnis combo now. And we're going to get also the Plot Armor to come in to try to finish this one off. Surely this is going to get confirmed. Oh my god. Able to get away just barely with the heal. Unbelievable there. Oh. In comes the Stampede, and finally Demov is able to finish it off with the chase.
And the rallying charge coming on through to give info exactly where Together is going to be. Not going to escape this time like he did before on the other side of the map. Now with Sonya, are they actually going to push this one? They do have a wave coming on through. They have to be careful. There's so much wave coming on the other side. They're going to have to give this one up here as the next urn has spawned on in here on the right-hand side of the map, and it is able to be taken by Abrahams if they want to go for it. But Together, as you mentioned, typically the one to carry the urn across, and he has been sent back to spawn. It's a little bit of a lull in action here, but we do have to take stock of things as we do have a 7,000 lead for Abrahams. We talked before, Dan, about Leviathan. They have a good comp for being strong early. But being down 6k at this point, did they create the lead in the beginning that they needed to? I'm not so sure. I mean, yeah, Sonya has 16,000 souls, but the rest of his team is quite poor.
Yeah, Abrahams are just... Interestingly, Leviathan got out macroed pretty quickly by Abrahams. We'll talk more about that perhaps in a bit. We do have the pressure here from Abrahams on this left side lane. At the same time, they're pressuring the right side lane as well, so forcing Leviathan to defend here. And, I mean, McGinnis definitely good at defending. There is some damage being put down onto Demov from up high. And we'll get the escape here, you know, showing one just fantastic use of the drop there for Ivy. Like a drop ship from StarCraft.
Yeah, that is very true. I do worry, though. Disarming Hex and Rusted Barrels. This captain gets lasted to his death. It's one really easy way to shut down Sonya. So Dispel Magic needs to come online to cleanse those away so we can continue to pump out damage. Because if you just like cycle any sort of you know, anti-shooting mechanism against them, McGinnis really won't do that much damage. It's not like you have abilities to back up on to do damage with. At least too much damage, like for instance Lash on the other side.
Yeah, and an interesting spot here for Abrahams. Maybe getting a little bit too deep. Sandy Sniper on the other end of things. Should be able to finish off Fremok. He does go down on the Drifter. So a trade, though, given that Empty Dreams will die for Leviathan at the same time. And Demov now putting the pressure onto Taz. Taz has been having his way with pretty much everybody. Looks like Demov will regret that one. As this right side Walker is still under pressure. And the numbers game here is not very good. This is a big problem right now for Leviathan. Captain is I mean, you're tanky on the Abrahams, but it's a pretty scary situation. It looks like he's going to be able to intimidate them. They will fall back. But in the meantime, Together just really being able to run down the server. And I mean, Together's on 14k, looking pretty strong in the Billy. But then you look at OCs and Taz, 19k, 18k. These guys are really, really strong right now.
Headed to blue.
So you traded a winning lane for Leviathan left side, and you gave over a winning lane to OCs on the right hand side, and it comes down to what impact is going to be had from that. Can we actually maybe get a look at our damage per souls, or per 1k souls? I'm curious to see the breakdown here. I would imagine Together is going to be quite high. The last time we looked at player damage, it was pretty equal here. And Overseas is actually currently at 1k. I mean, kind of makes sense. He's only at 12,000 souls, one of the lowest earners of his team at the moment. Saint, quite surprised, only at 300. And I feel like he's been mostly playing, you know, babysitting duty for Arzo for the most part, just to catch him back up in this game.
There you go, top 3 for Together, and then you have Taz on number 2, despite being one of the richest players on the server. That just really goes to show how impactful Taz has been. And speak of the devil, he shall appear, just abducting Empty Dreams, and it's just there's no way to get out of that one. Even with the tornado, you can't escape it. Holiday, I feel like, very, very strong. Maybe undervalued a little bit here and there over the last few weeks, but still being proven by Taz here to be just a premium pick, a top 3 pick actually in the draft for Abrahams.
Yeah, that Veil Walker's putting in some work too. Didn't even see that coming for Empty Dreams. He gets caught out. And now they're just trying to run away. It's, I mean, 2 players running away pretty much just from Sonya alone. And Together, well, he's going to take down a Walker here in the mid lane. And the first Walker of the game gets airdropped away as well. And yeah, this has been Saint's job, and maybe why he does have such low damage. He's just babysitting everyone on the team. You're in a bad place, I'll airdrop you out. You need some assistance, I'll give you the Watcher's Covenant, like, or the Kutsu connection. Like, I'll support you, and he's really living up to that role for the team at the moment that they need.
And speaking of which, we've also got OCs now looking to get that pressure on the Walker. And the problem now is that even though the soul differential is not too high, it's like this mobility that allows this pressure game to be so good. Speaking of which, Sonya Sniper applies the pressure to the life drain here. Oh, this could really convert though, because you get the confidence after the ultimate from the Geist there, but now you're in trouble. Also, will look to escape here. Is there a way to catch this kill? That would be really, really nice. Counterplay coming on top of Irizumi there, trying to be able to escape off of this page. It's so pitiful, the mobility on page, but manages to get out of that spot. A bother.
Yeah, and then they did get the kill on the Fremok, and we're looking for more here. As Sonya got extremely low with the swap. And it wasn't low enough, and it pretty much just turned into ours. They're just trying to escape. But again, I feel like losing one player and escaping is still extremely important for them. The Urn spawns on that side of the map anyways, so they have that to use. Still only sitting on a 9k lead, but again, I still feel like that's a favorable lead at the moment, considering I feel like Leviathan in the next maybe even less than 5 minutes are going to start to fall off, because most of the fight that's been happening here, Dan, has just been grouping out of Abrahams. They're not really allowing themselves to get picked. If anything, it's actually Leviathan are the ones getting picked.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the tools here for Abrahams really, really good. And I mean, I think a large part of it is just the cross-map pressure that we've had from Abrahams. They've been working the macro game so incredibly well. Big pressure on the left side of the map. Speaking of macro, from Leviathan onto that left side walker. This is being answered though by several players here for Abrahams. I don't know how well this is going for Abrahams on the defense though. Looks like you're seeing the power of McGinnis finally looking to convert onto this walker. And in fact, the push is going to be reinforced by another player, but at the same time, they may lose Leviathan, their walker on the right side, because there are a couple players there that are chasing down Empty Dreams at the moment as we continue to see the action here, the counter push from Abrahams on this left side. There's a lot of players invested for Leviathan, and they are losing them here, Jason.
Some big damage, a big focus on Asanya, and that was the response. You asked, can the Abrahams defend against this? But the push comes in, the Eternal Knight out of Fremont into the airdrop to just shove him straight into Sonya Sniper's face, blows him up immediately, and that opens up a mid-boss take here for Abrahams as well. No time to shut this one down, or at least to prevent this from happening. So Abraham's going to get a massive lead off this, not to mention a 20k lead here. And just the flick of a switch. It was just that one fight that happened here on this left-hand side that gave him complete control of this game so far.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, this game, I mean, the standouts to me have certainly been Taz, number 1, and then OC's number 2 from Abrahams, just doing an incredible job with these high mobility heroes. And now with the rejuice in tow as well, you don't, it's hard to imagine how Leviathan can kind of turn this game around. I think you said in the draft that you liked Abrahams for the late game. So they just have to make it there. Well, you could maybe argue that they didn't come out ahead in the early game, didn't come out too far behind, but they certainly came out ahead in the mid game here, looking dominant Abrahams.
Yeah, we're in the end game now. I feel like with the way Abrahams are playing, just constantly getting catches, even potential another one here with a nice use of the rescue beam to pull Empty Dreams away. But it doesn't seem to matter. Task goes in deep, gets Phantom Struck and charged into the wall. But it seems like he hit a parry here to turn things around on the captain, but they continue to go for the chase. There's still 3 reaches left, so taking crystals would be huge, but the right-hand side is being pushed. They're going to lose another walker for this. And if they can't chase anyone Abrahams down, it's a net negative for Leviathan.
Yeah, there's been such an imbalance in terms of Leviathan, let's say, have been much more efficient in the numbers that they use around the map. So if they're going to pressure a lane, the response has to be greater than what is invested by Abrahams for the pressure. So it's just a fundamentally efficient trades on map pressure constantly the entire game from Abrahams. And I think that's been what's been so impressive, I think, because now obviously that's going to be the case because they're so far ahead. But they were doing this when you know, again, they'd come out of being slightly behind in the early game. They were making those trades happen, and that's how they got to this position. So I almost wouldn't even say it's got an enormous amount to do with the draft, Jason. I think we're just seeing something that we credit Abrahams for a lot is just their game smarts, their team play on the macro picture of the game, just knowing how to get the edges there.
There's still a difference. I mean, we can see it was bouncing back and forth between the two in the first, let's see, I'd say like first 10-ish minutes, maybe just slightly under 10 minutes of the game. And then just explosive lead was taken out of Abrahams, and they're showing no signs of stopping here. I mean, OCs continue to get more and more fed. Sonya, it's kind of still being shut down here. I mean, look what he's doing against Together. Pretty much nothing because Metalskin's been bought up. He gets thrown back into the mix here. And Sonya somehow is still alive as they're just continuing to fight under this walker. It might cost him a rejuve, though. Together needs to go down. So it's 30 seconds left on the rejuve charges remaining. Speaking of going down, Sonya quickly falls. Captain just charges his way to safety. And this is going to be another walker falling.
Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good here at all. Abraham's running over this objective with ease. Overwhelming things. I mean, there's somewhat of a push from Empty Dreams on the right side of the map. Looks pretty free. We'll see how far he can get actually with that. I would imagine there's some boosts, zip boosts available for Abrahams, and if not, can Empty Dreams kill this walker quickly enough? I mean, this is really the only counterplay that they have here. You're actually happy to die for this if it's even possible to get it. I don't know that it's going to be possible here. Oh, actually, I mean, with the Jin's Mark, actually, we could get a big pop there. Might be doable, but you're certainly going to be trading your life for this one. But you're going to lose some base guardians on the other side of the map at the same time. And TP activated, so actually gets out.
Yeah, but that's, to me, that's just like the best thing you can get out of a worst case scenario here for them. Like, yeah, you take the walker, but you lost 2 walkers for yourselves. You lost more and more of or you become in more and more of a soul deficit. I mean, you're 31k now between the two when it was around 25k when the mid boss was taken. I mean, don't get me wrong, he gets something, which is very, very important for them. It unlocks a flex slot as well. but your team is falling further behind right now, and that's kind of the problem. I mean, oh my god, even Spirit Burn being picked up for TAS. I would not be surprised right now if TAS has the most damage in the game.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I would imagine that's probably a good call. And yeah, just been running the show right now. Not too much for Leviathan to really do at this point. Again, I mean, oh, go ahead.
I will say that like Holiday does fall off a little bit in terms of like your pick potential, because like again the enemy team is going to be grouped up, but the raw damage you do I feel like just doesn't really fall off too much, especially if you pick up things like Spirit Burn, and he's still able to get catches. This time on Irazumi. I mean, look where the position on the map is of these teams. Like Leviathan is actually in enemy territory, and the Abrahams are going to let them take this rift and then go for the big fight off the back of this. This is Leviathan being sent home. This should be Shrines coming through.
Yeah, certainly. There's a chain gang coming on through here from Together, trying to be a problem. Or actually was going to deny some of that, but is it going to matter? We're going to get the bash downs coming on forwards, and it is looking quite painful here. Just an immovable object charging your way, and that's going to open things up here on this left lane to start marching into the base here. Empty Dreams, the double tornado, still going to get death slammed. You can't escape. Oh, okay, we're actually going to be able to get a counter spell, that must have been, to block the death slam, but the end result is the same. Death and more death here for Leviathan, as Demov is the only player left standing. Can't do anything about losing probably either of these shrines. We're going to get a drop, just like you said, on the patron as well.
And you see how they're dealing with Sonya. Together gets in his face. They have Disarming Hex for him. They have Metal Skins to deal with him. Together's job, it feels like, is to just stay in his face and not allow him to sit in the back, acting as a human turret, putting out tons of damage. And they've dealt with like the carrying potential out of McGinnis. Like they dealt with the ace up the sleeve for Leviathan. And Leviathan have no answer for it. I mean, Demov is he's not effective. He's at 22,000 souls. He's the lowest on the team. Well, it's technically not lowest, but like him and Overseas are extremely low on souls. What is a 23k Apollo supposed to do against a 34k Holiday or a 36k Lash? And you can see here, like Overseas and TAS are going head to head to compete for who has the most damage on their team.
Yeah, for me, again, I feel like we saw such a great performance from the team from a macro point of view. But if I'm thinking about the individuals, I've really felt like Taz was so difficult to deal with. Just abducting people, really maximizing this lasso. That's probably the only one that's been missed. I feel like.
Look at that. He almost kills Empty Dreams with just one barrel. Like Spirit Burn proccing plus the barrel. Empty Dreams was drop below half HP.
Yeah, I can't even take part in the fight anymore.
Pull back.
Complete map dominance at the moment here for the Abraham side. Maybe both must surely be spawning soon. Oh, wow.
Counterspelled the Phantom Strike.
The presence of mind to pop the parry as he's flying over the fence there. Is that still a fence? It looks like a fence. I don't know, like those tall metal pointy ones. Are they still fences?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe in England you have a different name for them. I think we just call them fences.
Nice. Omni boss is up. It's not even necessary, I think, Jason. This is looking like Abrahams are going to have a good time with this team fight. Chain Gang comes out once again. We'll get the captivating read there to maybe make things a little bit more complicated for the Billy.
They are throwing everything on Sonya. Curse Relic into a disarm. Metal Skin was up for it Together. Sonya doesn't have mobility. He doesn't have a way to escape this, and he cannot run away from the entire squad coming his way. He can't do anything. They're completely counterbot him, and he has no chance to do damage in these fights. And another lasso going to catch her at a task.
Yeah, M-Streams can't do a single thing. Okay, everybody's dead. Everybody's dead. Looks like we're going to be out of this one now very shortly, as Abrahams just take down the right side shrine. I don't think there's really much of a reason for them to leave the base unless they would want to go back, do mid-boss, and then come back and finish the game. Or just finish the game, you know, just they have both options available to them. Because look how long everybody's dead for. Okay, so they're gonna do both, I think, here. They're gonna get the drop and the Regis at the same time here, Jason.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a best of one, right? You don't want to throw this away. You don't want to throw your chance to play against Buff Enjoyers to win your chunk of the $4,000 prize pool brought to us by Intel Gamer Days. And of course, Curry's here. Been great to have them along so far, and hope to see them again in the future. I mean, I'm acting like it's done, but we have 4 weeks of this.
Yeah. I do love, by the way, that the troopers got left to having the glory. They didn't have any hero assist there. It's just the troopers that took down this first stage patron. You gotta empower the little troopers. Make them feel good.
Yeah, you gotta give them a win once in a while.
They're working hard out there.
Don't you dare take me to the bear pit.
Man, they're just taking everything on the map, Jason. Just, we'll get all the buffs, we'll get the urn, we'll get, you know,
Just run around New York.
push all the lanes.
Just bringing the urn to their base
Yeah.
just to taunt them. Okay,
Respect
so
it.
start here. Gets a catch on to Sonya, or not Sonya, on to Tass. Even knockdown being thrown on him, but again, he's not too worried. Goes back, and once again, OCs takes down Sonya again. Their biggest carry for the team has no chance to survive these fights, and Death Slam's coming up in just 10 seconds of time. Well, the Archmother has just one phase left. Like, this is going to be the game done, and Abrahams will get their birth once again. They will lose one Reju. It's Fremont. He's allowed. But it doesn't matter, because they've won the game here. It's over, Dan.
Yeah, they're trying to dive in to make sure that it'll take a few more seconds longer, but there we go. Death Slam ready off the rip, and goodbye, Paige. Oh, poor Izumi. Not had a fun game here, but for Abrahams, it's been an absolute clinic of Deadlock. Macro, the individual play was fantastic as well. They look like they are in great shape here for what is now going to be the best of 3 upcoming against Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, and we had questions obviously with those in the team. How are they going to adapt? He played really well on Lash. He also had a sub in Fremont instead of Shark, who couldn't play today, and he played well on top of that. Team looks good. Team looks ready, but I still have to say this, Dan, and I don't mean any disrespect to Leviathan, but Buff Enjoyers are on a whole nother level compared to Leviathan of what we've been seeing these last weeks, especially when they're able to field their entire squad. So the battle might be done, but the war's not over here for Abrahams.
Yeah, certainly not, and it's going to be really fun to see them in this shape against their opponents, Buff Enjoyers, because with OCs on the team, I mean, we had a great performance from him here on Lash, and that's something that's interesting, right? Because we saw that Sonya Sniper, who was replaced, I suppose, with OCs, one of the things that Sonya flexed onto so effectively was a Lash away from some of these more hardcore M1 carries, and OCs puts on an incredible showing here on Lash throughout this game. Again, I think, an honorable mention between him and Tass. I think both doing similar jobs, being really, really mobile across the map and finding amazing picks, great pressure, and just enabling the initiations for their team to get ahead. And I think it really created there's too many problems across the map at once for Leviathan to deal with. And I think that's some of that mobility diff that was so effectively applied by the likes of OCs and Taz especially, and Saint. I think Saint, honorary mention there with all of the drops that he was using, because that fast repositioning makes a big difference.
Playing that babysitter role. I mean, yeah, it worked out, as you're saying. You also picked up Disarming Hex to shut down Sonya relatively early, and I think that's maybe the difference when it comes into later stages of the game, that a Lash, I feel like, will just kind of outperform a McGinnis. Like, Lash has mobility to get away. He doesn't need to continue to M1 you to do damage. He has Ground Strike for this. He has Flog. He has his Death Slam to set up fights. And as we saw multiple times for Sonya, if it wasn't being shut down by like abilities, right, like Disarming Hex or Cursed Relic or whatever it might be, he was being shut down by just the overwhelming presence of Abrahams and getting in his face. He had no escape. He has no protection. He has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and has a chain gang to just pull him out of position every time.
Yeah, what a phenomenal sequence here from OCs as well on the Lash. I think, just as you were saying, the Lash versus the McGinnis comparison, I think you're just really seeing why Lash has been so difficult to deal with. Just the consistent damage output and the presence of sort of this like gun hybrid Lash that's been really effective. Again, OCs is really embodying that and showing us why it's so good. And I'm really curious, like, how will that affect the drafting phase going into our final matchup? But here we can take a look now at the statistics. Sometimes the game doesn't give us the data, I guess, that we need on the back end. It's a little bit slow, and so we have the more basic stats here. But anything that you're liking on this page, Jason?
Well, I think the API is just busy looking at the great deals for the Intel Gamer Days. That's probably why they haven't given us the data that we need to formulate our own graphic here. But I mean, 45,000 damage for Tass. That's ridiculous. He had 0 deaths. OCs had 0 deaths as well. They played so stupendously together, and across the board, there were constant threats. If it wasn't a Lasso you had to worry about, it was a Death Slam you had to worry about. And even together, kind of the unsung hero, I'd say, for the team, because he went 5-2 and 22. But he was just always there. Like, he was always assisting. He was being the front line and itemizing the way they needed to shut down Sana. He had a Disarming Hex. He had Metal Skin. Saint had Disarming Hex. They had 2 Cursed Relics as well. Like, they had a game plan, and they executed perfectly. They knew exactly what Leviathan were trying to do and gave Sonya no chance to play.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stats page, I mean, it definitely did not look like a fun game, but it seems like such a truly miserable game now, looking at the stats page. The fact that both OCs and Taz did not die is insane when you consider how active they were in getting. I mean, they were the two most active players in terms of finding these picks and initiations for the most part. So, phenomenal performance indeed. I don't know that there's anything necessarily else to talk about. We did mention that we wanted to see the build from Irizumi. It just kind of looks like the book standard support build overall. So nothing. I don't think there's anything that really stand out there at all.
Yeah, I agree. And looking over at Sonya as well, because we've seen a couple of different McGinnises being built over the course of the last weeks when McGinnis has had to rise to the ranks. I mean, Bullet Lifesteal, Fleetfoot, of course, is really good. Escalating Resilience as well is really good against this team. So you can kind of have lasting power in the fights, even Inhibitor being thrown in for some extra survivability. But as we saw, survivability was nothing Sonya, I feel like, could itemize for when Abrahams were specifically countering him with everything they picked up and a lot of the heroes that they had too.
Yeah, really, really good performances here. I do wonder how this is going to impact drops. Like I said, Lash looking fantastic. Taz on holiday looking like a problem as well. So that's going to make things really, really interesting. But yeah, I don't think there's too much else to say in terms of this stat sheet. We have our MVP next, right?
Yeah, we got to see who our MVP is going to be. I made my selection. I know you didn't make your selection, but I also don't think you're going to disagree with me at any point when it comes to that selection. And maybe we can throw it up on the screen here. Production's ready because there's a lot of clips to choose from for this person. Or maybe I'll just wait and let people wonder who it's going to be.
we just go on pause it. Yeah, I would imagine that you probably picked. If I had to guess, I would imagine Taz. I think that's like the obvious pick. I mean, even the game gave him the MVP. But there we go. The Curry's player of the match is indeed Taz. Got the cowboy hat, you've got the revolver, but really, it's what's in those barrels. I think it's just where some of the magic came.
I think he like only missed one last set that we caught on stream, and that was like right after you said something about him too. So we kind of like commentator cursed him, but like just all these lassos, being able to be so consistent is so important for any holiday player. But also like great use of the barrels, great use of the jump pads as well. Using Veil Walker extremely well to catch empty dreams here, but also like the time he gets him around a corner, so he has to use like double Dust Devil to get away, and then just throws a barrel on the exact location he uses to come out. Like Tass was killing it, man. And this is. I don't know if it's ban worthy necessarily going to the next matchup against Buff and Drawers, but it's something you're gonna have to respect.
Yeah, totally. Especially as it was a top 3 for Abraham, so it does definitely show you that they value this really highly, and I mean you can certainly see why. So it's gonna be very, very fun to see how that plays out. But yeah, phenomenal performance. Really seeing just excellent mobility and comfort there. The lassos, like you say, time and again, proving to be just hellish to deal with, especially for empty dreams. Typically, you think Mirage is amazing because he's so hard to lock down. Like, you know, he just double tornado away and you're fine. But that wasn't the case here. You know, Taz had the answer.
He had the answer and he had everything going for him. Just like you guys at home who didn't know, Intel Gamer Days is now taking place from now up until September 13th, where you guys can type !IGD in the chat and you can pick up some games, Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, and Star Wars Galactic Racer with any purchase of a qualifying Intel product. So make sure you guys check this out and check out all the deals Intel has for you during these Gamer Days up till September 13th. And you know what? I think I might need to play these games. I was a big pod racer guy back in the day. I think it was on the N64, so I'm always about this Galactic Racer type game.
Yeah, and I mean Lara Croft.
And you look good in a Lara Croft cosplay, so it's like perfect.
I mean, it's cool, man. If you were there at the beginning too, like you've just seen the slow addition of more and more polygons there for Lara Croft, looking very different than she used to. But yeah, very awesome to see Tomb Raider still a thing. Now I can only hope that Deadlock has as strong as of a legacy. But I'm confident, Jason.
If we were to do a skin in Deadlock from Tomb Raider,
it's got to be Holiday.
What
right?
hero would get it?
It's got to be Holiday, right?
Not Hayes? Because you dual wield guns?
I don't know. Yeah, actually, that'd be such an interesting question for the community. We'll have to make some kind of a poll.
You know what? We can do that for chat. So we have to head to a break while we get things ready to go for our next series. But you can let us know in chat, who do you think would make the perfect skin or the hero for the skin of Tomb Raider for Lara Croft? Let us know your answers in chat, and we'll be back after a break here with our best of 3 winners match in the EU Deadlock Night Shift.
Come at me all you want. The result's gonna be the same.
I see him again.
Bebop's looking to hook someone. I see Bebop!
I see him again.
God. Wrangling him. Bebop's over there. Maybe you should.
Hello, hello. We're back. We're back, and we are about to get into the meat and potatoes of the E show, Jason. This is where all the goodness truly lies. Buff
Meat and potatoes.
versus very good Abrahams.
Some might say beans and toast. It just depends on where you're from in the world, I guess. Yeah, this is I was expecting a little giggle out of you, Dan, but you gave me like a side smile, and that kind of breaks
It's
my
not
confidence now.
substantive, Jason. The beans and toast. Yeah, for breakfast. We're talking about the 5-course dinner, the finale. The big moment. whatever the big moment is, I guess, in that dinner for you.
Odd
Maybe
question.
the meat and potatoes.
What would be like the dessert?
I know,
Like the go-to
tiramisu for
dessert.
me, probably.
I
I'd
mean,
take tiramisu.
that's Italian.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay. Can't argue with it. I'm not a big fan of it, so I probably moved to the wrong country. I'm not a big fan of, like, I don't know, the taste of it, but it doesn't matter because what I am a big fan of is the meat and potatoes, like you're saying here in this best of 3. Buff and Jor's up against Abrahams. It's a battle of the Titans that doesn't seem to ever end, constantly fighting against each other to keep things in balance. So that balance has gone heavily in favor of Buff and Jor's, I would say, as of late. But Abrahams look good, man. I think I am a little bit worried, though. It's maybe too soon for them to take down Buff and Jor's. Those who's just joined the team and bringing Fremont to sub in. But they have a chance. I just don't know how big of a chance. And I want to see, like, OCs have a really big pop-off game. Maybe TAS again on the holiday could be exactly what they need to take down Buff and Jor's.
And we can see the path that has been walked, trodden, maybe even run. Bit of a sprint from Abrahams if you look at the last game and how quickly they made it to the finals here. But you also get to see a preview for those of you that haven't been tuning in earlier, and to get to look and see what we have coming up later for NA as well. Metacruise, Bubble Clock to take on Pupils Pupils in the finals there. But this is a detraction, Jason, this bracket. I'm so invested in this EU finals match, which we're about to kind of get into. And I'm particularly curious exactly how the draft is going to go, because we saw McGinnis. I've seen McGinnis maybe not have some of the success that I think you would expect, and I think it's because teams understand that if you really try to do your best job in ensuring that you slow that lane down as much as possible and guarantee that you win another lane, they don't get the early lane momentum that they need going into the mid game.
I just don't know if you can play McGinnis as your late game carry is the problem. And that's, I think, what Leviathan were trying to do. I feel like it's something you use to, like, set up mid bosses because you were able to get down some of your turrets, or you set down, like, these really big choke points to set things up for fights, or even like the unstable rift, you can put down a ton of turrets. But Leviathan using her as a late game carry just didn't work because we saw the multitude of ways that it got shut down. Disarming hexes, slowing hexes so you couldn't run away, metal skin, chain gang, like everything being thrown and prevents Hassan from having a time to really do anything. So I think the way they played McGinnis maybe was a little bit flawed, though it did have a very strong start. But we'll see. I mean, they obviously do have a chance here. It's just going to be a tough one. I think being able to beat Buff Enjoyers in a draft is hard for any team out there.
And we're going to see our first roster here. Of course, Buff Enjoyers stepping up. They've been awoken. And you can see Overkim, Listic, Cosmetical, Vrake, Hoot, and Zergy. Ooh, it's a tough one. And it's one of the few rosters that we have that hasn't really had any roster shuffles. That I suppose could be one of the most stable rosters. Maybe is the most stable roster, actually, in the top of Deadlock right now across all regions. And I mean, they have the results that really show why.
Yeah, why would you need to switch anything if you're winning and winning and winning and really showing no signs of stopping? I mean, they did obviously lose in the R1 tourney that happened a few weeks back. If I'm not mistaken, there's actually another one coming up in this month. I think they lost to Abrahams in a reverse sweep where they're up 2-0 and then lost the next 3 maps in a row. But this team, I mean, they're just so good across the board, and their Mina looks great, as you can see on the screen as well. Everyone plays to a really high level, and like I feel like Zergy's also really hit his stride within this team, that he's shown he can play a multitude of different heroes and have it be successful. Same with Hoot. He's been playing so many different things. Even Obikim's been unleashed somewhat, seen him play things like Apollo's been nice to see. Vrake is doing extremely well, especially when you saw like Calico in the prior weeks. This team, yeah, they are the #1 team in the world for a reason, and it's up to Abrahams to try to beat them.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how stacked that team is. But as we remind ourselves as to who the challengers are, we just got to see them play. Maybe you didn't because you just tuned in. You only want to see the finals. Fair enough. Then, of course, we do have OCs coming into this roster. And I think that was definitely in one part, why they look so good. Again, no shade to Sanya Sniper. Sanya Sniper is a very good player. But seeing OC's performance there, you could really see why he was snap picked up after his short stint in North America. Because, I mean, on that lash, he looked incredible, just as Taz looked incredible on Holiday, getting the MVP performance.
Yeah, and it's been really cool to see that again. Like OC's also looked like he's been in the team for a while. The way that he played around, or he played around his team, and the way the team played around his lash. If I can get my words out here, I've been trying to stay off caffeine, and it's not really going well for me. But they've looked pretty good, and Fremont as well had a pretty decent game considering he's coming in as a sub. So for this team, I think this is going to be a true test, and I think a true test for OCs and how the team plays around him and vice versa when you're up against the best team in the world.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what level of flexibility there is going to be for Abrahams, because we just had a best of one, so you don't get to see too much of the hero pool flexibility that is kind of, I suppose, put onto a team in terms of the demand for you to win the matches, because this is typically the issue that teams run into against the likes of Buff Enjoyers, is that Buff Enjoyers have way more flexibility than basically everybody in the scene, and so that's what we're going to get to see tested here. You know, Taz might get to play Holiday, might get to make it look good, but then might get banned away, might get picked away. You know, there's all sorts of stuff that can happen. So going to be very, very interesting to see exactly how the draft pans out.
Well, it's also interesting too, because Buff Enjoyers are a team that never really needs to ban Pocket away from you. So it kind of forces you to ban the Pocket and them to ban the Doorman, or they could just let the Doorman go through, or obviously let Pocket go through, depending on what actually gets picked up here. But to kind of follow up on how we threw to the break, we were talking about, you know, Lara Croft, what hero would get the skin for Lara Croft. And I saw some good ones in like Haze, Holiday, kind of expected, right? And I saw Viscous, and I'm like, you're onto something. And then there was also a Lash in there, because Lash basically already has the outfit. So I think Viscous takes it for me.
Interesting. I still, I have to think more about it.
Good one.
But there we go. Lash banned. Wow, OCs gets targeted. Maybe Buff Enjoyers are watching that game. Maybe it's just that maybe Lash in general is perceived to be a bit better. I don't know. But I feel like that's probably a ban for OCs.
Yeah, and the thing is, Buff Enjoyers either get Billy or they get Dorman now.
What are we standing around for?
Okay, so they're probably gonna get Dorman here, I would guess. But it comes down to, again, McGinnis. That was second picked out of Leviathan, which was their top 2 picks that they had at the start. Will Buff Enjoyers go for McGinnis early on? Will they just ignore it? They also have like Doorman. Like, are they even going to go towards Doorman? I would want to assume so, considering if you're going to leave it open, it's definitely a pick you want to lock in. And then I'm also curious, are we going to see Calico come back into play? Like, Vrake had a really good Calico last week up against Abrahams.
Yeah, and especially
I think it's 0 deaths, actually.
Abraham's play, I think the Calico is just so dangerous in terms of the assassin potential. Okay, McGinnis comes in. This is really interesting. You know, they get Mirage and McGinnis. I was expecting Doorman McGinnis, actually. Was what I was expecting. Because, again, Doorman can help to solve some of McGinnis's mobility issues. But Abraham's, you know, what is the response going to be here for them? Are they going to pick up the Holiday? They feel like this is a prime spot to do it. They're going to get the Doorman as first. I would expect to see Holiday next here. Jason, what about you?
I was going to say Doorman Mo.
Doorman Mo. Oh my!
I mean, a clip in our little intro video is of Zergy getting just destroyed in his own area at his tier 3 camp. Oh, he should go for Redmond top 3. I mean, we haven't seen it ban more consistently on the turn out of teams, but I guess Chain Gang into nap time can be a really devastating combo.
Super interesting. Obviously, Buff Enjoyers can play it really well also, so it's just really interesting because is it going to get banned away from you? Is it going to get picked away from you? Hard to say, but Abrams is going to be coming in there for Buff Enjoyers, securing a good, solid front line for them. When Billy's gone, I feel like teams are pretty much always put into that position. You want to secure it before the second stage bans most of the time, and that's what they've done.
I'm biding my time.
I do wonder if Buff Enjoyers want to go a very heavy damage composition once again, like a Mina potentially coming through, so you can just stay away from the fight. But with Venator being banned out and Lash being banned out, it's kind of like OC target ban. So what's OC's going to play? And Mina is typically like a hero he'll fall back to. So I wonder if that's just going to be a battle of who can get Mina. And maybe we see Mina as a 4th pick here for Buff Enjoyers to really take out his hero pool.
Yeah, it's always been a thing with Zergy where he can play such a wide variety of things. I feel like he gets prioritized less than any other player in his position on the team. But yeah, with the Calico getting banned, I think that makes a lot of sense. Buff Enjoyers are going to get the Holiday. It's just interesting to me how Abrahams didn't really prioritize the Holiday very much, but Buff Enjoyers probably recognize that they kind of have to pick it unless they want to play against it, because Abrahams were likely absolutely going to pick it up in this slot.
You think they would have picked it up if they had Rem already picked? I mean, they did run Ivy and Holiday, so it's definitely a possibility for them.
I just felt like Taz has such a good game on it that it's just...
It's true.
It's just so I don't know. Maybe that's the recency bias, but they're also missing, not only are they missing the Holiday, they're also missing the Lash, both of which were so successful for Abrahams in the previous game. So very different complexion for them now.
I wonder if we're going to have a Bebop as a 5th pick or a last pick here for Abrahams, but I feel like they need a bit more damage on their side before they can actually go for something like that. So maybe Mina being snatched away by Buffingers here actually could shut down OCs, because I would imagine it's going to be Arzo on Geist once again, and OC is going to be left as a last pick.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Abraham's draft is not quite as ideal, but again, we'll have to see how they end up playing it. Buffingers, on the other hand, I think they've got a lot of very, very dangerous tools here.
There we go.
There's the Mina coming on through, just like you said. Looking pretty scary. I mean, Apollo, Holiday, Mina. I mean, that's a nasty little, chase down squad there that can do a lot.
I mean, I'm looking at this though. If you're gonna pick Rem in top 3 and not secure OC as a hero, that Rem better put in work to be worthy of a top 3 pick. Because now you put OCs on a Wraith, which I can't remember the last time we saw a Wraith actually being played here at Night Shift. It's been so long ago, to be honest. And Buffingers clearly had a game plan. It's focus OCs, double ban towards him, take away who he's gonna play. I would imagine if this doesn't work for Abrahams, OCs is going to get a pick in top 3 in the next draft if they lose this game, because I don't know. I feel like OCs is good, but OCs doesn't make heroes work as well as Zergy does when he's a last pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's going to be interesting for me because I was curious whether Wraith would make an appearance. Wraith has been kind of a menace in ranked, but the thing is that it's for different reasons. You can shut down Wraith at the pro play in ways you can't in ranked, right? In ranked, like no one wants to buy slowing hexes. No one kind of understands how to pressure the Wraith properly, and so Wraith just gets to free farm and then end your team. And so that's like the ranked version, but in the pro play, Wraith is not nearly as strong. People understand how to itemize and how to put the pressure on. And with Geist and Wraith, Jason, it feels like you got 2 very hungry heroes here in terms of souls.
Yeah, I kind of look at this in 2 ways. I look at who's going to be the ones absorbing the majority of the souls and soul lanes, which would be... Oh, actually, OC is going to be on the Geist, and they're putting Arzo on the Wraith. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So you have OCs and Arzo probably getting the brunt of the soul income. But then I look at are Drifter, Rem, Doorman, and Billy strong enough as a core of 4 to fight up against what's most likely going to be Mirage, Abrams, Holiday, and Apollo? And there's a lot of control with Doorman and with Rem, but I kind of favor like Buffingers 4-man squad if they do meet head to head.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on this. I do feel like Buffingers generally have overall a better squad. I like the mobility that Buffingers have. Obviously, you've got the other end of the spectrum with McGuinness, but overall, a very, very mobile lineup. And that was something that was extremely powerful in Abraham's hands in just the previous game. Like, just they had more mobility than their opponents. They used it really well. And Abraham's, it feels like they have to protect their farm quite a lot here as well. And when you look at Arzo and you look at OCs, I mean, again, they need to kind of time to power up. And so I feel like it puts Abrahams in a position, Jason, where they can't pressure the map as effectively without kind of maybe running into a situation where they're sacrificing farm for one of those 2 heroes. And that's just kind of problematic. So I just feel like it gives away too much momentum to Buffingers.
We were talking about protecting farm, but like, what about Saint on Rem? I remember quite a few games he would have like, what was it? Was it him that had like over 100 golden statue buffs, and the next closest was like 50 or something like that? I'm pretty sure that was him. Like, he is a menace in the jungle, especially when he attacks the sinners. And I think Buffingers need to protect their farm in that sense of not allowing Saint to steal these away. So they need to be very, very present when those spawn in to take them as almost as quick as possible. But I don't know. I feel like Abraham's is a little bit squishy, honestly. Like, I get that Rem can do a lot of healing, but like Doorman's a little bit squishy, Wraith squishy, Rem squishy. Doorman can be squishy if it's in the hands of Obikim. I don't know why I keep throwing it back to him, but just imagine him running it down, dying over and over is always something that I think of. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like Buffingers have it. Like, they have good pick, they have good damage. Zergy's going to be a menace late game, but doesn't necessarily need to be like a late game powerhouse carry, because you have Cosmetical who can do so, but you have Cosmetical probably going to be involved a lot in these skirmishes in the mid game, and the spear damage he's going to do it's going to be hard to prevent.
I'm with you. I feel pretty strongly about Buffingers having a great draft here, and I'm just curious how Abrahams will solve the problems. I do think that having a Doorman does give you a lot of options that that are unique, that you don't get with other heroes. So they've got Billy as well. Billy's really, really great, just in every stage of the game. Drifter is very strong at the moment. I mean, there's definitely like good tools. I just think that the Buff Enjoyers roster seems more cohesive. But that said, Jason, I felt like Leviathan were going to do way better than they did in the previous game.
You were off there quite far in how the game turned out. I respect the hustle. I think one thing Abrahams do have, though, is they have a surprise factor. Like, again, as you mentioned with Doorman, I think we've seen teams grow to deal with the door, obviously with the cooldown added as well. So it's not like you can quickly kidnap someone. You have to like preemptively set it up. But the fact is, you can see where that door is. And we've seen even Abrahams like respect it and not go near those vicinities when they know they're on the defensive. So like something Buff Enjoyers can do is just play around that, or just stay grouped up whenever they are in like the zone of a door and not allow the kidnaps to happen. But when you have a door to send in like a chain gang out of Billy and an Eternal Night out of Drifter, it sometimes can be hard to stop.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see how that works. It's great that we have Drifter in the game. I'm actually curious if you feel like Drifter's found a place, and that it makes sense. Because I think for a lot of people, Drifter felt... there was this question for a lot of people, where they were thinking, okay, should we just get the kit reworked? Does he make sense? And we're now seeing him consistently picked. He seems to be quite strong, but not overly strong. So kind of seems like he's found a place.
I feel like his place has become, it's someone you can kind of feed with a little bit. It's okay if you're playing against him. It's like it's a threat you're always gonna have to think about later in the game. I think at this level of play, it's really hard to completely shut down a Drifter. That they'll get the stacks they need to still be a threat later on and still have the power to not necessarily 1v1, but to like provide some really good burst and assistance later in the game. So I don't think it's necessarily a carry hero, but it's a hero that you have to be respectful of the longer the game goes on, because of the fact that you can endlessly stack on that hero.
Indeed. Well, very excited to see how this actually plays out. I think, we didn't talk about if we have any great favor one way or the other for the early laning phase. Are you with McGinnis? Are you with Buff Enjoyers for the early laning phase, Jason? Or do you think Abrahams have a stronger shake?
Let me think. I think Wraith is just non-existent early game, like at all. At least McGinnis can be a powerhouse in pushing down objectives. Wraith, I don't feel like you can do that. And obviously McGinnis has more staying power, so that kind of already gives me a lean towards Buff Enjoyer's side. Obviously Rem and Billy, like that's a really strong lane if we have that happen, because of the amount of sustain that you're gonna have here out of Abrahams. And it looks like actually it's gonna be Rem and Geist together. I want to say early game Buff Enjoyers, honestly, still looking at this. I feel like Obi Kim is just going to have some sick presence around the map that I don't know if Fremont can really match in this game.
All right, we're gonna find out. So see some of the early laning combos. Geist Abrams, do you like it more than Bebop? McGinnis Abrams. Do you like it more than the Bebop McGinnis? I feel like Bebop McGinnis is nice. I don't know.
I think Bebop McGinnis has some pretty decent kill potential, but so does like Abrams. I feel like Abrams can be the frontliner that you kind of want as a McGinnis player. You want like the focus to be on someone else and not necessarily onto you, so you can just sit there and just shoot the entire time. And I feel like Bebop, it gives you more like kill potential because of the hook, but I think like sustained potential, it's really hard to beat with this McGinnis Abrams.
Yeah, it makes sense. You get the Siphon Life already will zone players back into a good range for McGinnis all the time. So I totally agree, actually. And I'm curious how the Geist Rem will play, because they've got good AoE abilities, right? You've got the bomb, you've got the pillow. So a lot of options to counter push or de-push against the McGinnis and the Abrams. In the mid lane, we've got Doorman with Drifter for Abrahams as well. Are we liking that, Jason?
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think you have a good poke. A really good poke. You have the fact that you can like assist Drifter in mobility as well, allowing him to like get the Stalker's Mark through some of these doorways, or just peek in and peek out, get some shield up. I think I like that lane a lot, but I also think I like the lane on the right hand side here for Buff Enjoyers with Obi Kim on Apollo and Cosmetical on Mina. Like that has so much burst potential and so much power in that lane. And considering you're up against the Billy, who obviously decent lane opponent, but like Wraith, who's just really not going to provide too much for this Billy, I feel like you should have a winning lane here for Buff Enjoyers. That Abrahams, I think you're just gonna be lucky to survive it. All
right, and then Polymina for the Buff Enjoyers looks pretty, honestly, gruesome to be up against. The level of poke on this lane, Jason, is horrendous. I feel like Poly's bad enough. Ooh, getting two there with the force.
Oh, and the parry!
Parry, that's ridiculous. Oh my god, the sigil to finish it off. That's just disgusting.
If they close the gap against you, I feel like you just die. Like, Together has to hit some sick parries or not be parried to allow this to be successful. They even have a Rusted Barrel picked up by Cosmetical here to deal, I think, specifically like with the Wraith, so you can't put out the damage early, but more importantly, you can't get the card generation you're looking for in the lane up against them when they do decide to go in. That's not a good start here for Abrahams, to be honest. That's something that can snowball a player like Cosmetical quite quickly.
Let's take out guys.
Well, very interesting start so far then. And okay, we've got some assistance coming in. Holiday, Rake making the appearance and just really shutting down OCs completely. Oh, feels like Buff Enjoyers, I don't know, they feel very, very scary at the moment here. I gotta say, just seeing the sequences across these different lanes. The wall comes on through though, locking down Fremont. Rake in to try to give a helping hand. Heal coming in for the tag along. That's gonna keep Fremont up. So it looks like both sides will be somewhat happy with how that finished, I think.
I mean, Buff Enjoyers, remember last week we had like a record-breaking prize pool. More importantly, with a huge donation from Tetsuya that came through, and a lot of support from the community as well. They won like 3K, like over 3K last week. Now they're coming for another 2K here this week. Like, they see the money, man. They want to enjoy their Intel Gamer days, and they're going to be put on the paces to do so.
Absolutely.
I see the enemy.
Well, boxes being run there by Rake as we once again go back to see the shenanigans here from Oberkim on the Apollo. And actually, I think you mentioned this today, and I think when we got to see Oberkim on the Apollo previously, like, it's really, really fun to see that. Look, but the charge straight into the tower. This is hell for OCs right now. Trying to get away. It's almost like a bebop hook there, just with the charge instead. And I cannot believe OCs is walking away from that.
It's more like limping away, I would say, honestly. He's very low in health, 2.6k in souls. And Drake even going for the chase down on the rat here. Oh my god, Listic shows up as well. Rem just can't get a break here. Oh my god, they're still going for the chase. Shield charge in 6 seconds, so it's going to be a little bit before they can get the kill. But they get the barrel mid-air onto Saint. Drake gets the kill, and the pressure is still being applied on this left-hand side. And this Guardian, I mean, it should be falling here.
Yeah, just such, again, like, active work with the Holiday. This is why Holiday seems so good. And you're expecting to see, okay, will there be a Calico? Got banned out, but having Rake getting to play the Holiday just makes it look as deadly as the Calico. Another assassination with the barrels, and I mean, Holiday today. I wonder if this is going to be a theme here, Jason, that Holiday's, stocks rising.
Yeah, might be. Honestly, you know what's crazy? If there was like a Rookie of the Year award in Deadlock, which is, it's obviously it's kind of not really a thing, but like a Rookie of the Year when it comes to comp play, I would have to give it to Vrayek. Like, he has been, I feel like I don't glaze him enough, and I glaze him quite a bit. He has been one of the most impressive players of 2026 in my eyes, and I know we're 8 months in, but he's just consistently putting on some amazing play. He gets a kill in a free mock as well here, and Buff Enjoyers in full control. 6k up, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, this early game is going very badly for Abrahams right now. Trying to do what they can, but we'll see if there's any play into the mid game for them, or whether the Buff Enjoyers are going to be able to really leverage this early lane advantage that they so far have. And Cosmetical is going to get taken down, so that's something there for Abrahams. Again, the parries here against Together, just ridiculous damage. Oh my goodness.
No way,
this
no
is
way.
Insane. Oh,
Tiny
he's
Lasan's up too. He could have got the kill Together if he uses his ultimate. Oh, okay, but Rem rotates over. If he won that 1v2, I would have walked out. I'd have been like, all right, just end the game. It's over.
I feel like he's allowed him to leave. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is Oberkim as well. I think, again, we have to point out. But hold that thought for a second. We do get the charge there down on to Fremont in this mid lane. As Buff Enjoyers looking to assert themselves. Nice like snipe there onto Fremont with the shotgun.
What's the difference between a shotgun and a hand cannon?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got big hands, so
I see the doorman.
He's got a
it's
big
kind
book
of weird,
too.
really. Like a revolver.
Yeah.
It looks like a revolver, but it's actually kind of a shotgun.
It's a shotgun revolver. The Deadlock special. But this is tough, man. It's still hovering at 6k. Obviously, the thing is, like, there's still 2 Guardians up for Abraham, so it's not like this income has been created, this like space has been created just from objectives alone. They're just winning out on farm, they're winning out on kills. But Abraham's, I mean, don't count them out just yet, even though it is looking all up here for buff enjoyers. They just need to avoid getting into these skirmishes and dying. And oh my god, the charge at Alistic opens things up for a kill at a hoot. But Vrake comes in and steals it away. What's Vrake at? Is he like, he's 4-0 for sure.
Something like that, yeah. Now Together's getting chased down here and we'll be able to escape, I think. But it's actually, we get the pursuit. Together is a dead man, apparently, or a dead goat, we'll see. Just a full commit here. The absolute full commit from Who. He's not wanting to allow an escape, and he will be able to make good on that. They're going to get the Guardian as well. So this is a buff enjoyers. Just really, really pushing the issue here. Just creating a lot of problems right now for Abrahams because they've got to be worried about mid. They've got to be worried about right side of the map here. They might be able to take down the mid Guardian Abrahams as a counter.
I just like how unperturbed they were to just let Wraith keep shooting them. Just let Arzo, yeah, you can keep hitting us. We don't care. We're just still going to take your Billy. Oh my god, the charge through the door as well. It looks like Lustig will be thrown to the Baroness Hotel. The last one comes out of Vrake, and this doorman is a dead man. Vrake again, 5-0 in this game. A little bit low in HP, but he has the support of his team here. And they're going to continue to push on through here. Lustig actually might be getting caught out himself.
Yeah, nice kill onto Lustig for sure, but what is the cost going to be staying in the Veil hits? Well, okay, the barrel is going to go through the Veil. Vrake finally gets taken out, though, for all of that. And it looks like it's Who in a lot of trouble here for buff enjoyers. Unable to escape, surely. Quick parry there. Good timing with the melees to avoid running into that parry together. We'll be able to escape that situation. You now have, over the top, you've got Cosmetical coming in with the Nox Nostra to zone away the players of Abraham. But they'll try to get something back here, and they have closed the gap ever so slightly, Jason. And with this counter pressure from Zergy as well in mid, it's, I don't know if the gap is going to start increasing again in favor of buff enjoyers.
And there's a good bounce back out of Abrahams here. Picked up some very important kills, like Vrake in particular. But the thing is, they pick up those kills and they go right back to just losing more players. Wait, what? Okay, he ran out when Cosmetical ran in. I didn't even see that happen. They pick up another kill. Don't tell me they didn't get a walker. A 10-minute walker? No. That's not allowed. Oh my god, it's gonna happen.
Oh no, it's devious. Absolutely devious. I mean, this is McGinnis looking like, I guess, like the what people fear, I suppose. But it's the entire team just running it down, and this is that mobility, Jason, I was mentioning. It's so devastating. Apollo, Mina, just like all these heroes and Holiday running at you here, which was, it's just insane amounts of speed and dive potential, and you can't do anything. Abrahams are getting caught off guard continually by that.
I mean, it's a 12k difference, 10.5 minutes in. It's not very often you see a bigger lead than there are minutes in the game. And while this is happening, Listic's just been running the urn across, looking for the dunk, just so they can body block and get every single one of these souls that they possibly can. I think lose on 2 of the orbs, but it doesn't matter. It's 10k lead, continuing to hover at 11. Zergy's at 12,000 souls. Hoot's at 10k. Unless they're pretty much trying to go in for a fight here. Might get a catch on Obicam. He's actually low on HP as they have 3 players here, but the chase down is just not happening. And it goes back to mobility mentioned before, but the doorman comes on through. He actually gets the doorway set up, and they might get the kill here on Obicam.
There we go. Yeah, they're going to confirm that kill. Really well done. Back through the door they go. Abrahams should also be able to get the mid guardian. There we go. They will pick it up, so it's going to help a little bit. Only an 8k difference now, but still that's sizable for this time in the game. But the question is, will the momentum shift in any meaningful fashion for Abrahams? They proved how good their macro can be in the previous game. But I will say that they did have the mobility of having the Holiday and having the Lash. I think that did, an Ivy too, and I think that did a lot of work for them in allowing them to take that momentum away from their opponents in the mid game. So I'm curious, what that's going to look like for them here, because OCs and also I feel like these are 2 players we've got to look at in terms of the soul value. Not doing too badly, Jason. They're in a decent spot.
Yeah, I think 11k is, like, for OCs in particular, is definitely decent. I think Arzo at 10. I mean, obviously he's kind of keeping up, but he's not really going to have a power spike until what feels like 30,000 souls. So he's still extremely far away. OCs in particular, though, he's just not going to have the same damage as Cosmetical and Hoot will have at this stage of the game for a decent amount as well. Like the burst damage that those 2 are going to do with Shin's Mark and the Rake and the Love Bites is just, I mean, also Vrake. I keep forgetting about Vrake, man. Like the barrels, there's just too much spirit damage coming the way of Abrahams that I just don't know if OCs and Arzo are going to come online in time.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's certainly problematic. Mid boss.
Oh, are they seriously doing a 13-minute mid boss?
I mean, they have McGinnis. That's like you mentioned before. It's part of the just how dangerous this is to deal with all those turrets in the mid pit. You got the heals as well for the entire team. Mid boss still firing away at the moment, looking to take it down still. Buff and Joy is invested on this one, as they will get disrupted by Abrahams, who are trying to take the fight towards them. So mid boss might have to wait for a moment as Buff and Joy look to clean up the players on the periphery. Now going back into the action, looking for the steal here. You've got the shenanigans looking to be run by Taz, but it's got to be careful. It goes both ways, and you can see the value of McGinnis here as well. I mean, they got disrupted, but still, a 13-minute mid-boss. In comes the nap time, though, here from Abrahams to try to play disruption. Got the parries coming on through, but it's just going to be the death of Saint, I think, here, as every Rejuve Crystal is awarded to Buff Enjoyers as they walk away from this one very happy.
And OC did make them pay, though. With the Unstable Rift they took on the left-hand side, they're able to take down a Walker on the left-hand lane as well. They do get one of the Rejuves taken off of Cosmetical, but the chases continue to come on through, and the mobilities you're mentioning, these go straight past guys. He wants Doorman here. The Rake going to come on through, and he's going to get the finish onto Task, and then the Sangwon retreat to escape. Mobility is hard to match here, as Obikim is being left behind. And Drifter's on the chase. Fremont, can he win this 1v1 against Cosmetical? It's going to be tough, but it looks like he should be able to shut this one down, and that's a big kill coming on through onto someone who can't res again.
And now there's another target coming on through. Obikim on the Apollo, extremely mobile though, looking to try to get out of there. Stalker's Mark to close the gap a little bit. Okay, we're going to try to ult to get out of dodge here, but I don't think it's going to work out. Very, very low HP here for Obikim. 142 HP, 80 HP. Oh, hello.
No way.
Okay, he's getting some heals. He's actually healing up a little bit. There's the Rejuve Crystal, though, that's going to be utilized. And Obikim might be able to turn the fight around, but every crystal now is gone. Quick life swap, and now matters made worse here for Obikim. Slowing Hex as well, so he can't have any escape options. Can't use that sigil. There's the sigil coming on through finally, but Obikim does go down, but the friends have come to support and punish Abrahams, who have been pursuing all of these kills.
I have to correct myself. OC is able to turn a lot of this damage around, man. In this last few minutes, yes, Buff and Joyers were able to get the mid boss, but that lead's been cut down to 4K. Together is still committed into this fight. Freyek trying to buy some time here for Cosmetical to get away, but he's still gonna fall. And I think so will Together if a parry connects. Freyek in the 1v1. Oh, she's got Hoot there off to his side. There's no way Together survives this. But the lead's only 3K now, Dan.
Yeah, insane that, I mean, I don't know how Abrahams have managed to do this, but a 3K difference is marginal at this time of the game. Like, it was what, almost a 12K difference at the 10-minute mark or something like that. That's insane that they've been managing to come back here. And let's not forget, they lost the mid boss, and it wasn't that they just lost the mid boss. Every crystal went to Buff and Joyers as well. So Abrahams have somehow managed to turn this game around completely. And I feel like it's game on now, AJ.
I think it came down to the macro. Again, like they let mid boss go, but they were stalling for mid boss so they can take a walk on the left hand side because they got the unstable rift. And I feel like did they get an earn as well off the back of that too? Because they took so much around the map here and really not many objectives. At least when it comes to like walkers or towards these guardians, they get an earn turned in. And it's only a 3K difference now between the two. So the momentum the Buff and Joyers had has been shut down, and maybe shut down for good, but they can't quite get the catch onto Hoot. And Greg's gonna be under pressure now. Counterspell comes on through to stop the hook from actually pulling him in with the chain gang, but the Rem is there. Saint comes on in with a huge nap time to shut this play down.
Yeah, now starting to see a lot of danger from the Abrahams roster. Already turning things around in the mid-fight, and just the chase down here. We're starting to see the power of Geist as well. OC's coming on through the life drain, but there's the wall to lock away the escape, and over the top we'll have the seismic slam finishing off OC's. So not a good look here there for OC's. That's going to turn the fight in favor of the Buff and Joyers side, as Zagi rips them apart with a minigun. We'll get the Apollo ult coming on through again from Obikim. Saint extremely low on HP. Buff and Joyers, though, they've got control of the mid position. And in the meantime, Arzo's been farming up here, Jason. He's been having just a very fanciful time on that right side lane, just farming up his Wraith.
I mean, look at the souls, Dan. Abrahams have the lead.
Insane.
2K ahead. I don't know how the hell this happened.
I know.
But they were able to turn around a 12K deficit and get the lead for themselves. And obviously, they have the lead currently. Whether or not that stays the same the next few minutes is definitely a question yet to be answered. But the way Buff and Joyous were playing, it's really hard for Abrahams to maintain the lead. But something about this, I mean, the thing is, they've been basically fighting. If we can take a look at player damage overall, I'm really curious, because I feel like Arzo's just not been there. He's been left to farm alone, as you mentioned before, and he's down there pretty much at the bottom with Saint at 6.5k. Listic has basically 3k more damage done. But like Zergy's up there, and we talked about, you know, Drifter before. He asked about like his plays currently in the meta, and Fremont's been doing some work. He's at 16,000 damage being done here with, you know, very minimal items, and he doesn't have the most farm on the team, but he's just continuing to pump away here. As Vrayek, he's gonna hit the lasso, and the backup's gonna be here out of Buff and Joyous, and that should be, well, of course, the caster curse coming on through and Fremont being cleaned up.
I'm curious what the kills and deaths are as well, because if we get a look at that, because it feels like Buff and Joyous have been pretty ahead in the kills. Oh my god. It's so insane that the game is so close. If you look at, I mean, it's assists are counted in there as well. So, okay, kills. Okay. Yeah, so 10, 16, 24, 27, 28 kills against 11 kills. That's insane that the game is so close.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's a testament to Abrahams to just keep focused in the game. I think a lot of people, a lot of teams would get like really tilted being 12k down like that, and with what came to Buffner's completely running the gauntlet, just smashing Abrahams. And you can see it together. I mean, he's been in most amount of kills so far in his team, at least participating in them. As it's like a little bit of a throwaway onto Brig. The Baroness Hotels. The fight's going to continue to break out here. Zergy's isn't in hot pursuit to actually join this fight. So is Arzo. And looks like Abraham's going to continue to go on the charge here. Together trying to lead the battle. The rest to lock in hand and a rim to his side. He's able to put in some like decent frontline pressure.
Yeah, really nice numbers advantage there. Good initiation, I think, from Abrahams. And they're going to be able to win this battle for the most part. It's forcing Buff and Joyous to fall back. Nox Nostra coming in, though, for Buff and Joyous to try to get something back in this fight. They chase down these isolated players down into the sewers. Rem being targeted, but I don't think that's going to make sense. So we'll get the double back coming on through from Cosmetical. Here's the real fight now. The pursuit from Buff and Joyous to try to punish Abrahams. And this is going to be very key timing. The Rift is coming up as well on the right side lane as well. So Buff and Joyous, only one player down at the moment against the two that are down for Abrahams. Looking like Buff and Joyous are in control at the moment. As well as Zergy, he's a POV right now on the McGinnis.
Hero Magnum picked up. Putting out some turrets so they can retreat away. They earn in the hands currently of Cosmetical, as they did with a sigh of relief, getting a 2-for-1 exchange there, but the souls are all equal once again. Mid bosses respawn back in, and I mean, Buffingers aren't set up for it. I don't really think there's a world they go for another time. Who just runs straight to the door? Oh my lord, he wants Tass. Trying to get back out through the door and does escape here. Obviously, the Stable Rift has been initially controlled here by Buff and Joyous, and they do secure it on top of that. And a kill. Oh, Fremont dies again. That's unfortunate for him and unfortunate for the team. But luckily, they have that left lane continuing to be shoved out by these minions. There's really no world that Buff and Joyous can take a walker off of this kill.
It is such a mystery how Buff and Joyous, or rather Abrams, have made the game so close. And we're going down for a mid-boss right now. It's actually Buff and Joyous who are going to be doing it again here. And it's going to force a reaction from Abrahams. They don't have many ults at their disposal except Nap Time in terms of the teamfight ults. The Nap Time's going to have to come in perfectly, but must be some cannon spells online here for Buff and Joyous to counterplay that. Seismic Slam over the top, ready to receive this push through the choke point, slowing it down. Crystals come down from the sky. We've got two Regis captured by Buff and Joyous. They'll get all three now as they look to clean up the remainder of Abrahams in this mid-boss pit. And we'll see the chaos here as life is looking not too fun right now for some of these Buff and Joyous players, but at least they got the Riju crystals. The fight looking overall better. There's the chain gang from Together here for Abrahams as they're trying to do everything they can to get rid of these crystals. They've gotten rid of every single crystal. Is there any extra value to be had here? Any players to be dropped? Doesn't look like it. That's as far as Abrahams could go. The three Rejus are dealt with, but it's going to come at a cost of 3 players.
Yeah, 3 players and probably a walker, especially on this right-hand side, and that's going to be a lot of extra control built up for Buff and Joyous. Extra flex slot on top. This is going to be very welcomed.
Did the minions take down the base guardians, Jason, on the left lane?
I think they did, man. And this is just continuing to show that Abraham's able to keep that lane consistently shoved. Obviously, Rem helps quite a bit with that one. This walker should be falling here. Disharmonic Saint. I mean, I don't really see a world you survive this. We have no one to jump to. Maybe you can get to Tass. Looks like he actually did get to Tass here in time to escape this one, but the walker will meet its fate eventually. Abraham's really going back on the attack. I mean, yeah, they took away the Rejuve crystals. But there's still a lot of damage here for Buff George. Telekinesis coming on through. Pulls Hoot back in. Dust Devil going to be up in time. And he creates some distance, but these jump pads actually helping out Abrahams here.
Barely escaping the cards there with the Dust Devil. So this is the thing that's really interesting about this game too, is that the longer it goes on, I mean, you know, Wraith gets a lot stronger. Geist becomes stronger as well. So this game is kind of crazy, Jason. I've got to say, it's honestly mystifying to me how Abrahams has managed to keep it so close, despite the fact that Buff and Joys were so ahead so early, have been running the shop, have been getting these mid bosses. The fact that Abrahams are just always in with a challenge on these mid bosses, and are able to get rid of all the Reju crystals. It's honestly incredible that Abrahams are doing this.
I mean, I kind of want to say Abrahams have a better comp for actually mid-boss contesting than Buff and Joyers has, but I think Buff and Joyers are almost just trying to brute force it. Like the fact you have a Chain Gang, a Nap Time, Darkness, but then you have a Doorman on top of all this is really proven to be really annoying for Buff and Joyers to deal with. And I think you saw the Seismic Impact come out of Listic to actually keep them away from the Reju Crystal pickup. I haven't been able to tell, though, if he maxed out a Seismic Impact so he can get like the really long stun, but more importantly, like the Unstoppable on top of this to prevent him from, you know, being dislodged from this position. I would imagine he has to have it because Task can just throw him in the Baroness Hotel otherwise. They're looking for their last walker here. And it looks like Reg is looking to set things up, and he catches the rat. Oh, he can't get out the door. He's stuck.
Or not according to plan, exactly. But Buff and Joyers are going to keep the pressure on this Walker. And that's 3 plays hit by the Apollo ultimate there. So life not looking all that good. Realistic, though, with 2 kills off of the back of that ultimate. And Abraham's now in trouble, looking likely to lose this Walker. Over the top, you've got the holiday play from Vrake coming on through as well. You've got the pressure from Hoot on this Mirage, dealing insane amounts of damage. Able to have his way with the entire team. And yeah, there's nothing they can do to stop this Walker.
Zergy's in their base. He's been fighting this one pretty much by himself. It was Obikim there eventually to help him out, but Obikim had met his fate, unfortunately. And Zergy's still aggressive. He's basically just 1v2 in the mid lane right now, trying to run away from this one. He has... His items are just insane here. Fear Trance can be back up as well. He's got Berserker fully stacked. If he turns this into a fight, he's going to do a lot of sustain here, a lot of damage. And looks like fine, they'll retreat away, but they took 2 walkers off of this. Over 20k lead now, and I can do that math. Okay, that's 22k. That's easy math. And then they retreat back to pick up the buffs and the urn, and maybe an unstable rift. I mean, maybe you have to give this one up because you don't have like your ultimates online, but like Zergy's damage. If we can take maybe a look at the damage done as well here, as you can see the soul difference. It's been probably really nutty. Yeah, Zergy and Hoot still up the top, and Arzo, I mean, just starting to come online a little bit as he's still 5k down from Zergy, but he's up to 16k damage, but still in the same place he was before, second from last.
Yeah, and the gap in souls is not big enough that if Wraith comes online a bit more and stays competitive, that this could end up being... There could be a world where there are some problems here for Buff Enjoyers. So we'll have to see how that's managed. Obviously, they have tools, a lot of tools, to be able to shut down a Wraith. But, you know, mid-boss up in just over a minute, and it's going to be very interesting to see if Abrahams wants to make that their next stand. Because if that's the case, then they're going to be looking to avoid getting picked at all and looking to instead try to ambush the mid-boss. But sometimes teams like to try to find a pick before the mid-boss, obviously, so they can try to convert. We'll see what they're up to do.
I like how this door is kind of acting as like a defense system for them. Not allowing Buffingers to have, you know, more free reign and more comfortability in the enemy jungle. Or OC 0-6 this game. Arzo 0-2. I think the focus has been really well done on keeping them out of this game. You see listed with the Juggernaut and the Phantom Strike to, again, make it so you're disarmed. They also had a Cursed Relic out of Rake picked up. I think we had another Disarming Hex, or at least it was the Arrested Barrel picked up initially out of Cosmetic. I didn't know if I saw it there yet again.
Huge pick.
Yeah, that's the power of the door, man.
Yeah, that's crazy because mid-boss is coming up here, Jason.
I mean, Buffingers looks like they just want to run through it. Listic, he's gone solo through the door as he's looking to escape from this one. Nap Time actually quite a bit being committed on towards him, and Listic will fall. And as you're saying, mid-boss coming up in just a few seconds. This could be the turning tide here for Abraham, so they can maybe pick up one more kill, get Dorman set up on the mid-boss. Buffingers, they have to be careful. They have to run.
Yeah, everybody's being picked off. It's just dominoes falling after that first kill with the doorman. It's all coming into place here now for Abrahams. We hear the roar of the mid-boss that awaits Abrahams after they go for these following kills. They might just wipe out everybody here for Buff Enjoyers, who are all trying to escape here right now. They've been completely routed. Everyone getting caught off in isolation as Abrahams are looking to start mid very, very shortly here to fully capitalize. Break's going to be up soon, so they're going to be quick on this one.
Oh, Hoot. Escalating. And up in a 1v1 against Fremont here, just trying to give him some oversight and try to do some pokes and get them a little bit lower before they transition into a fight. You know, Buffenders is not going to let this one go for free. Obekim's initially in. Do they have anything to stop this one? Zergy's off to the side. I think they actually might be letting this one go, but no, Break jumps on in. First Relic comes on through. Cosmetical is able to get a Guardian. Actually, base Guardians. Hoot and Cosmetical pushing the left-hand side while the rest of the team is trying to stall here and try to take down a Shrine themselves to alleviate pressure on this left-hand lane.
Okay, so they're going to get the Shrine. That's obviously big. Get the Mega Creeps and the rest of that goodness. So, you know, trying to get a good trade. That's definitely a good trade. But this is where things get really, really interesting, Jason, because 3 Rejuve Crystals, Abrahams with Wraith and Geist coming more and more online as time passes. This game is now suddenly so extremely open and almost feeling like it's going to be favorable for Abrahams, especially with that kind of level of doorman play that completely caught Buff Enjoyers off guard. That pick was mega value for Abrahams. And now, I mean, this gets very interesting because what did Buff Enjoyers do? Because they're going to get weaker as time goes on in terms of the scaling.
I wonder if that was a miscomms. Because Listic goes through the door by himself. And then it seemed like it was a scramble for Buff Enjoyers to like reinforce to help him out. Like you saw Cosmetical overextend to try to help him. I think you saw like Hoot do that as well. Like they tried to like back him up, and he did lure a lot of ultimates on towards him. Like nap time was even used to lock him down, which is one of the big factors Abrahams uses to secure mid boss. We still see together up there on the kill participation. Arzo still bottom. No, it's gonna I think start to rise here. He's at 36,000 souls, so he's ahead of OCs. OCs is still gonna do a lot of damage here, and I think Arzo has finally been able to outlast this game to the point that he can become a threat. Zergy still unkilled, just FYI.
Of course, of course. This has been an incredible game. Just okay. Well, we're gonna get the initiation that's together, and with the Rising Ram, Chain Gang as well committed. Wall to break him off from the rest of the team here. That's a great wall. The door though, maybe providing some extra angles here for Abrahams to get on top of the fight. Seismic Slam from Listic to try to find some stuns here, charging together into the wall. The Dust Devil as well to really lock him down, but somehow Together's alive because of Rem. Really, really good work there coming in from Saint to keep Together alive. And they're going to be able to back away from this one, Abrahams. They've only got 1 Rejuve Crystal left, but that forward movement was completely blown up by Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, really well done here to keep things at 1 apiece. I mean, technically they got 3 kills to the 1 death. I'm not quite sure how Vrake got caught out there, but Listic again with good size of impact came on through. Able to put, actually, I mean, it wasn't really good size of impact. It was more of the charge, the show charge right after that to pull Together as he came through the door out of position so he couldn't be saved. The fights continue when you heard the soul exchange come on out of OCs. And Fremont initially trying to run away from this one. They run through the door here looking for the doorman himself, and Tass is going to fall. The doors are no longer going to be a threat, and Zergy, he's just playing with Saint here, just trying to shoot him through the door, knowing it can't be closed on his face.
And that's going to give full map control to Buff Enjoyers. They're going to be pressuring every lane, getting the own behind this as well. And with Taz down, you know, it does limit some of the defensive capabilities somewhat. So Buff Enjoyers, who are looking like they need to finish this game soon. They're looking to go after the Wraith there as well. But yeah, they have to finish this game soon right now because, again, Abrahams, I think the longer this game goes on, the worse Buff Enjoyers' position might end up being. And so there's a lot of pressure here on them as they look to take the fight, try to take down more objectives. More base Guardians have been dealt with.
I mean, by taking that left-hand shrine, it really alleviates a lot of pressure on their left-hand lane because their shrines on the left-hand side is just completely vulnerable to be taken here. Mid-boss in a minute time. I mean, Task's going to be up before then, so Buff Enjoyers is probably just going to take as much farm as possible as they can away. I think Hoot was sitting on over like 6,000 souls when he turned in that urn. I didn't see what he quite picked up. He's at 41k, Zergy at 43k. Again, Zergy has not died in this game.
And this is the moment again, you know, the mid-boss is coming up. And previously we saw that Abrahams were able to get a pick using the doorman, using Taz, the doors, and jumping a player. I think it was Rake, actually, that got jumped previously. And then the House of Cards kind of fell down. Will Buff Enjoyers allow that to happen again. I just feel like it's to be very unlikely. They're going to be looking for that.
I mean, I feel like Abraham's obviously the state of the game that we're in. You're most likely going to be grouped up. Like these lassos haven't really done anything, but I don't really expect them to do anything.
They're
at
going
this
for it again
point.
here, Jason. Sorry to interrupt you, but look at where Taz is at the moment. He's looking for the door pick. His entire team is gathered around the door, looking to jump anybody on the other side. This could be where the game gets decided.
Especially with mid boss in 10 seconds. Buffingers need to stay grouped here to prevent any sort of kidnapping from happening, and Buffingers know this all too well. Zergy in particular. The Cosmetical is going to float up to the left-hand side. I think Hoot is just... I think they have an inkling that he's here. This Hoot has just been chilling in this position for such a long time.
Yep. Yeah, they've got to understand exactly what's going to happen. And the play's going to get forced behind enemy lines through the door. Everybody's going to burst out, trying to find the pick that they're looking for. And this is going to be very difficult. Instantly, Overkim does go down. So Buff and Joyce will lose a player thanks to that door play from Abrahams, who once again put themselves in position here to potentially be good for the mid-boss fight. OC's, though, getting critically low. He does have life swap online here for just another look at this. But we'll see if he's going to be able to get the chance to do it. OC says no HP, still sitting on the life swap. Looking for a target. And you got the pressure coming in from Abrahams to make sure that they're in a good position to take this mid-boss, but it still feels somewhat dangerous here.
Yeah, it's still not quite sold just yet. OC, he needs to hit a swap to feel more comfortable. As now, Buffingers going on the attack. And man, how many times is the door trick going to work? You saw Buffingers expecting it this time. They're still going to be down a player. They have to be so careful here. The door gets opened up once again. They're looking for Taz, trying to chase him down. They actually get into enemy territories. Cosmetical and Listic side by side, fighting against 4 players on the side of Abrahams, and they're on the chase here. Arzo, he needs to get some big value here at 41,000 souls. Some kills would be perfect time for them, considering mid-boss is up, and Cosmetical is just trying to survive. 600 HP. Where can he go? It looks like they actually ignored him for now as he gets back in the fight.
Yeah, you're totally right. Arzo is the man of this fight, I think, for Abrahams to see what can happen. Finally, Lifestop comes on through. That's massive as it enables Listic to get taken down. Still, though, Zergy fighting strong here in the heels, doing so much damage. 100 HP. Finally, Abrahams will take him down. They've lost OCs. They've lost Fremok, but they're still fighting 2 players. 3 players low for Buff and Joyce right now. Buff and Joyce struggling to survive, and in fact, they will lose multiple players. And Abrahams looking like they are in finally a position to take down this mid-boss. But there's actually troopers running into the base as well, so they're going to have more problems.
No, but they're still trying to get these kills. Overkim comes back into the fight. He's going to be blown up if he has a chance to do anything. Vrayek and Cosmetical alone against 4 of Abrahams. And it looks like they will be going for a mid-boss here. Just as a note, by the way, the soul exchange out of OC's, it caught Listic when he was already on low HP. So OC's dies from this as I think he misclicks trying to go for Zergy. This could have been a completely different fight as Vrayek, the lasso connects, but the door seems magical. You can't get him out.
Can't get him out. It's just, I mean, are they going to really try to do something here as Buff and Joyce? I think we've got 2 players alive. I don't know that there's too much they can do, but they are going to be trying, though. They understand how important this moment is. Cosmetical is going to get cursed there. He's going to look to find a steal. Can he get a steal? He does actually get a steal there. One of the crystals goes his way, but actually it's Vrayek. He's going to be resurrected, and immediately they're going to jump on top of Vrayek. Very mobile, though, on the holiday. Is Vrayek able to make the escape? The chase is continuing there. Does manage to get onto another jump pad, and Vrayek might have actually just gotten away. Trying to use the door, but can't quite find it in time.
Man, this has turned into a crazy game. 36 minutes. Keep in mind, early on, like 10 minutes in, it was a 12k lead for Buff Enjoyers. And that first mid-boss that they went for, you have to wonder, was it necessary? Did it cost them to lose control of the game? I mean, MVP performance so far out of TAS in particular, like to be able to play that aggressively far up. I mean, it's not too difficult, right? You have a door you know you can escape from, but the whole game plan of using that door to surprise Buff Enjoyers, catching them off guard a couple of times. And you know that saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I don't imagine Buff Enjoyers is going to let that happen a 3rd time.
Well, it's going to be the pressure now from Abrahams using those 2 rejuve crystals to finally deal with this mid-walker. There's Listic, though, the challenge against Together. And looks like Together's going to win the battle, forcing them back. Nap time comes in. It's going to get good connections. Again, zoning people away. But speaking of that, we do get the wall. But Rising Ram over the top there is going to keep Together in a good spot here to continue staying healthy in this fight. And now the walker's gone and the pressure continues. Arzo almost at 50k. Now Arzo is the richest player on the server for, I think, the first time in the game now that we hit the 37-minute mark. And the base for Buff Enjoyers is about to be potentially equalized because you got Abrahams in a position to siege.
I mean, they should easily be able to get one of these shrines. Then again, they do have 2 Redrew crystals. Nice charge out of Listic, pulls together out of position, but again, just retreats through the doorway, and that shrine has fallen. And maybe, just maybe, Abrahams are just going to be satisfied with the one shrine.
You know what? It does make sense, Jason, because again, the late game scaling is just better for Abrahams. So if they can be more conservative and make the game go longer, especially in this particular position, as long as they don't make a mistake and somehow they're not balancing their lanes correctly, their ways, they should be able to have like get even more ahead on the souls and then just be able to run over Buff and Joys, in theory.
Well, they're theories for a reason until they're proven or misproven. Then actually, I guess that's a law, and then you become disproven. Then you're, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Jake's smarter than me. You can bring him in whenever he's around to help with that one as he's casting NA today. But Abrahams, they're in the base. And they're looking for the fight. They're not even looking for necessarily the second shrine just yet. They want to catch out Zergy. The soul change comes on through, but Zergy's still relatively healthy. Not too worried if this one as he retreats back to his base and trying to get through the door and get out of this one, eventually able to make the hop, skip, and jump away. But Zergy, I mean, he's put on pressure now. Fremont is going to fall. The Riju crystals have disappeared. And Abrahams, they've lost 2.
Yeah, this is kind of what we're talking about here. You know, it's kind of dangerous. Very well defended from Buff and Joys. Now, Buff and Joys, of course, they've got to like really push all these lanes. They've got to get lane control against Abrahams. They're going to jump off of the zip here onto the right side lane. 2 players onto OCs, but another big push coming in on the other side as well. This pressure is going to be huge hit from Abrahams. The counter push could really ruin Buff and Joys here if they're not careful.
Thomason comes through just to disrupt this one and try to keep Cosmetical alive. Abrahams want to retreat away back to base and go for a full-on reset, but I don't think Buffjoy's going to let that one happen. Obicam continuing to get aggressive here as Listic comes in from the mid lane, maybe looking for a charge himself. Remember, he does have Phantom Strike to catch out on someone, and it might have been onto Arzo, but then Domitable can prevent him from actually getting locked down, and Obicam with free reign, free oversight on how this fight is breaking down. Looks like the call has been made to turn towards together as the lasso had come on through. I'm not sure if it connected, but they get the kill either way here. And don't tell me, Buff and Joyce, are they going to clinch this one from the grasp of defeat?
It's looking very likely, finishing up the boss shrine at the moment. 3 players down here for Abrahams. Abrahams have to be careful not to stagger their deaths here. The patron will drop, and there's going to be a moment there where for Abrahams, they will get one last chance, I would expect. I don't think Buff and Joyce are going to stick around in the base. Buff and Joyce are going to retreat a minute from the next mid-boss here, and we've seen how those fights have gone, how important they have been. And like you said earlier, Abrahams have a better composition for not just the mid-boss fight, but finding the pick that precedes the mid-boss fight with the door play. And so now the job for Abrahams is to clean up the lanes as best as they can, and then try to set up another fights to get a pick or a good team fight into the mid-boss. And if they mess it up, if they mess anything up at this point, the game is over for Abrahams.
I worry that Abraham's win condition here is to use the task door again to catch someone. Because that's where they've been successful, right? I feel like they're not really winning these like 6-on-6 fights. They're winning off the surprise factor of instantly giving someone because of the help of the doorway. And if Buff and Joyce prevent that from happening, what's Abraham's backup plan? Like, what's their plan B? I know Arzo's at 52k souls. He's come online for sure. Zergy's also at 53k. And both of them have decent front lines to allow them to just attack as much as possible. So I'm not sure. What does Abrahams do here on the defensive to get back in this one? Does it come down to Buff and George trying to take mid-boss and you contest?
Yeah, I think it's interesting too for the setup. We had Fremont using the Eternal Darkness.
Oh, the Veilwalker lasso?
All that thought, the pick coming in, the attempt. It's Vrake this time that's going to be able to lasso someone away, and it's going to force the initiation of the team fight together. In on the front, Vrake, can he escape this one with the jump pad? Will be able to, and you got together now in trouble. Gets the heal from the tag along, and straight back into the fight. The charge preventing him from getting away. Seismic Sam again preventing him from getting away, but the door is there.
Not sure if Listic intended to catch together, but they get killed on the same cheat death. Even being procced here, so the swap can come through out of OC's. A smart pickup as Zergy. Very low in health. They have the 1 kill advantage. Continue to go on the chase. And actually able to turn this one around, looking for Cosmetical. And they're going to get the catch onto him. Cosmetical's going to fall to keep things equal. Except Listic was able to take down OCs. So still man advantage for Buff Enjoyers. And together, how much more of this can he take? He gets parried by Zergy. No way at this point. And he goes down. Zergy, can he survive? With the help of Listic and Abrahams are falling one by one.
Massive cart from Taz to lock down Zergy, and that might make somewhat of a difference here, but what can Arzo do? I mean, maybe he's lost too many teammates at this point. Buffenjoy is in a great position now to maybe get this mid boss. Arzo gets absolutely sniped by the barrels, and somehow Buffenjoy is with a great initiation on the fight. No matter what amazing work the Taz is able to do, including an escape parry, it's going to be a mid boss here for Buffenjoy.
No,
and
it's
given
game.
this the last patron, it's
Yeah.
they're
send it, man.
Go for it.
You got a minion wave. You got 30 plus seconds on anyone that really matters. This is going to be a closeout of the first game when Buffenjoyers being pushed to the brink, honestly, by the new Abrahams with a sub out of Fremont. It came down extremely close here, Dan, but Buffenjoyers just barely at the end off the back of some big plays out of Listic in particular with a seismic impact paired in with the charge as well. Able to turn this one around and keep Buffenjoyers in for the dubs. 1-0 for Buffenjoyers, but it's not over just yet.
Truly an insane game of Deadlock. I think that's going to be one of the best games we've had in Deadlock Night Shift history, Jason, because just the nature of the fact that you had the 12k advantage for Buffenjoys. Abraham somehow turned the game around when I think the largest deficit was 36 kills to like 11 or something insane like that. And Abraham's managed to somehow regain the soul lead and managed to have these mid-boss contests where they were able to just get rid of the rejuves, and then they get into a position where their late game activates, and they actually have an opportunity to win it off of the back of the doorman plays and picking up more favorable mid-bosses. And it only truly started to go wrong, I think, at the end when we saw that them sieging the base and maybe not respecting how much damage was really there on the defense from Buffenjoys.
I mean, it kind of started, not to call him out in particular, but on the retreat away when Abrahams had control, it came down to like Fremont getting caught, and then they paired it into another kill, and that kind of gave Abrahams the freedom to push out a little bit and feel a little bit more comfortable around the map, because every time Tass was up and the entirety of Abrahams were up, they were worried about just the surprise fight that they're not expecting. But I do wonder, Dan, and I like to look back on this whole game, if that first mid boss never happened, which kind of allowed Abrahams to start to equalize things and catch back up. Remember, they were down by like 10, 12k. It was like a 12-minute mid boss. Would that game have gotten to the point that Abrahams could have caught up? Because OCs was shut down so hard in lane. Arzo also like wasn't really doing anything in lane. Thinking back to the early starts of how things worked out here, like Vrake was constantly rotating to that left lane to shut down OC to prevent him from being a threat. And yet they're able to bounce back. I really do wonder, was that mid boss, the first one being called, the big turning point to allow Abrahams to get in the game?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's something that I was thinking about during the game as well. And I'm just really not sure what the answer is, because, I mean, it has to be more than that too, based on just the amount of advantage Buffenjoys had that Abrahams was slowly able to work back. And it's not like Buffenjoys were wiped out of this situation exactly either, but the macro behind it, I think, like you highlighted,
yeah,
Abrahams did so well on ensuring that they had their lanes like really pushed whilst that was going on. So I guess it gave this small window of space for Abrahams to do that. So yeah, I mean, just so well played by Abrahams. I mean, we actually even, I guess, in a sense, foreshadowed it to a certain degree when we were talking earlier about Abrahams, I think in the first match, that they are known as the hardest team to put away. Once they, like, you know, you can have a lead against them, but it's so hard to capitalize.
Yeah, and again, like we said before about old Buffenjoyers, not to glaze them too much, but you might beat them in the beginning, but you have to close out the game, and it's not over until the Fat Lady sings. And this surprise play completely catching Obikim. I mean, you could see, like, Zergi wasn't necessarily there at the time, Listic wasn't necessarily there at the time. They had to quickly rotate in to save them. But that gave like Abraham's good control. And that was a swap coming on through. It catches Listic, and it actually allows Zergi to keep fighting. He gets to a 7-kill streak here. Eventually, he does fall in that fight, but it allowed them to like keep things a little bit more equal. If that exchange happened onto Zergi, I do wonder, would Buffenjoyers have lost that fight even harder? But that was the kill into Fremont I was mentioning before. Then they're able to turn it into more kills. The parry out of Zergi at the end here on Together, who was in the most kills participated out of Abraham's, being like their anchor of the team. Eventually, it cost Zergi his life in that fight, but man, the damage was done. Break was able to come in and clean things up.
Yeah, really incredible game, and it's very hard as well to kind of like pinpoint the most valuable player. I felt like I'm like wondering what that even looks like, given the twists and turns that we saw in this game and the role that everybody played in it.
Oh,
I mean, what about you, Jason? Do you feel like there is an obvious answer for that question?
Can you ask me the question again? I'm just like completely entranced by these highlights. Oh, MVP of that game.
Who should MVP be?
Bro, I don't even know, man. There's like, I feel like if you're talking Abrahams, it has to be together. Like he was constantly like, I wish we had like a damage taken number in there as well, because I guarantee he was number one for Abrahams. But just to be that front line with support out of Saint to keep him alive was not easy to do. And considering he had to worry about like Zergy and Hoot and Cosmetical, the amount of burst damage that Buffenjoy's had on his side, I feel like he deserved it. On Buffenjoy's side, Vrayek. I mean, come on, like Vrayek opened up the beginning of that game for sure.
Yeah, I think Vrayek is definitely a good shout. I think Zergy as well had a pretty phenomenal performance on the McGinnis. I feel like of all the McGinnises we've seen, I mean, pretty insane. And look at the damage output there. It's what you, I suppose, understand the potential to be of a good McGinnis. But Zergy, I feel like Zergy doesn't matter what you put him on, you never see a bad performance really. And so I could see him being in the argument too. But yeah, Vrayek, I think, especially in the early to mid game, I think Vrayek was absolutely the architect of the lead that Buffenjoy has got, and created so many opportunities. So I could definitely get on board with Vrayek too.
Bro, it's crazy to look at the soul difference graph and just see the majority of the time, let's just say like a good 70+% was Buffenjoy's with the lead, and yet Abrahams were so close to winning that game at the end, able to just like drag things back. I mean, obviously we had a big lead around the 10-minute mark, which was about 12K, and then it eventually dwindled because of the mid-boss play that happened. But to kind of pull things back there, but pull things back like multiple times, I think is not easy to do. And you know, if it was any other team out there when Buffenjoy's had that 10K lead or 12K lead 10 minutes in, I feel like they would have just mentally given up. But Abrahams didn't, and I think that's a good sign for them.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I think it's just one of those things that I just love has continuity in terms of their storyline. Is that they're just so good in these particular moments. Like we've talked about it for so long. There's something about the DNA of the team. Even when a lot of the players have changed, they have this amazing resiliency. And what's insane too is that was just the first map, and there's a potential for 2 more. So we'll have to see exactly what happens, because I think we've got to take a quick break here, Jason. Catch a breather, and we'll be back with the second draft to figure out like how is this series going to evolve map to map.
I got something. They took out Ace. Incoming. They took out Drifter.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
I see Holiday.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard of the secret shop, but this is the exclusive shop brought to you by Curry's and Intel Gamer Days. And boy, do we have some deals for you. To start things off, we have the Acer Predator Helios Neo 16 AI, and I got one of those for my missus. Big fan. If you guys like that, I got some other stuff that fell off the truck, like the Acer Predator Helios 16 AI 16-inch, if you like things a little bit bigger. And also, as we take a look here at another big deal coming your way, remember you can type !Curry's in chat. We have the Acer Nitro N20 with a little bit of the Divine right here in your hot little hands. Now, if you guys are interested in those three, I don't go around selling these to just anyone. We have the Acer Nitro V16 with deals coming your way here from Curry's. Remember, type !Curry's in the chat or !IGD to check out all of our Intel Gamer Day deals coming your way today, as they are a supporter here for the show. A big shout out to them once again. I hope you guys enjoyed the exclusive shop. It's not open for anyone. That's why Dan's not here. Dan, are you still here? I can throw it back to you. Oh, yeah, okay. We actually are like, I thought I had 5 seconds. That was a little loud. I thought I had a little bit more time to throw that green screen out of here. But hello, Dan. Welcome back to the show, Mr. Primal Face.
Dude, it looked like the secret shop. Those offers are so hot. The secret shop was looking like it's going to take off. The curiosity shop. It was like shaking around when you're in there. That's pretty cool. I heard
like whoever that was, like the shopkeeper there, like doesn't do deals for anyone. But I'm going to hit him up after the show and see if I can get some sick deals for myself. I
honestly didn't know that you would look so good in that shop, Jason. It kind of looks like it's made to be.
I mean, was it me? I mean, I guess it was me. I didn't change my shirt or like have any disguise. Yeah, it looks like it might fit me. Maybe it's something I need to do in the future.
A good little side hustle, maybe like at a live event. Again, there's something cool like live event ideas. I can't wait to have those Deadlock lands. Or
just have like caster packs in the game, and then you can just have us like with a microphone and like a suit and stuff like that.
Oh my god, would they do that? I don't know. But you know what, Jason, we've got to move on to more serious items, because we just had an absolute banger of a first map between Buff and Joy's and Abraham's, and I don't know even how to locate issues in the draft. You know, we usually will exit that first game and we're like, okay, this worked really well, that didn't work so well. I mean, Abraham's, they were 36 and 11 down in kills and deaths. Like that's like what the worst I think state of the game was for them. Yeah. But then they brought it back. So was anything really wrong? I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So let's change the topic then, or look at it from a different point of view. If they didn't have Doorman, would that comeback have been possible?
It's a great point. I think absolutely not. I think the Doorman's ability, especially for those key mid bosses towards the end, that's what really did turn things around. Like, because so they get the first fights they pick with the Doorman door, but then the second mid boss around, they're looking for it again. Buff and Joys don't give it, but still, it's still so strong of a play that it's just enough to get your entire team instantaneously teleported into the back line. That is still so strong. So So yeah, I kind of think that the Doorman and the Taz's performance on it is pretty heroic.
Yeah. And again, like you saw, I think at that point that we're talking about in particular, Buffingers, they wanted to like spread. They wanted to like shove out some lanes. They wanted to like get some farm in other places. But like the second that door opens and the entire team comes running through, you have to quickly get back to your team. And if you don't, like, I mean, obviously it didn't work out for Buffingers there. And it worked out really well for Abrahams. But if they didn't regroup as quickly as they did, would there have been even more kills that happened? Would it have been, you know, a completely different game? And that makes us turn our attention towards the draft coming up of what do we expect to see banned? Because that was a lash ban to start things off with here out of Buffingers. They heavily focused OC's hero pool. If you think about the Venator and the lash in particular, which allowed Doorman to be picked up, do we see a switch up in that? And maybe we, you know, see Buffingers actually pick a lash like in top 2 if they aren't first pick? I think there's a lot of questions about that when we do eventually head into the draft.
That's a great setup. I think that could very well be what we see. I think that's a really good call out. Like picking the lash away, being able to ban the Doorman instead. I think those are really good calls, and I do like those adjustments based on what we saw. And that's of course interesting because it does enable OCs to have a bit freer of a hero pool, but still not maybe the kind of full strength lash. But that also like brings into question: do Abrahams want to give up the holiday? You know, is that something that they want to allow to go the other way in the top 3? Because that was another thing that got stolen from them and was used, as you pointed out, by Vrake. So it's just insane potential. And then another question is I think there also, which is that will Vrake be freed up to actually get a Calico pick in if that happens? And because that could be, you know, the reaction. So a lot of really interesting potentials here. And I'm trying to will the draft to start, but it's not working.
Yeah, we're apparently a little bit early for that. But I mean, one thing I think we did see, as Lord and M trying to mog me in chat, is that I don't think we've ever seen Buffingers target ban one player like that.
Ooh.
I don't think we've ever seen that in my like recent memory, right? And to do that against OCs, I think shows the respect they have for OCs, and also shows, okay, it could be respect. It also could be the advantage they know they can poke. Or like, I guess the punishment they can poke for them is that they know they can take away some of his hero pool, and guess what? It's not as an effective OCs. I think we've talked about this many times when he's back on the Leviathan squad, that if he doesn't get a comfort hero, then he kind of struggles. And Zergi's kind of the opposite. Zergi just doesn't really care what he's playing. He can still play anything to a really high level. Maybe not to the mastery level of OCs when you get him like a super good comfort hero, but definitely good enough to be the reigning king for how many weeks now it's been for Buffingers. So that's an interesting note going into this next draft is like, will they continue to focus him? Is that something they really care about? Was the Doorman more something that they need to actually take away because it was very frustrating? But Abrahams have actually deterred the first pick for themselves since they lost. They got the choice, and Buffingers will actually get the choice of first pick here.
Okay, it's going to be interesting. And there you go.
The Doorman. Okay.
You are correct. We've made a few predictions following this as I think the first sort of like step in those decisions. So I don't think we really talked about what Abrahams might be looking to ban here, but what do they want to deny for the first pick?
Right pocket, right? Oh, Mirage.
Mirage. Okay.
Wait.
That was the first pick, right? Last game. So I think, you know, who ended up on it?
Well, it was first pick for Buffingers because Abrahams took Billy. But Buffingers just take Billy. They don't really care about pocket being played as much as other teams would.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right. So
you're giving over Billy and pocket potentially to Abrahams. I mean, yeah, but again, like I said, pocket's not a big deal, but that's how big of an emphasis they want to punish OCs. That's crazy.
Bro, I feel like Deathy's really happy right now. Just a level of value that's being placed onto Lash is out of this world right now.
Yeah.
So McGinnis, Billy, right? I mean, he'd be foolish not to get together on Billy. His performances have been, you know, immaculate on Billy. Like he's been the core of the team.
I mean, I see no reason to not pick him. Yeah.
Okay.
So I do wonder though, will Buffingers go pocket
or holiday?
Pocket,
I mean, I feel like they have
both?
to get. Yeah, they could get, but I do think those are the two potential top picks.
Or Calico.
Absolutely.
Doesn't get banned on the turn. I think you could be like willing to let pocket go in top 3 and maybe get him after the second set of bans, but I think maybe I don't think it's as high priority.
I think they want Holiday because I think that they would fear Holiday getting into the hands of Abrahams more so than they care about Calico. Okay, so Rem, number 3. Okay.
Wait, okay. Okay, just to check. Are these teams on the right side? Production. Are we 100% sure they're on the right side?
Questioning production. How dare he?
It's happened once. I think, was it last week or week before? Okay.
The answer was, I think so. That's great.
I mean,
well, there's Pocket.
Yeah, I mean, like at first pick Lash, it kind of does lean me towards thinking Buff and Joyers is for sure on that side because they really want to punish OCs. Yeah, but
against Rem and Abrams is kind of nice. It's kind of nice, Jason.
I mean, you do prevent the healing, but only if you get the affliction is the key thing here. Only if you get it. And I wish we had like the ability to dive into stats, but like average members hit with affliction against Buff and Joyers versus any other team, and I almost guarantee you Buff and Joyers is way lower than every other team we see out there. So it's really hard against this team in particular, who just invests so heavily in counter spells to hit good ults against them.
Holiday, it's got to be right.
Let's have fun,
Guys, okay, don't care about Holiday. I don't know. It's so crazy, Jason, when we have seen both games Holiday be extraordinarily impactful. That's the priority hasn't been placed there as much, which I think says a lot about the what is perceived to be important as the core. It's so Buff and Joy's get it 4th. I think this is where they picked it up last draft too.
Let's see what they go with now. I mean, again, they're like Zergy can play Lash. Again, Mina's open, but I think I would imagine OC is going to be either on McGinnis or Geist here. So I don't think they can really outpick him in particular anymore, but they do get a Venator. Okay.
Interesting. So do you think who do you think is going to be on the Geist, and do you think OCs will be on Geist again, or do you think they pick something else for him? Like
I don't know.
A Wraith again. I don't know. I didn't like how that kind of worked out last game.
So Tass is on Bebop, which for sure means Arzo and OCs are on McGinnis Geist. On who's on which one, I could not tell you, but my gut reaction says OCs is on Geist and Arzo's on McGinnis. But who's gonna be the pocket player though?
Ooh, long time no see, Mr. Shiv.
Huh. So Saint's gonna be on McGinnis. Is Saint gonna be on McGinnis? And then was Arzo or OCs playing pocket? Very interesting. All right, I mean, we'll obviously get to find out relatively soon, but this is another level to Abraham's. I'm enjoying, man, because we talk about how Buff and Joris has no one in the world that can challenge them in terms of flexibility across their hero pools within the entire team. But Abraham's is bringing something new. Like if you see Shiv, I mean, that's going to be Fremont Shiv actually. It's going to be together on Billy for sure. Like those in my head, done. But I imagine it's got to be Saint on McGinnis, Tass on Bebop, and then OC's on Geist and Arzo on Pocket, or has OC's been practicing Pocket? That'd be pretty interesting. So we'll see. And Vindicta probably going to be towards Hoot, as we mentioned before, that he's been playing a lot of the flyers for the team.
I do like that we have the Bebop Lash battle. I think that's we're sticking to the lore pretty reliably there. I do think Shiv as well. I think is going to be a very a nice answer also to a few different things. I think obviously like the knives have a lot of value, especially against the Lash, because Lash can be hard to pin down. But if you just get 2-3 knives in there, that's kind of difficult to deal with. And so I'm curious, how it's going to shape up, Jason, because I'm just right now I'm thinking what do they have to lock down or deal with Lash, because Lash seems to be a huge problem, and that's represented by the fact that it's first pick for Buff and Joyous. So what do you think is the best option for Abrahams against Lash?
So I think maybe we're looking at it a different I don't want to say not the right way, because I don't think Zergy's going to play Lash in the sense of let me look for big death slams. I think they're going to put the pressure mostly on Vraic to hit the lassos and then they have a stake to follow up with. I think Zergy's just looking for mostly damage in the air, and then when he has good opportunities to death slam, I think he will. Because I think one good way is obviously the hook, which you can save for him, but you also have not time to worry about. But then you also have the McGinnis wall that you can just block off the ability to be targeted by the death slam. So I think they have two decent options to deal with him. I don't think they're going to build a knockdown, but I wouldn't actually hate the knockdown because then you have value against Hoot and Zergy with it. And even technically Vraic on the holiday with it. But yeah, I don't think Zergy's going to look for those big death slams that we would expect out of maybe Hoot if he was playing it in particular on this lineup.
Okay, so like in OC's pocket, then you're right. Like it's going to be Saint on the Guinness.
This is
So
hard, man.
utility Guinness, then I suppose.
Yeah.
Which means that Arzo is going to be more like hardcore, like feed the Geist, protect the Geist, and just pressure the map, try to keep everybody off of Arzo. So this farm is not going to be spread as much, which means that the rest of the team will be able to be more active as well. Because I think that was part of what played into the 12k lead, actually, to be honest, Jason, is that, with both Geist and Wraith in the early game, like it's hard to be as present against the opponents.
I mean, you saw like Arzo in the last game on the Wraith. He was second bottom from damage, just behind or just ahead of Saint on the Rem. But what if we've talked about this with Cosmetical before, I think like a few weeks back, and we have to give like the roses to OCs here too. Cosmetical showed us in one game in a series a few weeks back that he could play like Mina or Pocket, and he was like very in your face. And the next game he played like Venator, which is like very anti that, and you kind of stay back and you have to change mentally how you approach the game. If OCs can pull off Pocket, I will be so impressed. I think that shows some growth as a player for him, because he's, again, been vocal about he really enjoys the assistance of calling from teammates to potentially know him where he's safe and not safe. And as a Pocket, you can never really be safe. You need to be in the front lines. You need to look for those afflictions, and you look for the damage. So if OCs can be successful here, I will be so impressed and so proud of him as a player. But to make that switch up is going to be very difficult for him.
Well, I'm also looking forward to the fact that we've got a Shiv and Vindictor in the game as well, because this is not something we've seen too much of lately. Like Shiv kind of disappeared, was one of the most enduring heroes, I think, at like top prio for forever with Deadlock, but kind of disappeared until recently, and I wonder if he's been undervalued. Do you think Shiv has been undervalued in general, or?
I want to say so, but I mean... Yeah, I want to say undervalued, because I feel like the value's been put on other heroes, because they realize, oh yeah, these heroes are like strong again, or still strong. Like McGinnis, when would we ever see a McGinnis over a Shiv? And that just kind of comes around to the meta slowly adapting, and like people realizing, oh wait, if we play the hero this way, it can be really successful. I think people always like sleep on Shiv whenever the nerfs come through, because he's I still don't feel like you can properly nerf him until you like hit some of the mechanics of his kit that makes him so important and so impactful in this high level play. Like the movement, you can try to chip away at the movement, which they kind of did, right? They reduce the distance you dash with your killing blow now, so you can't use that as an escape mechanism, and rather more so you try to use it as damage. So I don't know, undervalued. I think Shiv will come back into meta for sure at some point.
Maybe today can be that moment. We'll see what the performance from Freemock is. Obviously, Freemock is a great Shiv. So
was that ZP saying that Freemock is the best Shiv EU, if I remember correctly?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was.
I mean, if you have LeBron on the team, give him the ball, and they gave him the Shiv.
Yeah, and I mean, getting it last pick might be really good value. And I mean, I guess like I forget if you just mentioned this, but like the shotgun movement getting nerfed a little bit again and again, that I think that has eaten away into probably how it has felt. It's probably felt a lot worse to play Shiv at the top level, because the optimization around the movement and the timings is obviously going to be so fine-tuned at that level. So that's gonna like feel really bad. And so my point with that is that that might also cause some of the overreaction, where it's just not as fun to play Shiv as more. It probably feels just generally worse. But at the same time, I mean, the knives go really hard in this game, Jason. So we'll see how it pans out as we dive in to map number 2 here for the shift. Number 51 here for the European portion. Buff and Joy is up a map in a thrilling first game. So I hope you're ready for another hour, because Abraham's, I'm sure, Jason, have actually a better game here. They cannot have as bad of an early game as they did in that last match.
Yeah, I thinking back on it, I feel like it's been at least a month since we've had a 2-0, and I think that happened last week at Buff and Joyers, and that was the last time we ever saw such a dominating performance between these two teams in particular. So I don't expect that to happen again. I feel like we're still going to go the full 3. And once again, a big shout out here to Intel and Curry's here, bringing us the Intel Gamer Days, helping support the Deadlock scene, giving us 4,000 into the prize pool for the next 4 weeks. It's going to be great to see, and hopefully, encourages the players to keep on playing along, and hopefully some new teams to come around as well, man. I know sometimes people get tired of seeing the same teams every week, but they're here for a reason, because they're the best teams out there, and we would love to have more and more teams, be able to qualify in through and participate here. And luckily for us, we've had more events happening outside of Night Shift.
Yeah, and I think as well, we're looking at like the best version of what this game looks like as an esport right now by getting these rematches at the top level. So I think there's a lot to be said for that. And I think that previous map that we just saw was a good example as to how the quality of games can be higher because of it too. But let's not talk about some of these lanes then, I suppose, Jason. You got the Shiv paired up with the Bebop. I think that's definitely a nice pairing for in terms of the lane pressure. If you can land the knives, of course. But I mean, Lash and Holiday certainly has a lot of good poke as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I actually don't know who I favor in this matchup. I'm trying to think about it. Because it really comes down to if the hooks land, and I mean, it is TAS. He is one of the best Bebops, and I say that for a reason. But I do wonder, is there going to be any kills onto these guards early? I mean, the pressure is coming out of Abraham's right off the bat here, waiting before we get any of these abilities unlocked that are very troublesome, but already Drake's able to push in and hit, you know, a nice little barrel. I don't know. I think this lane could potentially just be somewhat of a stalemate, but if I were to give it an idea of who I think wins, I would have to say Buffingers, especially when we get these ultimates online.
All right, well, let's look at that some Vindicta lane. It's the classic Vindicta plus Abrams, the classic combo, Hoot and Listic. That's going to be pretty nasty, but against a Geist and Pocket, a lot of nice burst damage there as well as good trades. I think the life swap, life drain is like a really, really nice trade against the Abrams as well. So let's see how that pans out. But okay, well, we haven't talked about this lane yet, but looks like Billy's dead already. Goodbye together.
Yeah, not really often we expect to see where we ever see like a Venator and a Rem together, but initial kill, it's a strong start. You see actually the monster rounds picked up as well to help counter push out this lane, especially when you're up against McGinnis. You almost are forced to buy monster rounds unless you want to let your Guardian go down early on. Cosmetical's not someone you want to see get started early, and more importantly, Together's not someone you want to see struggle early. If you think back to the last game, again, he had over like 83% kill participation. He was leaps and bounds beyond everyone else on the team, and he was a pivotal player in that roster to actually get them to that point in the game. So Together, hopefully for him, can bounce back. Maybe pulling the goal Listic combo, have those deaths early on, and it just helps power you up.
And I'll tell you the exciting thing about this game for me, one of the exciting things, as Obicum dies. Oh my goodness, how on earth was he parrying that? Listic, not even visible on the screen, gets the parry, and there is the life drain coming through to finish off Listic. I was about to say, Jason, that one of the exciting things for me in this game is OC's on Pocket, because we got to see OC's in a completely different speed in the last game, not really getting too much, a very slow game on the Geist. Now, OC's, I mean, if we're talking about a hero that can run away with an early game, it's Pocket, and it's in the hands of OC's.
I mean, it feels like he's playing a different role for the team, too. It feels like he's playing like a secondary M1. I mean, obviously not on Pocket here. But compared to the last game, he wasn't the one prioritized when it came to farm. It was Arzo on the Wraith. So not only is he having to play with the new team, but he's also having to play a somewhat different role within the team. And we'll see how he's able to grow as a player within this Abraham's roster. And if he can kind of access the strength he had on M1 heroes in particular when he played on Leviathan, that made him so powerful.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun to see it play out in front of us as we get some pressure here. Get together, maybe wanting some revenge from that earlier situation where he went down, but quick cushion onto McGinnis. Saints, not going to be too annoying. Saint getting the intensifying rounds early with the monster. That's like, if you want to maximize pressure on the lane, you get intensifying rounds right off the monster, and you're going to be, look at the damage it does to the towers. It's actually so ridiculous.
Yeah, you're seeing them struggle in the left-hand lane to deal with this too. They lost Ovikim before in a fight that broke out that we didn't see on screen, but they're going to lose this lane battle. I mean, they've done no damage to enemy Guardian. They can't really shove the lane like their opponents can. Billy and McGinnis together. I mean, if you ever want to combat against them, I feel like you need to get like Rusty Barrel picked up to slow their attack speed, and they get the catch on a Cosmetical. They knock down the door with a great gut shot to push Saint away, but the damage is still being done here as they're still continuing to chase on forward. And Buffingers, this is looking like a lost lane, honestly.
Yeah, and I think you know, taking down Cosmetical like this, it's that's the mission. Of course, on top of, you know, getting this Guardian down really quickly. And something I'll say too, it remains to be seen as Obikim comes in to try to actually take down Together. Very low on HP, and I don't know that this is very bold from Obikim. He's going to take a lot of HP off of it. Oh my god, still converts that. Just jumping out of the Trooper with the cushion, able to get it done there. And actually looking to convert on Saint. That quick headbutt there as well as Cosmetical comes in, and it's going to be able to reclaim some of the souls that they lost. However, Guardian did go down, so that is a win ultimately for Abrahams.
I don't know how Oh, Beckham actually doesn't die there. Great little hop to the minion while Cosmetical is respawning back on through, and they lose another Guardian in the mid lane here. But a Hyperline comes in onto Tass. Barrel as well. And I guess I'm kind of like wrong on all fronts here as a great hook comes in on the break under the tower, but it's not gonna matter.
That was
wait, she's
very
coming.
sly.
Does Fremont know where he is?
I see Holiday.
Throne blades.
Oh, the umbrella! Oh, if that umbrella didn't catch that serrated blade, I actually
Headed to York.
think that might have actually doesn't have much spirit power. I don't know. That could have been close to a kill and break.
Well, okay, so Abraham's with a fantastic start here. I mean, soul difference is not really that big, but they've got a lot of map control here, having success. They've taken down every Guardian, Jason. Every single Guardian at the 6.5 minute mark. Every one, and not a single one of theirs has gone down. That's kind of remarkable. I mean, I don't think we ever really see that.
You say not a single one's gone down, but two of them haven't taken any damage so far for Abrahams. Only one on the right-hand lane has taken damage. That's kind of crazy to see. Maybe we can actually get a look at objective damage in a second as well, as it looks like a lasso connected onto Tass and the follow-up by Zergy with the ground strike. Looks like they might not pick up this kill here, even with Saint rotating on through, and maybe we'll see a Guardian go down here on this right-hand side. Hoot looking for the snipes. Oh my god, Arzo on 1 HP.
Let's take it and lock it.
Can't quite connect the follow-up shot here. No quick flick for him. Or quick stroke, I should say.
Okay, well, this is going to go in for it with the Siphon Life. That's going to do the job. Okay, Hoot getting punished. Oh, finding a quick punch on the way out, making it hurts. And, okay, very interesting situation, because despite losing the 3 Guardians, you have to imagine that Buff and Joyce have been getting a good situation on the kills, at least punishing the forward pressure from Abrahams, because it's the only thing that really explains why the soul differential isn't bigger.
Take out Bebop.
Look at that objective damage. Saint just punishing that lane at 4.3k. As you mentioned, the monster rounds and intensifying. And only 2 players on Buff and Joyce's side have been able to touch Guardians. And that was just in the right lane alone, as we mentioned before. So great stuff, actually, for Abrahams. And the thing is, even with all those Guardians taken, they still only have a 3k lead here 8 minutes in. And it's about if they can actually use the Guardians being down to their advantage to look for these kills in the jungle and get these catches. As you see, like Cosmetical trying to look for Sinners here on the left-hand side, and he's not safe to do so. And it's retreat back to the Walker. I mean, if you look at the jungle creeps that are accessible now by Abrahams, this should net them into a pretty substantial lead here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what's interesting, as we see actually Vreka finding 3 kill streaks. Again, I think, yeah, getting the kills here to really make this work out. But I would expect to see Saint on McGinnis kind of switching into more of like the supportive version of the McGinnis, more utility version of McGinnis, as opposed to what we saw from Zergy, which is like the damage carry version of McGinnis. I would expect.
I wouldn't really hate like
some siege,
like Mystic Slow, like for your turrets. I wouldn't hate the idea of that, and like maybe Suppressor as well, because you kind of like. One thing Buff and Joyce did well that you mentioned in the last game was like their movement and the mobility they had as a composition. And if you can hit the mobility once again here with these turrets, I feel like you do get some decent control, and you kind of prevent Buff and Joyce from looking for these fights that they potentially want. That gut shot, not going to connect out a Cosmetical, and it's a good movement out of Fremont. Actually gets him. It gets him out of this fight, and actually, a knife would have been enough to actually finish off Cosmetical, but he survives for now. I think Fremont's on the chase though. He's like right around the corner from him.
Oh, the
blade
battle
missed.
continues. Wow. Okay. All right, I'm believing, ZP. I'm believing. Yo, okay. He can't escape. What a catch. The lassos today have been phenomenal. Just imagine if you didn't play Deadlock, when the lasso was just like, you just point and click, and you could just get it instantly. You know, you don't have to aim it. It wasn't a skill shot.
Wait, was it ever not a skill shot?
I don't think it was. I think it wasn't a skill shot ages ago, right? But we got a big battle over the buffs here, and it's not looking good here for Zergy. His shield gets whittled away, and he gets finished off. Good focus fire there, and Abraham's looking really good, dictating the action again. Rising Ram up into the finish here with the chain gang onto Rem, and that's going to be another trade though. Cosmeticals in there in time with Listic. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lasso was easy. It was easy mode.
I was gonna say, Yoshi, please bring it back then. Maybe I can actually play Holiday.
I'm pretty certain I'm not telling lies.
I see Shiv.
Would you wax your eyebrows off if you were wrong?
No.
Well, ZP's not here, so I have no one to give that to. Fremoc's gonna fall.
target.
Yeah, no one Atari, exactly. Zergy picks up another kill at 9.6k souls. So together, after the initial like death he had in lane, keep in mind, he's actually at 10k souls. He got the most on his team so far, and Cosmetical up to 11, even though he's been punished in lane a little bit. This is shaping up to be a pretty close match. I mean, again, Abraham's got the initial control with these Guardians. They still have 2 up, and yet they're behind by 1k souls. And I think that's just a testament to buff enjoyers here.
Totally, and Lissika is getting a lot of heat right now. Oh, the heals coming on through though. Big heals from Rem. Still though, Lissik getting just chunked down. 3 knives stuck in Lissik at the moment. Really going to be having him very low and unable to participate too much in this fight, as the rest of his teammates will continue on in this mid position where Abrahams have control, but buff enjoyers finally collect that Guardian on the left side whilst all this was going on. And at the same time, you've got Arzo taking half HP away from the right side Walker. So that's a worrying sign for buff enjoyers. It's a weak spot.
Yeah, I think they had to commit a lot of players into mid lane to like push them back and obviously pick up some of the kills that they had. And I left the right lane to be susceptible. I mean, the thing is, if you look at like Zergy here, he's keeping the left lane farm, but Cosmetical, I feel like he's roaming around a little bit more and actually being involved in more of these kills instead of just continue to farm up a lane here. I think I almost want to say it's like a net neutral between him and Arzo. So I think maybe buff enjoyers want the impact of Cosmetical now, as I send him back to the right hand lane, but that's because then Simple Rift's going to be spawning in over there.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very important fight, I think. We'll have to see what the setup looks like so far. Not a huge turnout for either side. 2 players for both, as pressure keeps on this mid lane. And now more gather towards the rift, and as they both teams start to make their way across for the fight. Now it's going to get pretty close here. It's going to be about pushing everyone outside of the ring. Let's take looking for the charge. Good dodge there. Wow, amazing dodge, but into the trap you go. For Arzo on the guys here. Life swap is available as well. That could be deadly for Listic. Got to be careful about that one. Over the top here with those jump pads, really causing chaos in the fight. We've got Abrahams in a situation where they do have just as many players actually at this point as buff enjoyers. The buff enjoyers picking up the kills. Really nice stuff there. So many ultimates being coming into play right now. Finding the life swap there from Geist. Arzo trying to do the damage, but outnumbered at this stage. Listic, Cosmetical pushing him away, and that's going to be the rift secured there for buff enjoyers as they're coming out ahead on that one.
I don't know how the hell they came out ahead on that one, man. Ours is still on 1 HP. No soul exchange to use. And Listic, I mean, with that pair that came in on him and Obikim, I thought he was dead to rights. But he gets the kill as well here onto Arzo, and they get the rift. They get a couple of kills. More importantly, they get themselves a 6k lead 13 minutes in, though Fremok is still in deep in enemy territory here. Oh no, is that Morago? Is that the one, a person on Twitter?
I think so.
Is talking about your primal face.
The primal face. All right, we're getting primal on the Sinners sacrifice at the moment. Listic just wants the money, the souls. He's going to get them and get out of there too. And right now, buff enjoyers, they've taken momentum across the map. This is a really impressive turnaround when you consider, Jason, that they lost all their Guardians for no damage in return at like the 6-minute mark, which is, I don't know, I don't want to say unprecedented, but it's definitely rare to see that. And then to see the fact that buff enjoyers now have control of the game at the 14-minute mark, even rarer still, I would say.
Yeah, I think I don't really know where that came from. I think partially it was reflecting the fact that buff enjoyers were trying to fight. It looked like with 5 instead of 4 players pulling Cosmetical in while letting Zergy continue to farm up as much as he could, I should say. And they're able to pick up kills with man advantages. And they take down Fremok here, who's again like on Shiv. If you're not really having a stronger early to mid game, I mean, yeah, you can still be lethal in the late game with your killing blows, but I think that's just not the style Fremok plays. He likes to get like an early lead and run with it. But as long as they keep this walker up on the right hand side, like buff enjoyers are going to sport a pretty sizable lead for the next foreseeable future.
If you go back for Fremok there, is slice and dice. I think clipped the wall, got stuck, and then his killing blow also like got stuck on the ceiling or something. I feel really bad for him. But still a pretty tight game, still time to catch up. I mean, the important thing for them is that Arzo especially, and OCs, I think, are looking good. And so far, that's the case, but it does definitely feel like the complexion of the match has shifted thoroughly in favor of Buff Enjoyers as they are going to have to deal with this just getting couriered across the map by Together. And looks like there is a catch. Zergy finding a very alone OCs. State comes in to try to lock down Zergy in position, or rather OCs into position, but just misses. We got the cloak out at least. And there we go, protection with the wall. Love to see that. Over the top with the flying though. From Addictor to try to steal. I don't think the Hoot stole a single one.
You know, we talked about OCs in this game and what kind of impact he can have on Pocket. I just realized that if you're going to put him on Pocket for the first time in comp play, this is probably like the worst team to do it against. And I really want to keep my eyes on him if he hits some big afflictions, as he's on the right-hand side right now with affliction up and ready to go. We could have two potential players to catch up. Affliction goes and out, catches two, Listic and Cosmetical, so that's a good start. That time turns things around, as well as the Soul Exchange coming in onto Listic, trying to finish him off before he can get any of these kills, and they will drop him. And now Together, he's deep in enemy territory here. No chain gang up. They seem to have caught himself a potential wreck.
A huge timing there on that. I mean, the affliction, but then the live swap. I mean, that just completely turned that fight around. Saved. I think it saved over Kim just for the moment, but now this is going to give them opportunity here. Buff Enjoyers. Still dangerous. Siphon Bullets picked up by Zergy. But Abraham's, getting the hurts onto that previously weakened right side Walker, finally taking it down. And that's going to give them an objective advantage, despite the fact that I think the fights have largely been going the way. Oh my god, okay, the forward dash there to prevent him from getting knocked by Lash's gunfire there. Off of the jump pad.
I see Holiday.
Quick thinking. Fight continues, the pressure continues. Rising Ram just barely catches Break. Break is taking some serious punishment right there. Is there going to be a way to find the finish? There's no follow-up for that, though. Break will get away.
How is Together like still alive as well? I mean, Zergy came in to support. I don't know how Vrake escapes that one as he's on a 5-kill streak. This man is balling right now. And somehow Buffingers don't lose a single player off of that. And that's got to be insanely scary, but again, shows like how good they are at teamwork. Zergy comes in at the right time at 19,000 souls, matching OCs pretty much point for point. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a slower period of time now, because like neither team really has a big enough advantage to force fights. It's about catches, and I mean, our eyes are gonna be turned towards Vrake and Tass in particular. And do we have any Veil Walkers actually picked up for these two players in particular? I would imagine that's going to be coming in soon for Vrake to open up some of these catches and kills.
So forward position actually for Listic at the moment, and you can see Abrahams, they know that this is an opportunity for them to try to find this gank. Can they get the catch? The Slowing Hex is sent out there. Rising Ram to try to close distance, but they just can't catch Listic in time. And assistance has arrived for Buff Enjoyers. They might want to try to turn this fight onto Abrahams. Hook will miss, and I think that's going to kill this this invade attempt. And otherwise, not too much going on, like you said. It's somewhat of a lull.
Abrams is missing.
You're looking for Veil Walkers, but hang on. Actually, where is Overkim? Look, he's underneath the action here in the mid boss. Uh-oh. Okay, and the exit's been denied temporarily. So teasing these attacks right now.
Oh my god. Just got massively blown up. Retreating back to the mid boss. I'm hearing in chat that apparently I didn't know this. OC's played Pocket with melee creeps, is what I'm being told. I didn't know that. I didn't catch all the NA games, so maybe not his first time playing Pocket.
I casted that, I think, so I should know that from last week.
Damn.
Yeah, it didn't feel like unfamiliar so not his first to me. Time. Yeah.
First time in EU. First time up against Buff Enjoyers, and the Death Slam coming on through to Zergy, not going to connect onto anyone as Hoot has already fallen. But still just a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day at the moment. Listic somehow gets a parry here onto Together. Did he get parried twice? It almost felt like right there. But Obi-Kim has to tag on to get away from this one. The trap comes through and catches on to Together. I don't think he's going to kill. That's going to happen just yet, especially with the respawn coming on through.
That must have been a react parry off of the rising, like hearing the rising ram. That's the only way I can imagine that he managed to pick that one up. But mid boss getting deleted here. Abraham's looking to do what was done to them. And Buff Enjoyers looking to take the fight. Charging on through, and we've got those turrets now shooting away from Sane. Definitely providing some good coverage fire, but now the crystals. Who are they going to? Well, it's Buff Enjoyers. They get 2 of these crystals, these key retrieve crystals. Now trying to back away from the fight. Now the question is, who is one of these teams going to get wiped here? There's players that are low on both sides at the moment. Abrahams are going to lose OCs. This is not looking good for them now. Buff Enjoyers really looking to take control here.
I see Billy.
They got 3 kills now, a 4th. Arzone together looking to back away. They're the ones that start off the mid boss, but they're the ones to leave the pit as quick as possible. And Buff Enjoyers, 4K lead. They save 1 crystal. Also, Dan, did you notice there was a minor patch in this game?
Wait, like a really minor patch? Or a minor
There's some hero changes, some minor balance stuff that I'm sure we'll get into at some point here on the show.
Oh no. In our grand finals, Jason.
How dare they?
In the middle of our final.
That's fine. I would rather have active devs than inactive devs.
It's the charm. It's expected, and it's the charm. I don't know that the players would agree, but I'm saying it's the charm of Deadlock in its current state. It's to get us. It's one more patch that gets us closer to open beta. That's how you have to think about it. Okay.
And to the Deadlock International, if we ever have that happen one day. So Cosmetical gets hyperlined, and they're able to turn it around and kill onto Fremont instead. And now Abrahams are fighting, well, with Tasted, 4v6, and with 1 rejuve left up. And they back away, and they're probably looking for a walk on this right-hand lane. So they have to be careful. Again, OC is going to have this affliction up. Who's going to clear the left-hand side. And they're just stealing away all the jungle. More importantly, sinners, let's actually get, if we can possibly, a golden statue buff check-in. Because I'm curious how much Buff Enjoyers is ahead. And it's not that much. It's just like 20, 21. It's not too crazy. I think maybe the craziest thing is the fact that Cosmetical has 8. But Listic on 30. But that's kind of typical for Listic.
I mean, I think the thing here as well is that, what's the comeback potential for Abrahams? In the last game, we could look to the late game for them. The late game doesn't look nearly as threatening as it did in the previous game. So, now that we've got about a 17k advantage, 18k advantage for Buff Enjoyers, what do Abrahams need there, Jason?
I mean, I want to say picks. I feel like you just got to use Task to his full potential, which is kind of hard to do with Buff Enjoyers right now, I would say, because they have so much vision. Like Zergi's always up on the high ground, so's Hoot. So it's hard to get like a catch. You have to kind of get a catch in the jungle, but do you really want to force a fight right now in the jungle, considering how these fights have kind of been going? Wow, did they just manage to steal away like basically it was like 20, now 40 in advantage for golden statues for Buff Enjoyers off the back of like stealing away as many of these sinners as possible and taking their own.
They're thieves. Actually, I am surprised that Ibicam doesn't have more, but we can't all be saint, I suppose.
Yeah, right. So yeah, like where is like the comeback potential right now of an 18k deficit for Abrahams? I feel like there's only really one way, and it has to be Task, right? Like I said that before, but I just don't see a world where you're able to catch out multiple people like a 5-man, 6-man affliction. I just don't see that happening up against Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to lead into is you look at the affliction, but again, it's Buff Enjoyers are so good at counterplay, and they're also going to get the longer the game goes on, you're going to start to see a bunch of divine barriers which can cleanse it, so it becomes a non-factor, and at that point the counterplay for Pocket is a refresher. But at the same time, to get good afflictions, you have to have good positioning. It's like the right time, the right position. You can't just like run that back over and over again. So it's definitely a challenge. It's gonna be interesting to see how they try to overcome it. With every reason to believe they couldn't come back in the last game.
It's kind of difficult, I feel like, for OCs to get these good afflictions because of like Zergi and Hoot existing, because of like the vision they have around the map, and because of playing the high ground. I mean, you kind of have to depend on Majestic Leap, but I haven't even checked if he has Majestic Leap. I know Opikim had a Guardian Ward earlier in the game, and as you mentioned before, Divine Barrier for sure coming if he doesn't have it already. So it's already hard enough to hit one affliction, especially when like one of those can be cleansed away. But I mean, we'll see. Like, it's gonna be tough. I want to give OC's credit. Like, I want to imagine he can do so, and there has to be someone that can hit these afflictions really well against Buff Enjoyers. You just haven't seen it yet. And to be fair to OCs, it's not all on him, right? You need really good support to set up something like this. You can't just go in by yourself and expect to hit a 6-man affliction.
And I feel like, Abrahams has slowed the game down a little bit. They haven't allowed too much map control in the last couple minutes to go away from them. This rift could be a genuine opportunity that they should definitely want to fight for, especially as the Urn is making its way there. They'll have the resistances as well on the rift fight. So do Buff and Joys really want to challenge this?
Take me to the bear.
Hey, let's
Or do they just want to try to threaten, like try to just displace players?
Well, it's like the fact there's an unstable rift there and the Urn turn-in, and I don't think you want to challenge Abrahams on the rift. I think you're waiting for them to take the rift and then you come back in. And there we go. The rift has been taken. Now they're going to look for the fight themselves. Fremont doing a good job of trying to dislodge Hoot here on the high ground.
Dispel. He dispelled 3 knives. And just has aerial dominance. And just now there comes the Iridomini as well to just pump the damage into Together. OCs takes one from Cosmetical. Together takes one from Cosmetical. And suddenly everybody's just been completely decimated. It was not even close.
let's push blue.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the state of the rift. Like you got the Urn, I believe got...
Our yellow walker is under attack.
No, it didn't get turned. It got chased away by Listic. But then there was a 1-man affliction that hit. And guess what? It got DB'd off of Listic. So you're not really able to get value. And you should kind of expect like the refight to happen when you have this advantage of the unstable rift with the extra, resist that you do get from it. It's a pretty common thing, but I feel like Abrahams felt like they had to go for something. They had to make something happen because the game was slowly slipping away. They were losing control of their jungle. They're losing control of more and more objectives. And mid-boss spawns in 16 seconds time. Like this is painful. I mean, luckily for them, they're going to be respawned back in time, but they're still going to have 1 shrine down, which means that right lane is going to shove even harder. And there's also a walker in that lane still yet to be taken.
Yeah. And you can see there's a lot of soul value that's unspent right now. So a counter push immediately from Abrahams could be a good move, and especially around the mid boss, because again, some of these items have not been bought up right now. We can see 8k here on Listic. He's going to go and fix that. So he's not going to be in the fight. So there is a window here, a window for Abrahams to do something. If they can get some good kills in, some picks into the mid boss, they're going to be a good state. But look at that, Buff and Joyers, they're able to retreat safely and prevent that.
I feel like this is such like an information game. I think maybe I could be reading into it wrong, but just imagine you have someone able to get more info in that fight out of Abrahams. They can know if they can chase or not, because they caught like Zergi initially, and the second they got out that door, they backed away because they were unsure where the rest of Buff and Joyers were because they have no vision of it. And this lasso coming through onto the task gets the catch. The mid boss is up. There's a 20k lead here for Buff and Joyers. They can easily turn it into a mid boss, though. Again, I don't think you want to go in the pit up against a pocket unless you're just trying to bait them in for a kill. You have some lanes to shove out. Right lane is just naturally shoving him. That walker's going to take more and more damage over time here. They're going to get more, flex slots opened up here momentarily.
Right there. And Zergi causing problems. Okay, counterplay coming in from Abrahams. Chain Gang is going to connect, but locking down Lash is nigh on impossible. Zergi gets out. It does get afflicted, though. 3-player affliction. That's the best one I think that we've seen so far. And we'll see if there's any follow-up for it, though. It doesn't seem like so far Abrahams have been able to chase up these kills, these weakened players. Looking to try to find their way back in on top of this one, but Arzo will go down for that effort. And everyone's getting isolated here from the Abrahams side. That's just not how they wanted this to go.
Yeah, not at all here. 3 kills come through. Had a 3-man affliction. Zergi got cleanse. And Listic and Cosmetical, it faded off not too much longer after that. They turn it around though. Fremont gets a kill on a Cosmetical, so make it a little bit costly here for Buff and Joyers, but the nap time to come through. I think it's going to put OCs in the grave, but those Zergi, he's going to be cleaned up here. And actually, somehow Abraham's been able to turn this around, fighting in close quarters here. OCs looking to go ham here, especially with these spirit burns. Maybe Ray can fall for this too, but there's Listic catching out. OC's pocket is down. But my lord, like this has turned into a 2-on-2, and I never thought it was going to go this way considering it was 4 deaths relatively quickly for Abrahams.
Yeah, Listic is the big man right now. Is just so tanky, full HP, charging at them, even as the little helper on him too. So we'll be able to chase everybody away. And the minions are crashing on the left side, on the right side as well. It's keeping the pressure up as well. Trying to find the hyper line, I'm sure. But now just have got the map to work with. Base Guardians are lost on the right side to those troopers.
The Walker and the Base Guardians on the right hand side dropped from that fight. So maybe at Buff and Joyers they do trade 4 for 4. But they still went on the macro game because of that shrine being taken out like earlier. And look at that lane. It's still shoving. It's taking and eating up more and more of these waves. But Abraham's going to go for a Hail Mary here. They want to go for mid-boss. And they technically do have the better respawn timers to make this happen.
Yeah, truly a Hail Mary because the base is getting just eaten up, like you said. The last shrine, it's going to start getting battered. I don't think they can get back there in time to deal with it. OC's going to have to pick it up off the spawn, but in comes the challenge from Buff and Joyers onto the crystals. Every single one for Abrahams. Maybe they found a way to get a chance in on this game still, and are not done just yet. But the Seismic Slam, Rem's helpers on Listic. He is an absolute tank, the Juggernaut, there for Buff and Joyers.
Oh, very go for the catch. The last one, 5 seconds. And keep someone close. Pull them out, eat away at one of those Reju crystals. And Shenga coming on through. He's going to pull in 3, but together I think he's just going to be the bait left behind to be finished off. And Afflictions come on out. Catches onto 2, though. And it looks like Abrahams might want to turn this fight around, but they're fighting in close quarters. And, well, the big man, the Juggernaut, will eventually fall here as Fremont kicks himself up a double kill. And this is Shiv's territory. He gets a slice, resets, and forces Buff and Joyers back in. When it looked like Abrahams might lose this game, they get themselves back in.
Okay, things are happening right here. Oh, okay, closing the distance. Slice and dice as well to close it a little bit more, but can't quite seem to get to Hoot. Hoot is going to get taken down by Taz, though. Really well played. And suddenly, Abrahams have dropped almost the entire roster of Buff Enjoyers, and they are about 12k souls behind. They're about to lose their left side walker to Troopers. They got to get on top of that one. And they lost, their shrine. They lost a walker. The losses have been heavy for Abrahams, but they are not dead. They're not done just yet. And right now, the urn is being just gate-kept by Zergy. So annoying.
Maybe that swap around, too. We're looking at basically a 20k lead that has fallen now to just 5k as the mid-walker falls. Abrahams, like they did in game 1, able to bounce back. I feel like Fremont is a big factor in that last fight. The fact he's able to get these dash resets was really punishing the Buff Enjoyers. And considering, like, again, you have... Yeah, and you have 2 flyers for Buff Enjoyers. You don't want to be fighting in these like really close quarter combat positions. You want to allow Zerg and Hoot to have that freedom and that soul difference. Look at that fall off, my lord! Haven't seen something like that since SpaceX IPO.
Yes, it's pretty remarkable. And again, we made the mistake in the first game, Jason, and we did it again. We were counting up Abrahams. And they're really back into this one now. And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens because OCs is actually the richest player right now. Refresher is about to be picked up here by Arzo.
There's no way. There's really no way he's actually buying that.
You don't think so?
There's no way. Okay, so it shows he bought Refresher. We've had this happen before where it says like they buy Refresher and then they... I don't know. I don't know if it's bugged.
Okay. I guess we'll have to just look at his inventory.
Yeah, no Refresher.
Okay, all right. Spellslinger instead. Makes a much better choice. Much better choice.
But OC's Refresher, that one could be legit. And now it shows Refresher on the bottom. So maybe he does have wait. It shows Listic has Refresher. Okay, something's got to be off of their UI for sure. There's no way all these heroes have Refresher.
Okay, well, you got the whole pack of Buff and Joyers moving across to the Rift right now. And we're even on souls. We're even on souls, if you can believe it. Zergy's going to be over there with the Lash. And the rest of Buff and Joyers looking to intercept the movement from Abrahams across to the Rift fight. They're blocking. They've got a human blockade in the middle of the map to prevent anyone from helping push Zergy away from this position. Zergy's going to be able to claim this because nobody else was able to get there. They were successfully zoned away.
Okay, OCs. All right, he gets it. Wow, he gets a huge retreat away though with the cape. Good old cloak use. Gets him halfway across the map before anything can be done out of Buff Enjoyers. The problem though for the right hand side for Abrahams is that lane's going to continue to shove because that shrine is down, and it means they have to give extra attention to that position, which does again mean that either someone's not going to be there for a fight potentially, or someone could get caught out trying to clear the wave.
Buff Enjoyers are ahead by 10k.
Let's take out McGinnis.
It's a slim margin at this stage of the game. And you can kind of feel the tension right now. And of course, Abrahams can't set a foot wrong. Their base is entirely almost destroyed. They got a walker on his last legs on the left lane. And that's going to be OC's having to clean that up. And the rest of his team's going to have to be careful not to take a fight, I feel like, whilst OC's is cleaning up that wave. And you can see OC's will cloak back to his teammates for the bridge buffs. And a minute away from the mid-boss here, Jason. It feels like very, very close to some of the most decisive moments of this map.
Yeah, I feel like Buffingers, they want to be doing rifts and they want to be doing urns. They don't necessarily want to be doing mid bosses, and I feel like it's the opposite for Abrahams, because then they really want to activate OCs. Oh, there's the entirety of Buffingers grouped up with this urn, looking to run it across the map. 40 seconds to go on mid boss. Oh, Rake's looking for a catch. Oh, the blind lasso through the veil. How does... Oh, say he got hooked back. He got out of the lasso. And now Together's gone real deep. And the backup's going to be there off the back of the wall, but he's going to fall either way. And look how big this Juggernaut is here with the Colossus pushing on through Cosmetical as well with the Iridomini, looking for those connections. They can't quite find anyone. Oh, he gets sent in the corner, and just like that, Buffingers get a 3-man advantage, but a huge affliction comes through, catching on to 4, but it might cost Cosmetical his life. The nap time not going to catch anyone, though. And Buffingers are going to catch themselves some Reju crystals.
Yeah, 4-player affliction is great, but when half the team's already dead, it might not... There's no follow-up here for this one, as Buffingers is controlling the flow of the map here, and they are pushing this mid wave. The right side wave as well is going to be getting pushed soon as well. So there's a lot of problems here for Abrahams. They have too many jobs to hold down and not enough people to do it. As mid boss is going to get attacked, they're going to get their last shrine targeted down as well. Abrahams right now in so much trouble. Buffingers with a foot on the throat and trying to finish things off here, as it's a noble attempt from OCs to try to ward them away, but surely it's too much of a task here. There's Cosmetical looks at full strength, half HP, but Cosmetical in trouble there, cloaking away, and now stuck between the base guardians. It's gonna have to be a more passive approach here for Cosmetical, waiting for teammates to come back to help.
Well, they have the crystals though, so even if they do take someone down, they're gonna res back up, and OCs will be cleaned up. And finally, this Walker will fall on the left-hand side. The last bastion of defense, it feels like, here for Abrahams as they swarm across this entire base. Together's gone on in. He has Changing available. Actually, waiting off to the side. I've correct myself here, looking for a last bastion of defense himself. As the Archmother has transformed. Last stage patron. And the last chance here for Abrahams to hold on in the series.
Yeah, looking to see what they can, but it's a decisive advantage. The final stage of the Archmother is being battered at the moment. There is the last ditch attempt coming in from Abrahams as they jump into the fight. It's Fremok who dies very quickly there. The rest of his team still fighting valiantly to do what they can in this position, but it's starting to look worse and worse now. Sane is critically low, trying to escape the fight, and there is just not enough people here. The life swap does come in. That's a nice one onto Cosmetical. Still though, has the reju, so it doesn't really feel like a threat at this point at all to Buffingers, who are continuing to decimate the team at 3k from Hoots. And now the Archmother, on his last pixels of life, is finally fully drained. And that's a 2-0 victory for Buffingers yet again.
I will say this, though, Dan. The 2-0, if someone who didn't watch these games sees that, that is not even remotely close to how this series played out. Abrahams fighting back off the brink of a loss so many times to keep things close. I mean, they were down, was it 27k in this game, and they were able to pull a lead back for themselves. I feel like it just doesn't really give credit to Abrahams here. This was not an easy win whatsoever for Buffingers.
Yeah, I mean, in that first map as well. I mean, there was opportunity there for Buffingers and that final base push that they had where they kind of got behind, and just that, you know, there were chances for them to put this into a third map for sure. But I mean, you got to say that Buffingers through and through are still the best team in EU right now, and it's just so exciting to see how good Abrahams looked with their debut of OCs. I mean, OCs just came into the team, and it seemed like a seamless switch into Sanya Sniper's position. And honestly, I mean, again, this is a series that it really feels like Abrahams could have won this series. You know, if that first map went a bit better, like, who knows what would have happened in a third face-off.
And I think this isn't even necessarily like their final power, or their final form here for Abrahams, right? Because they did have Fremok subbing in for Shark. So I do wonder, would the game have played out differently? Not to say Fremok played bad. I think he actually was one of the main factors for them to get back in this game, as we mentioned, like the close quarter combat with the slice and dice resets. But I do wonder, like, with their 6, could they have actually pushed Buffingers into a loss? Could it have been the other way around? I mean, I guess we'll have to wait potentially towards next week to find out.
Absolutely, yeah, completely, yeah. I totally agree with you. I think it's so interesting because, I mean, it's, again, we don't know what's in the patch, right? So I don't know how that's going to impact the meta. Like, that could be favorable for for buff enjoyers, maybe not less. I mean, I feel like it's always favorable for buff enjoyers. They are the best right now, but maybe it's more favorable for Abraham's trying to kind of build this new edition of the team. I don't know, but certainly the meta is going to shift a little bit.
And yeah, here, this the spot out of free mock, man. Put out some serious work here. I mean, you asked the question at the start, Shiv, do I feel like he's undervalued? And you know, I think it took a while for him to have some impact. Actually, I say that, but there was quite a few times he had like 2 or 3 serrated blades into some players, but then the Dispel Magic would just shut him down. And the thing is, I feel like Dispel Magic is just kind of, you know, decent in general. And we know buff enjoyers like to be very defensive in their itemization. They love to go for counter spells. They love to go for Dispel Magics all the time. And they kind of win. I feel like they kind of beat you defensively, at least when it comes to their front line and their back line with Zerky. And of course, Cosmetical can play way more aggressive. But all in all, I mean, I don't think it was undervalued necessarily. It didn't have as big of an impact as I was kind of hoping, but I also don't really necessarily expect it to have as big of impact when you're subbing in for a team.
Yeah, that's a great mention. It's a great mention. Here are the statistics, and wow,
wait, what? Hoot?
I didn't realize that Hoot was pumping in this fashion. My goodness.
I mean, the scaling on the Assassinate's pretty crazy. Sharpshooter, Burst Fire, Spiritual Overflow, Unstoppable. All right, yeah. I mean, I definitely was not paying attention to Hoot. I didn't realize he was also on 13 kills. He was like right behind Cosmetical. That's some crazy stuff. I mean, that's also kind of Hoot, but damn, that's actually impressive.
Like, yeah, kind of a sleeper performance from Hoot.
I mean, look at his like counterparts in the other team. Like he did almost double the damage of Together. He did almost double the damage of Arzo. Like he did over double the damage of Freemalk. Like that's kind of crazy. I mean, considering at the end though, I can't do this math. It is a lot more kills for buff enjoyers, to be fair, than Abraham's. I mean, they also did have control of the game for, I would say, almost 90% of it.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see that. And I mean, it's going to be a very difficult decision as to who gets the MVP here, Jason. I don't know if you have someone, but honestly, I'm at somewhat of a loss here. I mean, I know you were saying Vrake in the first game, got the holiday again. I think it's still like a hard call as to who gets it. I mean, Zergy had a great performance on McGinnis. The Lash looked fantastic as well.
Yeah, I'm struggling for an MVP. I'm going to just leave it to production to choose who it's going to be. Okay, I think you can kind of argue for quite a few players. Like I could even argue like for Together in that first game. I feel like he played almost flawless, but obviously it's tough to give it to him when you have a loss in the series. I think we've only done that like once across almost 52 shows in the night shift that we gave it to a losing team, like a player on a losing team. But Vrake, I mean, yeah, solid as ever. I think he had 0 deaths in the first game, and then I mean, was it like 0 deaths or really close to 0 deaths? Then he had 1 death here. Like the picks he was pulling off were fantastic. Yeah, I mean, you could pretty much give MVP to anyone on buff enjoyers at this point.
Aha. Visagi. I mean, you can never be unhappy with a POTM and MVP with Zergy, can you?
I feel like he stacks them up like his stacks of cash or cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Whenever he gets subs on a stream. Yeah, I mean, for good reason. Like his McGinnis, we had 75k damage in the first game on McGinnis, and he played it, I mean, pretty well. Like, obviously, you're not really going to excel as an M1 player unless you have your team play around you, and the team definitely did that. This parry right here that we mentioned against Together was massive to turn this around and shut down probably the most formidable player on Abraham's side in that first game of the series.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, I feel like, the Mirage performance from Zergy I saw was the best in the beginning. This is the best look I've seen. The Lash, I mean, it's kind of hard to top the OC's performance, I think, today that we had in the Challenger game, but still looked really, really, really good. And I think showing why Lash is getting the first pick, which we can't forget again. I think that in part, some of that is trying to put OC's in a bad position on the hero pool. Like, we saw that OC's had the Venator taken away, like you noted, and I think being forced to play Pocket, I think, again, you noted that getting good ults and afflictions against this lineup is very, very hard. And I gotta say, we know how good OC's is. He has played the Pocket. He understands how to play it at this level. The problem is, as you say, like, buff enjoyers are very, very good at dealing with it. And I think we saw something uncharacteristic of Pocket play at this level, except against Buff and Joyers, which is you just don't have that much damage at the end of the game. And that is reflective of the fact that these afflictions are not hitting.
Yeah, and again, like how you kill what can't be killed by affliction for this against this team. Like they always have divine barriers ready. Like even blood tribute picked up for cosmetical to like reduce the duration of affliction as well. It's very tough. Also, as a side note, when it came to MVPs, I did say I wish we could give it to Lightbringer.
Yeah,
because I think the draft was like the MVP of the series for me. In game 1, really hitting OC's hero pool, like you mentioned. Game 2, first picking Lash over things like Billy that was available as well. I think you saw them really respect OC's as a player, and they really wanted to keep him on the back foot.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and I think it's a great way to target an otherwise very dangerous team. And we saw how dangerous they were in that first map. I think that was one of the best maps we've had, at least for me, casting wise. One of the ones I've enjoyed seeing the most. Just the back and forth, the lack of predictability, both teams having their moments, daring comeback that didn't seem possible. So many cool moments from that. So a very dangerous team. And we are at the end, though, now of the European part of the show. So let's review the action that has been had and the action that is to come. So Leviathan making it through onto that challenger match, Demos team, and still looking like they need to make some adjustments. Abraham's really manhandling them, I think it's fair to say. And then we had certainly a really fun showing from Buff and Joyers and Abrahams, as we come to expect. And then going into North America, that is yet to come. Melee Creeps against Burger Clock. Do you have any predictions, Jason? What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, I mean, do you want my caster answer or like my real answer?
Give me the real answer, Jason.
The real answer, I mean, Posture Pops come home to Melee Creeps. So I think Melee Creeps are gonna take that series, but then to take on Popper's Pupils after they just got a victory out of LAN at the Guild Lock over the weekend, I think that's gonna be hard to beat. Like the high they're riding after winning the first the first American LAN, you can say.
Okay, so will Melee Creeps be able to do it? Will they get there against Burger Clock? Will the land buff prove to be a buff? I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. This brings us to a close for the EU portion of the show. I know that we had a minor patch, so it's going to be interesting to see what you guys think about that on the other end as we kind of swap over to the North American portion. Thanks everybody for watching, and continue on with North America.
No more. I see Billy.
The tide will be paid.
Made an example out of another one.
The Venator shows no mercy.
I'm right.
Still standing.
Perfect.
The Venator shows no mercy.
I'm coming for you. I can see shit. I see Billy.
Mercy.
Pocket's dead.
Let's go blue. Let's go blue. Let's take out Bebop. Let's take out Shiz. So bad. It's over.
Boss has arrived.
I took them out.
The rejuvenator is descending. I see Pocket.
So the blood begins to flow down Manhattan. Hands to conquer the beast.
Shepherd protects the flock.
Time to start a run. Defense ready. I can see shit.
It was.
Ban,
Oh,
by the
sorry,
way, for
I
the
misread it.
tournament. Because when I read this, it sounds like there was another way to cancel it. Maybe it means you could like precast it. I actually didn't know there was a way to cancel it. So there must have just been more bugs besides the unstuck bug that allowed you to like kind of do weird things with the ultimate. Sure, it's an alpha game, guys, as part of it. The riposte melee stuff, I honestly, I don't think it's a bad thing for Apollo to get some buffs. I think he's, good, but not necessarily crazy. And they seems like they want to push the potential for like an interesting sort of melee frontliner build for him. So I think it's kind of a cool change. I don't think generally people really put points into riposte, and this has been the way that they buff a lot of characters in the past. If there's a skill that people just aren't really investing points into, they don't really, want to compete for it. You want to give the character a buff, make that skill a little more interesting, open up some new build paths for the hero. So I think these are kind of interesting changes. Maybe we will see some melee Apollo. Honestly, not completely crazy in my mind.
I'm looking down a little bit lower though, and
this is the biggest
Billy
change of the patch.
changes. This is interesting, man. We talked about him being the #1 pick, like in any region basically. But base health regen, yeah, that's a hit. But the change to the Rising Ram, that you don't deal 7% max health damage, I think is a big like gutting to his kit in terms of like the burst damage that he can put out. But you do gain survivability on top of that with the extra 10% max HP.
Yeah, the thing is, to be honest, I think generally people were rushing the max AP invest on Rising Ram because 7% max health is such a crazy amount of damage, right? If somebody has a few thousand HP, this could easily turn into like plus 300, 400, 500 spirit damage, which is totally wild for a nuke to, especially when you want to go in on frontliners and you want to be attacking those enemy tanks. Graves, zombies, the ghouls used to also deal max HP damage. That was reverted pretty quickly. It was just a crazy stat in general to do max HP damage. So I think it's good that it went away. I also think Billy could still be a good hero. I just think it'll be a new build path where, yeah, the 10% HP it's nice, but I don't know if I really see people going for the tier 3 investment for a little bit of survivability. When in the end for Billy, I think you're mostly concerned with dealing damage, disrupting the enemy.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be interesting to see if NA is just going to continue to play Billy the same way or maybe change things up, because it's really hard to do so on such a quick turnaround. But Doorman, another interesting change. Obviously, we got CMB
they
played
destroyed
once.
the kidnap build. Not destroyed the kidnapping build. It's probably still good, but kidnapping people, carting them under a walker, and getting walker stomped to death was one of the worst interactions in the game. So I actually think this is a really good change. Effectively, I don't know how this actually plays in the patch, but I think it'll just not be such a reliable stun combo to 1-2 punch them into a walker stomp in like the mid game, because at a certain point in the game, 15-20 minutes in, where Doorman can plausibly catch you with this combo to put you under a walker, and you just full die to a walker stomp, and there's really nothing you can do about it. You just don't have the items to deal with it at that point. So I think these are really good changes. I still think Doorman's going to be a very, very good hero. It's just a little bit less egregious to get like solo killed by Doorman in the mid game, especially in ranked where it's kind of hard to like collectively do something about the Doorman.
Spirit scaling hit on Rend, I think that kind of makes sense, to be honest.
That's
Drifters.
That's a big nerf though. 0.3 is hefty.
It's a lot, yeah. But we've also seen Drifter just be like such a staple pick as well over the last like month month and a half. So it kind of makes sense they want to put him a little bit more in line. And the Stalker's Mark, I mean, increasing the cooldown, increasing it to 26 seconds, but then you get that back when you invest in the tier 2, like you said, just kind of balancing around the abilities a little bit. So you,
it's really even worse, right? Because I think the cooldown is longer and the perk is worse. Right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. I see. You know what? You just do these patch notes. I'm going to keep drinking my energy drink here because I can't read. And you just take it away.
No, I mean, they have done, I will say, exactly that kind of change so many times where they take base cooldown and they nerf base cooldown and then they buff it on the AP invest. So it's like, well, you can still get that good cooldown, but you have to invest a little more into it now. This is a double nerf, right? Where both the cooldown the invest is worse and the base cooldown. But I think time will tell if these are too big of nerfs. I think Drifter, the Spirit nuking, has really become the dominant way to play him competitively with some minor gun invest. Maybe just hit the spike and that's it. I wonder if this doesn't change that a little bit, but I also wonder if that doesn't just really hurt Drifter's pick priority. Holiday Powder Keg, also, I think this is a pretty big nerf that half of the damage is done over 3 seconds. Someone was saying in the chat that you can also dispel that damage over time, which makes sense because generally every other damage over time you can dispel, which could be pretty interesting. It doesn't strike me as that bad for the hero because a lot of the times you're like barreling somebody and then you're going to lasso them when there's nothing they can do to dispel the damage anyway. But it does make people maybe saving people from a holiday a little bit more reasonable. You have a little bit more of a window. I
don't hate that it kind of helps alleviate the fact or the feeling that you have no counterplay to the kegs. Because like when you get hit, you get knocked up. There's nothing you can do. The damage is so bursty. You get hit again, you get knocked up. Like if you play against a decent holiday, they're not really going to miss these kegs. But at least it feels like there's a little bit of counterplay, at least team play around it. Like you're saying, you can dispel yourself, but maybe you can actually heal some of this damage instead of instantly being bursted down. So I kind of like this change, honestly. Though I'm curious, will that affect Holiday being played? Because we've had it picked in 100% of the games today so far in EU.
Yeah, I don't think this is enough of a change to make Holiday an unattractive character, honestly. I still think she looks pretty good. And in the end, like the damage is the same in theory. A lot of the time people will be able to outplay it or have some counter, but a lot of the time they won't. So I don't mind this. A little stone form, stun duration reduction on the max AP invest for Ivy. Yeah, the Echo Shard double stomp was still a little bit crazy. Maybe this is more of a pub issue. We haven't seen Ivy be too dominant here in the night shift. But it's a small change here and there. Fall off range on Lash.
I like this actually. Yeah. So you can't just like float in the sky as a gun lash like we've been seeing with Siphon Bullets and just get maximum value. I'm gonna let you make sure I'm reading this correctly because I've been like wrong on 2 out of 2 so far.
I was also like, I think I understand what this means. So I believe this means the fall off begins at 18 meters instead of 20. And I guess it caps at 54, so you hit like the minimum damage a little bit earlier. So yes, it's just a nerf to the range of the gun. Although to me, seems pretty small. I mean, I have to see how this plays out, but especially if you're gonna buy like Headhunter and Siphon Bullets, you don't care so much about your base gun damage, I guess. I mean, although we have seen a lot of lashes effectively be the gun carry of the team. So yeah, it's a small change that maybe incentivizes a little bit more spirit-based play. But McGinnis, okay, in fairness, guys, this character was on like 60% win rate. This character needed a little beat down with the ugly stick, but oh lord, she got it. I love the mini turrets no longer aggroing people on zip lines. I have been hyperlined by the McGinnis turrets so many times and it tilts me out of control. So yeah, no resist for the early spawn. So it's a lot more punishable, I think, and a lot less aggravating to deal with if you're, fighting around on the turrets in general.
I think this does make like the support McGinnis build that we've been seeing, like Saint compared to Zergy here, a little bit more viable because now the turrets are also a lot tankier, right? They have 10 more base HP and they also get 1.2 extra health per boon. I don't know how that's actually going to work out in a late stage of the game, but it sounds like the turrets are just going to be not too tanky, but like a lot more to deal with now if you ever want to take them down quickly in a fight. But then again, I don't really see most teams destroy these when they're set up like at a mid boss. You just kind of avoid them.
Yeah, I do think it'll make the sort of like when you're preset your turrets at a specific position and you're like, we will fight this mid boss. I have 7 turrets up. That's arguably going to be better now because you weren't really relying on any of the decaying or the as you place resists. But it's not massive, and at some point in the game, the damage from gun carries like so overwhelming that the turrets just died one second anyway. It's more about looking around to shoot them is the more annoying thing than actually doing the damage. This Medicinal Spectre, though, losing the 40% resist on T1, that's been moved to T3. People will still max the resist. Like I can see McGinnis maybe still being good. And and getting to that tier 3 invest, but it's a lot less effective in the early game, and you need to get a little bit deeper into the late game for it. And those reduced gun scaling values, I think you're absolutely right. I think those do a lot of damage to like the hard carry McGinnis that we've been seeing more of, and maybe if you still want to pick the hero, it might end up being more supporty, debuff oriented.
I'm sure someone out there is going to make it work though for McGinnis, let's be honest. And then moving on to Paige, though, plot armor. Okay, so a little bit of extra scaling when it comes to that being used. We finally got to see her played for the first time, and honestly, I could not tell you how long it's been for Paige, but to see it actually being picked today was quite a surprise over in EU. Don't really know if there's much more to say about that as we look at 7. Oh,
7 getting the lightning ball build. All right, the lightning ball build is actually too much fun, so I'm gonna have to try 7 again just to play this build because it's so much fun. You just gobble up all the farm on the map, and that little base radius goes a long way when you're like all in on the range stat. But it's still 7. Probably not gonna see too much of him here on the night shift. We'll see Stake, a little bit of minor damage reduction, a little bit of the early game nuking, not quite as good as it once was. But you know what Hoot showed on Vindicta is a lot more than the stake damage that this character can threaten.
Yeah, I wish we had like a damage breakdown of where most of that came from, because it was crazy to see. It was under the radar for the entire game. He was actually putting up the most damage numbers in that last matchup against Abrahams. But Viper, I feel like Viper's been relatively untouched for such a long time, but increasing her Bola radius from 8 to 12. I mean, she was kind of one of the best mid takers in the game, or at least mid stealers, because of the petrifying bullet. When you maxed it out, you knew you couldn't really just take a free mid boss against Viper. And they also increased the duration as well, making it more likely you can steal. But to me, from what we're seeing just there alone, I don't know if that's enough to make her viable currently in the game.
It's kind of interesting. Like maybe there's like a Spirit Viper build. Like, I mean, for a while that was something people played, like the Homeless Viper, you know, super early roaming and then kind of playing into the Spirit late game rather than the gun that it feels like as a sliding based hero that, yeah, you should want to use a lot of gun damage, but hey, maybe this incentivizes people to look a little bit more towards the Spirit, towards the team fighting and the tempo style. And some minor nerfs on Wraith. These are not major. Wraith is one of those heroes, I think, that is way more problematic for most players than it is competitively, because most players just don't punish her hard enough, which is essentially have to force her card trick and then keep going and keep chasing her and keep running, and that requires a lot of coordination. So yeah, it may be understandable Wraith getting a little bit of a nerf here, but these don't strike me as super crazy nerfs, right? Yeah, the T3 Spirit's carrying on full auto, a little bit less like late game carry potential, but Wraith is still going to be a monster on 50, 60k souls.
I think it's really hard as a dev team in general to balance the game around all aspects and all ranks, because as we've seen with like Shiv, exactly, you can nerf Shiv as much as you want, but he can still be really viable at the highest level, whereas the lowest level doesn't really know how to make it work. And same here with Wraith. I mean, she was already weak at the highest level, maybe strong at the lowest level, but you're kind of trying to put her, I guess, more in line across the board. But yeah, I don't know, this it's really tough. I don't think there's anything that's, like you said before, too game changing. Though I do want to see how Billy's going to be played today, because I still see and imagine it's going to be like a first pick throughout North America.
Yeah, it's a super interesting change, because it takes something away that honestly I would argue Billy didn't need. That crazy amount of Spirit Nuke on the Rising Ram, being an ability that has a shorter cooldown by successfully connecting it. It made it like tank busting so good to do with it. Now maybe you look more to like get on the back line and play more of a gun damage focused style. I don't know. There's definitely going to be some opportunity for creativity, but still a lot of these heroes like McGinnis, I could still see McGinnis getting played. You know, maybe it's just some tweaks to how she is played. Losing some base Spirit resist from the boons though, that might hurt overall. Maybe that is enough to kind of like take her out of the running for the top tier play. But that's why we have the best teams here in North America to show us what they think their theory crafts are going to be quite a bit more reliable than ours. And as we get into this first match, it's Melee Creeps taking on Bird with Clock. And let's just take a look at these rosters, Jason. A lot of familiar faces, of course, here on the Melee Creeps with Pop subbing in.
It's just something feels right in the world when you see Pop and Melee Creeps back together. It's been so long since he's departed from the team. I'm so happy to see him come back on this roster as a sub. We don't know if it's an extended thing, but most likely just a sub for today while they try to figure out their sixth player, because he is currently the coach for the team. Also for me, like I haven't cast in North America in a long time. That's probably because I'm over in EU and it's like 2 a.m. for me, and it's going to be going till at least 6 a.m. But to get to cast Goober again, like the last time I cast him back was when he was on, was a Sneaky Golem. such a long time ago, and just to hear how much he's been improving and how much better he's been playing has been really cool to see his kind of glow up. But also Saya, I mean, what role can't Saya play within this team? I swear he's played almost everything at this point.
Certainly a lot of flexibility across the board here. I also want to give a call out to Braden and Birdie, some of our relatively newer players here competing on the night shift, but who've looked impressive. And honestly, to have the trust of the rest of the squad, I think speaks volumes about their potential and the excitement surrounding them as players. Last week was a pretty tough one for Melee Creeps, but this is still, it's essentially a new team, despite how recognizable the brand is for longtime fans of competitive Deadlock and the night shift in particular. You're not going to be strangers to the Melee Creeps, but a lot of new players. Effectively, for me, this is a new team, so they're still in that early era of trying to figure things out. And hey, any level of early success in that phase of a team's life cycle for me is impressive. But of course, they're not in this one alone. Let's take a look at their opponents. Honestly, for Bird with Clock, I feel like it's been a struggle for them, but now DMB coming into the lineup, and DMB has been a huge impact pickup for many teams in the past, has really been a player who feels like not just his individual play, but having him on the team seems to elevate a lot of different rosters. And this Bird with Clock team seems like one that is ripe for that level of improvement.
Yeah, I think we've been really looking towards Arctic for the most part of being like the carry for the team, thinking back to his was like 17-0 Shiv game he had like a month, 2 months ago. But I think DMB, as you pointed out, he definitely is always a strong addition to a roster. But I think maybe the one caveat I'll give to that is that you kind of have to play around DMB a little bit and like the style he likes to bring into a team, because he's such a good player when it came to individual farm and being like a threat on the map and just soaking up a lot of the souls as much as he possibly can, then come into the fights and start to carry. But one thing I will ask you, Jake, because I'm a little behind on North America, Erebus, I think one of the big talking points about him as a player was like hero pool, and Bebop obviously very good at, but when you play at this kind of level, if your hero pool hasn't really extended past 1, 2, maybe 3 heroes, then you start to struggle when teams are able to focus you out.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. I think Bebop is going to be an exceptionally contested pick in this series, right? With both Goober and Erebus kind of having it as their calling card. These are both players who have had their teams go for the first pick Bebop in the past. And so, yeah, I think that one's going to be top of mind in the drafting phase for both of these squads. But in the BO1, the draft is going to count for a lot, and there's no opportunity to test or experiment. This is just up to your read on the new patch. What do you think can work? How do you think you can put it together? You got to do it live here on the night shift. Just like the rest of us. So honestly, I'm really excited to see this one. Let's take a look, though, at, of course, the Mo and Krill 1v1, a tradition here on the night shift of the Challenger match to determine who gets that draft priority, who gets to decide to whether to go first or second.
Whoa.
Into the subway, in the tunnels, huh? We're getting down.
We never
dirty
fight here.
In the subway.
Okay, I'm down for it. You know, a little change of scenery here.
I like
Sight
it.
up against Scout.
Close quarters, no backing down, no running away. The way moles should fight.
I mean,
Yeah.
oh, okay. I was about to say Saya's had this one
worked,
locked, but that was a good parry.
Parry kind of brings him back in, but Saya's been a stalwart in the melee 1v1. Gonna get some extra damage in here. Scout super low, needs a parry. So brutal to come back into this. Saya doesn't bite, just finishes with the double quick. Well played.
That's the worst feeling, man. When you parry when you're in low health and you just like, okay, I'm done. Like you just know there's nothing you can do about it.
Let it come. Let it end. Finish me.
Maybe we should like up the ante and we give rebuttals to the team.
Give rebuttals.
Because then you actually could like come back, right? Because you can heal up from the parries. Maybe there's a world where we can level it up a bit there.
That could be interesting. We could do lots of crazy stuff. We could have different heroes in the 1v1, but maybe that would be sacrilege. Maybe that would be too far.
Seen 2 Rems beat each other up. I'm all for it. I know Zeke would be for it.
2 Rem melee 1v1. Maybe you can use the pillow. All right, Melee Creeps with the first pick. They're going to ban out Doorman. I do think the thing about the Doorman changes is that the nerfs are really marginal for the way Doorman is being played competitive.
Yeah.
Like in pubs, the kidnapping the strat is like insane. It's, if you can know how to really pilot it, it's really powerful. But competitive players, they seem to be pretty good at punishing that kind of a play and Doorman's passivity on the map if he builds that way. But still, I mean, the range nerfs really, I don't think it's enough to really change that. Doorman allows you to contest mid-boss and various objectives in ways that no other hero in the game does. So Melee Creeps want to get it out of here, don't want to deal with it, and they go for the first pick Pocket. Okay, I mean, Pocket untouched completely, right, in that last patch, so maybe they think a little bit less Billy gameplay might make more room for Pika to succeed.
Are you a doorman player, by the way?
No, I think I have 0 games in the hero. I've played a lot against him, though. I mean, it's a very popular pick in high MMR.
I was gonna say, like, when you were talking about, like, you know, kidnapping players and Under the Walker, I saw like a small little grin on your face, like you're doing this in all your
It's a
games.
hilarious like strat, you know, like only in Deadlock will this be a viable build. It's just like you just don't interact with any other part of the game. You're just getting people back into your own base over and over again. It's yeah, shades of the Dota 2 Fountain Hook for any very, very old school fans from that one. Hey, Billy Pocket. I like this for melee creeps. Like, the nerfs to Billy are not that bad. Chain Gang is still a ridiculously potent team fight tool. And with Affliction to follow it up, it's like the best setup in the game to get a huge Affliction, pull everyone together, and not just Affliction, you layer in the cape and the satchel, and you do a lot of damage there to get the Venator as well for a premium frontline carry here.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think almost to some extent, even if the changes are kind of big, unless they're like just decimate the hero, you kind of have to send it if you've been practicing with it, because I feel like it's too integrated into the composition you're trying to run and like the strategy you're trying to execute here. But seeing Bird with Clock, they do get Erebus on the Bebop here. I mean, he's a good Bebop player, but is he gonna be good enough here to help carry this through? Because like choosing a Calico and a Lash as your first two, but not pick Billy, it's so weird coming from EU to go into North America and see this play out like that when Billy would be like snatched up right away.
Well, on the other hand, though, I kind of think this is the sort of style that Buff and Jars have been so successful with, where they haven't necessarily drafted the most overwhelming team fight, and sometimes they've given the other team pretty terrifying team fight combos. They gave up Pocket Billy one of their games, and they really just play the movement game, play to outplay on the map, and just create enough pressure where the enemy just doesn't get the real comfortable team fight they're looking for with the engagements to split up. And for now, yeah, with Apollo too, it kind of follows along that theme of like, hey, we're all just gonna individually, we're all gonna outplay and never let your Billy get a big chain gang. Sure, you're gonna chain gang our Bebop when he goes for a hook and you'll get a good initiation, but if nobody else gets caught and all of us are pressuring you from different angles, you know, I can see how this kind of style works. I love melee creeps responding with the Mina, though, because it's a hero that can keep pace with that level of mobility and can maybe punish anybody who gets too big for their britches out on the flank.
Yeah, and like, who's going to be the one to really shut Mina down right now? Like Calico, you're not really going to be up in the air trying to deal with their Lash.
It's about to get
not ideal target either, and the fact that you have like a Bebop, you have to hit a hook when you have three Sangwon retreats away, it's going to be really hard to shut down Mina in particular. Then also seeing the Goo Man being played, I'm hoping it's going to be Goober. You think Viscous? You think Goober for sure? Though it's probably not going to be going his way, as you can see there. Birdie and Sai have been playing it as of late. But Viscous also like I feel like a decent pickup here, because you shut down like the burst out of Calico. You potentially can shut down like the tiny little sun out of Apollo. You can save someone, but you also get the extra like escapability, and also I guess like the shutdown for the whole W out of the enemy team if you can get some knockbacks with the puddle punches, because that's the way we've been seeing the changes go towards Viscous. It's more towards puddle punch instead of your splatter.
And Bird with Clock are going to keep it up, playing aggressive. I mean, it's really just the Geist to hold down like the late game carry potential. Lash, though, maybe can also follow suit in that, but a lot of individualism, a lot of high mobility characters, less in the way of like team fight lockdown. For melee creeps, I think it's a lot more straightforward how they win a team fight. Like with the Ivy last pick as well, I actually quite like this. Then I think maybe it is more likely that it's a Goober Viscous, with Saya often playing frontline for this team. I could see him on Billy, Birdie. I think Ivy is like a very much a comfort pick there, but I like Billy and Ivy together. I think that's a really nice, maybe even underrated combo. Not only Ivy dropping the Billy into the backline in a team fight can set him up for like a crazy chain gang, but also your follow-up on the chain gang is insane with like, the Stone Form Stomp being just super potent, punishing everyone when they all grouped up, as well as just healing Billy, putting your Kudzus on the ground, maybe an Alk Fire as well. So I think melee creeps have a really nice draft here. 2 really good saves with the Ivy ult and the cube to maybe deal with some of the tempo from Bird with Clock. For Bird with Clock, I think to win with this kind of a draft, you really need to have just monstrous individual skill on the lanes here. You need to kind of come out ahead, be tempoing kills in the mid game with Apollo, Calico, and Shiv, so that Geist gets ahead of the game and is just at some point has free farm for long enough that melee creeps are under too much pressure. But for melee creeps, on the other side, I think they have pretty decent lanes. They have a very, very scary team fight. I think they've kind of got everything they wanted in this draft. It's going to be up to Bird with Clock to just show that their individual skill is in fact high enough to pilot this kind of draft.
Yeah, I like how you said like earlier the individualism out of the comp out of Over the Clock, and I think that's, as you're talking about, a very important factor, because to me that kind of worries me, because we don't really see that be successful in a lot of these EU games. Like individualism doesn't really win you the games. It's about team play, and I think maybe that's just due to the way EU plays, more around teams and more around working around each other than like individual standouts, because I think the skill level is, maybe the skill gap is a lot closer in EU than it is in North America. But seeing Arctic on Shiv, first of all, we talked about a 17-0 run that he had on Shiv before. That's already going to be scary. DMB also getting a comfort hero when it comes to Geis. I mean, they have a lot of comfort heroes, I think, for them, as you said, with the individualism. But can you make that work against such a strong team as Melee Creeps is going to be shown here.
Yeah, McGinnis, though, untouched. I think maybe both these teams feeling that, okay, the nerfs. And now that I think about it more, McGinnis having base spirit resist per boon, that was basically slashed in half. And that is a stat that is almost insane to have on any character, right? And McGinnis is so immobile, it kind of feels like it makes sense on her that she needs some way to resist just incoming nukes from burning her down. But losing a lot of that stat power for me is probably maybe the biggest nerf of all to the kit. She's just more vulnerable to, you know, lashes and Apollos dancing over her head and just raining down nukes from above. Maybe both teams sensing they don't want to really get into that kind of a situation here, even with, you know, the value of the mid-boss contest and the wall looking pretty good in this meta. Melee Creeps, though, but not going to reinvent the wheel. I mean, this is a draft we wouldn't have been surprised to see earlier in EU or in last week's. Like, they're sticking with what works, and I do like teams that don't overreact to a new patch, especially one that isn't that big.
For OCs, that's so funny. By the way, the predictions for this game are kind of ridiculous. It's 1.1 million channel points in favor of Melee Creeps and 200,000 for BWC. So to me, that tells me you at least got to bet on BWC here, because the return on investment
value
there.
bet.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy value. You could get rich quick off of a Burba Clock win. I will say with Burba Clock, they've been so consistently the third place team in NA. Like, they have had so many appearances in this challenger match, and yet very few berths into the actual money match on Night Shift. And it's got to wear on you as a team, right? Where you're close, you are a solid team. Like, we don't invite just anybody. You know, we're always looking for the team that has genuinely the best chance to compete, the best scrim results. And they have been hovering at that sort of just outside the top 2 level now for months, it feels like. So curious to see if DMB could be just the injection of fresh blood that Burba Clock need to maybe take their game to the next level.
I mean, just sounds like they're the NA Leviathan, man. Just waiting for their moment to finally break through. Leviathan were sitting in third place forever. But the crazy thing is like Burba Clock probably arguably the, you know, third, fourth best team in North America. But when you play against like the number 2 best team or the number 1 best team, like the subtle differences in the skill of the team or skill in the individual just really gets magnified in a team game like this, and you really get punished. And that's how big gaps can be created. Even though, you know, you might be the number 2, number 3 team playing against each other, it might not look like that sometimes. But either way, we already see some early pressure coming out of Tanner here, taking decent amount of damage as a parry comes on through, prevents the backup here out of Arctic, looking for the early kill. But you can see the pressure already being applied. Saya extremely low in health.
A really risky move from Saya. Like, if he doesn't get that parry, he is 100% dead. So maybe a little scary. I mean, if you get a clean reset on Saya, it is actually quite good for the lane. I mean, it's going to free a lot of solo souls to Braden, but he's not. I mean, he's going to reset, but Braden is taking a beat down in this lane. Is there even a freeze going on? It seems like they're attempting a freeze here, so Braden may lose some souls in this lane, and that's going to be pretty big for the eco, especially for a Shiv Apollo lane. And Mina's health pool, man, that is a pretty scary prospect to be on low HP. Like, the dive can come in fast and furious at any moment.
Yeah, Shiv and Apollo, that's an easy dive for you.
Oh, hook on mid. Oh, but he's too good.
He gets punished.
Okay, John's too good. He got hooked in, he got super low. DMB dives for the kill. He just gets parried under the Guardian, and John's gonna get a reset. Ivy's super healthy here. Birdie's gonna be not really losing much of anything in the lane. Braden did die while he went away, so that lane's kind of going from bad to worse, with Apollo and Shiv getting fed pretty efficiently. Poshpop gets super low, needs to get bailed out by Goober. Calico's still thinking about this fight, but this is getting scary. Viscous is putting in a lot of damage. Looks like Pocket is going to go down. Lash perfectly comfortable to hit that chase down.
It's a good start, though. I mean, if we're talking about, you know, Bird Clock forever being the third place team in North America, being able to go head to head against melee creeps early on is very important. I think it's more about your transition into the mid game, more importantly, the late game, especially around a comp that's based around your individual skill, not necessarily like how the team synergizes together with these heroes. That
He
Mina,
just at level 3. He literally got the creep for this Sanguine during the fight and just barely has the movement to get up to the high ground, but that is scary. Good rotation in from Birdie, though. I love this timing coming in to disrupt Arctic and Tanner. Braden wants to even get in, do a little bit more damage, but he's so incredibly low, but with Arctic falling, maybe not much risk to him, so DMB responding with a counter roam on Geist, of all heroes, super early. Really needs this kill into Braden, who is on absolutely no HP. DMB will get it. And especially only being the second player in this lane for now, it's a pretty efficient soul split. So good counter moves from Bird with Clock. Unconventional to see a Geist rotate that early, but I actually do like it there. Get some value and denies a clean kill from Birdie.
I think it's an interesting decision, right? Because then that also means you left Erebus alone in the lane to actually soak up some farm at 2.8, you know, currently. Oh, Sai actually might be getting dived here. Stomp going to be coming on through, gets reposted away though, and able to back off, but back off for how long? 400 HP, and Arctic's still going to be there. And you can just see, it seems like Bird with Clock really want to keep this pressure on and really want to look for some kills to create that advantage, especially for Arctic to have a strong game, but he's currently only at 2.3 at the moment. Oh no, and he gets stunned as well.
Looks like Tanner did make it to the high ground, so he's still going to be having Prio on that buff. Looks like it is going to be double buff for Bird with Clock. 2 kills potentially coming on the map. John on just about 1 HP here and takes the Geist Bomb. Good read from DMB. Predicted that move toward the exit at just the right moment. Movement buff on Apollo is kind of the dream in the early game too. Like usually the issue for this character is just being able to get in and get out and connect your cooldowns, but that is not going to be a problem with the movement buff online. Spirit buff for Matt. So certainly the Deadlock gods are on the side of Bird with Clock, at least here at the 5-minute mark.
Oh man, even the follow kill with Saya goes down once again. This was the lane swap that we had happen, I believe, if not mistaken, because it was Graves originally sitting in middle. And it looks like Saya has traded positions with them, but he's just having a tough game. Maybe the Listic special here is Tanner on 1 HP, the airdrop and the Iridomini, the flying sentry gun coming on through.
Is he in the Veil? Where is he? He's right. Okay, no, he's just juking, but oh, good shot from John. Does get the finish. And I mean, you can see Birdie and John moving around the map. They're going to be happy to take a side lane here. I like this for Predator. You know, John, I think, has been having one of the better games of melee creep so far. Him and Birdie pretty much on top of the soul graph. Another hook from Erebus. He's been lights out with it so far this game. Chain Gang comes in. Oh, sick repulse on the Chain Gang. Turns it around onto the Mina. Assists the laser. Talasan doesn't quite get the angle in time. He's holding. He's waiting. Saya eventually steps up and gets absolutely blasted for his troubles. And that tower is done and dusted in the mid lane.
My lord, like Saya got murdered there. As Vancouver's going to fall here on this right-hand side. The pressure is being quite insurmountable here for Stride and Matt together. Deathslam, I think, was using this one, but the casting buff here for Matt is a little bit frustrating, I feel like, if you're on the other end of this spectrum. But the pressure, man, Bird with Clock up to a 3K lead, about to take down another Guardian. Only 1 left to go on this left-hand side of the map, and I mean, so far they're looking pretty damn solid, but it comes down to, again, that teamwork. And Tanner is almost going to be blown up here by John looking to escape here with the help of the trap. Going down in just a few seconds.
3 knives. Birdie's just desperate, trying to finish the kill. He will get it, but the knives sure to take out Arctic, though. Does go down in return, with Saya also showing up. So melee creeps bringing a lot of numbers to this fight. Economy-wise, though, they are being punished elsewhere on the map, right? Losing pretty significant lead of souls here, but getting that tower back is going to mitigate their losses. 2K soul deficit, not the end of the world, but come close to that 8-minute mark. This control around the lanes is going to be particularly crucial with Sinners about to spawn. I think both teams are going to look for these early contests, especially Bird with Clock, but they are empty as far as the ultimate bank goes.
I don't know what's happening. There's been so many swaps constantly across the map. Sai has been in every lane except the right-hand side. Nox Nostra coming on through, looking for a connection. And she on to DMB, so already very low on HP. And the rain comes on through, catches him out off guard. And Stride now, at least he does have Tanner off to his side. And a low HP Braden just on 80 HP. Gets
nice
around
moves.
the corner and can't be chased. Oh my gosh, the connection can't come in out of Tanner.
Flawless advance, though, coming up in a few seconds. Surely the finish can come in. The silence isn't enough. Just barely, I think Birdie is going to be able to save Braden. At what cost, though? It takes a pretty significant amount of damage himself. The trade comes in. This time it's Saya who ends up going down to Erebus. And the fights, Jason, they've been thick and fast. constant battles here in our opening match in North America. Berwick Clock, though, they came to play. This is the kind of match you wanted if you'd go for a draft like this. They want to push the tempo. They want to find these early fights to generate that lead, but so far, Melee Creeps have been able to prevent the worst of the losses.
Can we get a look at the death counter here?
I see Bebop.
I think we're gonna be impressed by something. The fact that I think Saya has like the most deaths in the game. Okay, 3. I thought it was way worse than that.
Following
but he's also
in
like
the proud footsteps of Listic.
but he's also one of the highest earners on the team. I mean, he's just like a little bit behind John. So he's been constantly around the map farming, getting these kills and creating value. And there we go. Another kill comes on through, this time on a DMB. So Saya, credit to him, man. If he's getting a Listic power buff like you mentioned.
Yeah, no fear being shown. Both teams may look to clean up those doubles sooner rather than later, though. A lot of souls to be had in the center sacrifices. Pretty farm aggressive build from Birdie here, though. I actually rarely see this in competitive to actually go for the Titanic Mag into the Tesla bolts. I mean, this is essentially an all-in farming build for now. I suspect he'll maybe spec back from here into a more diverse range of items, but he could rob a lot of jungle with this build. We'll see how he ends up using it.
Hopefully aggressively. Hope on the other side of the map. Because a lot of people want that farm on themselves.
Oh, he's in big trouble. I think the 4th knife is going to be able to kill here. Maybe a finish comes in, trade onto Arctic, but the bleed out, not even necessary. It's Natalia Losan that finishes off Saya, who has been getting as good as he's getting in this game.
Bro, Tanner's still going in, though. Braden's low on HP. And Goober's been forced back to help out. Lose Poshy Pop on the right-hand side of the map, right in time for the buffs to spawn, which means Berwick Clock not going to secure both. Birdie does get one, the gun buff on the left-hand side. They see it themselves, the vitality on the right, the extra HP. But man, we got to take a look at the farm here, because again, we've had like no time to really talk about much. Matt's on 10,000 souls currently, even on a streak as well. And Berwick Clock definitely looking to dunk this earn on through, but I do worry for DMB. 3 players on the left-hand side. You shut him down, he's already at 7.8k souls. He's going to have a tough time in the rest of this game. And they're going to go for the dive on him.
2 TCs bought up from Berwick Clock trophy collectors, that is. Arctic even buying one. Kind of surprising to see it on Shiv. I could see that radius, though, maybe being kind of nice in the late game. An earn dunk comes in. None of these souls can be contested, but huge gun damage here on this side. Birdie and John making great use of the Ivy build and the gun buff. They're going to open a walker extraordinarily early into this game. I just don't think Berwick Clock expected that level of aggression on the punish. They're trying to put some pressure on the opposite side of the map, but I don't really see pushing into a pocket with Affliction. Arctic, though, maybe not scared of getting into a fight, but doesn't want to just feed away kills looking for TC stacks. Matt, though, even without the Death Slam, somehow kills Pashibop, who has frankly been suffering on pocket in this game. Maybe more kills to be found by the Lash, who is on a crazy streak without a single soul invested into Vitality. He is all in on the damage, and so far it's paid off.
That is so surprising to see, but like you said, paying off for him. If you can keep getting kills like this, so why not?
Yeah.
Especially if you're making Pashibop have such a difficult time at 7.6k souls, and he's struggling.
I mean, he could go first green item, Siphon Bullets. That would be the Chad build here. Ultimate Chad. Just do not buy green items until you buy Siphon. Full damage build. Oh, Matt, though, they this super low, got nuked by Goober and backed off of the lane.
I'm looking more towards the later stage of this. We talked about Berwick Clock, individualism around it. I feel like with the later the game that we get, the more they're going to struggle up against melee creeps here, especially if you get these afflictions maxed out and online. But I wonder, like, what's their pivot point? Like, Arctic is struggling a little bit. I feel like you have to depend on Matt and Erebus to open up these fights. DMB's also been having a tough time, even though his souls doesn't necessarily reflect it. He got killed on the left-hand side, which did eventually turn into a walker take for John. And then, of course, you have Goober, who's got the Veil Walker, so he's running around looking for some quick snipes. Even has Express Shot picked up.
I like Goober's build here, going for the Spirit Shielding over what a lot of people would build Trophy Collector in this spot on Viscous, but I think it makes sense because you have such good late game team fight. You don't need to greed on the Viscous for a crazy late game. You just need to get to that point and keep the rest of your team in the fight. Saya, not going to be kept in this fight. He's actually going to be pulled out of it towards this Rift battle, and bringing Billy in is a perfect moment here. Riposte is good. It blocks some of the follow-up, and even hooked deep now. Saya could find himself in real trouble. Pops the chain gang, but where's the follow-up for it? Lash hold zones players away, but Birdie over the top stomps down on the Lash, and with the Rift about to be capped, you got to stay in this one. One player down on both sides. Erebus now opens up with the laser beam, stunned out with a beautiful roll from Goober, who's now looking for more value in this fight, but players from Berwick Clock starting to drop health low across the board. Seems like melee creeps getting the better end of this fight so far.
Man, Goober's doing some serious work here in this fight. The Rift is about to despawn on through here too. If no one can lock this one down, Goober, he gets the melee onto Stride before he just falls to Tanner. And Tanner's back in this fight, trying to take down Birdie with the hook in out of Erebus. I think Birdie might go down here, but Poshipop's still alive.
DMB is somehow coming back into this. He might be able to clutch this one out. I thought for sure melee creeps were going to be able to get the better of it. Now it's just Poshipop stalling as much as he can. Picks up a kill onto Tanner. Would love to be able to deny this Rift. It would be a comeback Rift if the enemies are able to cap it, but eventually he goes down the Rift. Oh, just fades away at the last moment. I think all the souls are going to be... Well, actually, as I say that, the souls are actually being traded pretty well here. So it's a kind of an insane fight with both teams losing a ton of kills, but Bird with Clock getting a lot of trophy collector stacks, to say the least, off of that. I mean, Shiv and Stride, or Shiv and Calico, gonna be pretty happy about that.
I think the downside for them, though, is they're still going to be behind overall when it comes to souls. And I still think the later this game goes on, the more and more Bird with Clock is going to fall off, especially with the way melee creeps are playing. They're kind of all grouped up. I mean, Erebus had a couple of kills here or there, yeah, but it's not really been easy kills, and it's not necessarily been in like catching out stragglers from melee creeps. It's more of like getting hooks in the middle of a fight to get kills, not to open up fights.
Interesting that, as we saw in Saya's build there, he actually did go for the max rising ramp. So, okay, interesting. He's valuing that extra max HP. The tankiness may be important in a game like this. The Nox Nostra silence from Braden, though, is just too much. Matt, without any skills able to be deployed under that silence, just cannot get into the fight, and Saya's going to pick up a tower as his reward.
Do you think with the max HP change on the Rising Ram, that Rem becomes more valuable for Billy now? Because you're already getting like extra health from like Blasted, but then you pair that with the fact you get 10% extra max HP, means tag along heals you way more as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some of those max HP heals could be good. You know, what else? I could also see Colossus being an insane item now on Billy. I mean, not that it wasn't already, but maybe an even more desirable choice to get just ridiculously tanky. And honestly, especially in this game, maybe he just is going to have to soak a lot of damage on Billy. Like, there's no situation where you initiate a fight and you don't take a face full of nukes from Shiv and Lash and Calico and Apollo. Like, that's just going to happen every time. So the tankiness could be especially useful. Lassus on the Souls, pretty contested, but it seems like Mina gets the lion's share of those. So melee creeps develop what was a small lead now into one that's turning pretty significant. Birdie almost has Capacitor, which actually is going to be a monster item this game with how many movement skills the enemy team relies on. It is going to hurt if you get Capacitor. You're going to find yourself in real trouble.
Going BRS as well, helps out Saya, and of course John. That's a pretty good movement too. Not able to be chased down by DMB. He's coming at 16,000.
Great hook.
We'll turn into a kill though.
Yeah, no problem. Here it is once again, back into out of the frying pan into the fire. Unfortunately, Rising Ram looks like catches on a player there, gets the extra health, but yeah, this one doesn't seem likely. Bird with Clock actually going to lose 2 key players there, or rather, Baylor Creep's going to lose 2 key players to Bird with Clock. They could look for something here, and wow, a mid boss call. This is confident. They really need a lot of heavy melee damage here. Both side waves are going to be pushing in against them. Very confident move. They've got some ultimates to follow it up, and in fairness, a lack of control here for the enemy team. There's not really any reliable mid-boss securing stuns on melee creeps. It's what the shotgun from John doesn't seem the most consistent in the pit. This may need to be giving up rejuves here. Players coming in, Affliction comes in. 1 rejuve picked up, 2nd and even a 3rd grabbed. The entire prize going to Bird with Clock. They might lose players in the progress, but happy to make these trades happen. Arctic barely staying alive. Surely he's going to tick out from the bloodletting after the Affliction, but he's still alive for now on Shiv.
Matt just trying to back off, trying to lure them away, maybe separate the side of melee creeps. Saya's here in the mix.
This could go really ugly here, Jason. A hook back in. Saya in deep. The kill's starting to pour in. Still 2 rejuves available. Bird with Clock healthy across the board. Rising Ram gets him to the Walker. Maybe that'll be the end of the chase. Melee creeps some good movement to cut their losses.
I just noticed as well in that fight, it looked like there was a silence wave thrown out of Stride. I'm guessing it's on Stride to actually stop Poshipop from getting an Affliction off when he went in towards the pit, and then just kind of put him in a rough position where he couldn't like get into his briefcase. He couldn't cape away. I think he actually tried to use the cape to get in, but that was really punishing. And we haven't really seen silence wave picked up a lot when it comes to EU. I'm not sure if this is more of a staple in North America, but
I like
really
this game a lot. In this game, you almost need it now. Like, it makes killing the Viscous a much more reasonable prospect. You know, and in this kind of like of a heavy ganking build, I like to see a lot of aggressive actives on the side of Bird with Clock. Like the nuke damage from Silence is meaningful. You force Pocket to build a Dispel Magic a little bit earlier. It's like, it kind of hurts for Pocket, you know? Like you're a character that wants to be building tons and tons of damage plus Majestic Leap. And if you can skip the Dispel Magic, it really helps accelerate your build, helps you be a lot greedier. But a weak early game for Poshpop now is getting compounded with some aggressive active spot against him. And you can see that Siphon Bullets queued up. Feels like that's a big power spike for Lash when it's able to come up.
Was that his first Vitality item? That's the question.
Okay, he did in fact invest into Vitality. He's not a psychopath. It was a good build. Big damage onto Arctic, who shrugs it off and runs away pretty much. Free tower for Erebus. He's going to be happy to clean that one up. Poshpop can't do much about this.
Yeah, how are you going to go in 1v2 here against them and lose a Walker? So that's going to be a Walker tree on the right and the left-hand side from before. And man, the aggression at Tanner, he just shows no sign of wanting to stop. The Eternal Sun coming on through, but gets stone formed away.
Still hits on the John.
Birdie.
Should be able to finish off John. Surely he's caught dead to rights here in the cube, but where's his escape from here? Playing with the rejuice, Bird with Clock, full confidence here. No cares, willing to give up some kills. One last shot available to Iradomini. Surely he's in trouble. Gets as much damage as he can out before he goes down. John, king of 1 HP here. Wait, how is he alive? What is John? What sort of black magic sacrifice did John do to get out of that scenario? I actually cannot believe he lived. That is insane. Well played. Bird with Clock, though, still getting all 3 rejuves out and for value. They are afflicted on 2, but maybe a bit of an overextension. Yeah, into the Lash ult and the laser. Big connection out of Matt. Massive team fight, in fact. The afflicted players just disrespecting this fight. Bird with Clock looking to turn this one into a decisive advantage. Maybe 3 kills and potentially a Walker to be had. Maybe even Viscous as well.
Now, I did not expect that to go back the way with Bird with Clock. How things started out with John survived on the left-hand side, as you pointed out. They're able to just power through with the use of this Death Slam to just open up this entire fight, take down John as well, and clean up Birdie. Arctic is on a kill streak of 4, and they get that mid Walker to boot. This is going to be a 20k lead now built up for Bird with Clock. But they have to be careful. That left lane is still shoving, attacking on their base guardians already. No mid boss to take. There is an urn available, so this could be a pretty huge swing in favor of Bird with Clock now.
I will say that huge wave is going to be a pretty penny into the pockets of Bird with Clock as they counter push. The map is full of farms, so the priority is going to be getting those sinners, claiming the permanent buffs, and just overall the game plan from Bird with Clock. I just want to say I'm really impressed with this. Like, they clearly came into this match ready to take this opponent on, right? Melee Creeps has been, I think, really known as an extremely strong late game team in North America. Like, they're really good in these key team fights around mid boss. They're really good towards the late game at playing for their win conditions. And Bird with Clock have just come in with an absolute blitzkrieg. It feels like it's caught them off guard. John has not been able to hit his typical farm levels. He's barely been able to farm. He's been forced into the fights because Bird with Clock are just constantly keeping the pressure on. 2 Walkers down. I mean, this is a really scary position. Let's take a look at the replay. Lash ult of that last fight, and oh, that's painful. 2 players inches from safety, instead sent crashing down to their deaths.
Huge play by Matt there, and we've already known Matt to be a phenomenal Lash player, but to open things up like that, as well as Arctic to clean up these kills, you can look back at a play like that to potentially secure them a spot here in the grand finals, where there's 4,000 at stake here, provided by Intel for Intel's Gamer Days and Best Buy, of course. Crazy stuff out of Arctic, and this is what we said about like individuals. Do you ban out certain individual players because they're so good at certain heroes? Maybe Shiv is one of those for Arctic, but I feel like I got asked a question earlier on from Dan. Is he undervalued as Shiv? And I think we're seeing a different thing over in North America.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, banning Shiv in this meta feels crazy. It's just, it hasn't been that good of a pick. I wonder, though, if this Billy matchup is not significantly worse against Shiv than it was before, because Shiv is a hero who naturally wants to build to a pretty high flat HP total, right, to make use of the bloodletting tankiness and just to be able to get into the thick of the fight the way he wants to, where the max HP damage from Rising Ram was extremely effective at just bursting down the Shiv, attacking him in the front line. Now that matchup has felt a lot more contested. Pretty defensive build from the Billy. Isaiah desperately wants to connect to Chain Gang, just barely gets one in, but a riposte. Should be no trouble for Tanner to back out of this one, disengaging Sigil. And John even rips the Iradomini. Erebus is super low. See if there's going to be able to be a finish here with both Birdie and Cooper into the backline. First kill does come in favor of the Melee Creeps, but now it's evened up 5-on-5 in the team fight.
And some serious work being done by Matt here, as we talked about. The reduced range on the damage fall off now for Lash not really seeming to matter for him at the moment, as John's caught between a rock and a hard place, and he gets killed off and finished off here by DMB. A 21k lead now built up for Bird with Clock, but they are losing quite a few players. They're down 3 already in this skirmish. Just finally Strive's able to join in the fight. Goober's just trying to escape here off to the side with the help of the Puddle Punch to get away, as their mid-base Guardians are under attack from these minions. But Bird with Clock, all they know is W. All they know is just charge on forward here, and they pick up another kill.
Yeah, and the difference in trophy collector buys starting to add up here. Bird with Clock, I'm sure they're pretty much fully stacked at this point with how incredibly aggressive this game has been. Stride uses that economy to pick up an Arctic Blast. It's going to make John's life in particular, I think, hell, where you get that huge AoE damage amp on a relatively vulnerable, immobile target. Bird with Clock going for the mid-boss, though? I mean, isn't this crazy? No, Jason, this is risky moves. They get the roar out. Maybe instead they're just going to turn for the kill. A Dispel and a Cape out, but Erebus is on the case. Mark's Pashivov got baited into that mid-boss fight. Maybe had no choice but to contest it. But now Birdie also throwing good money after bad. No ability to escape, at least for the moment, trying his best to get away, but you're in the wrong neighborhood. This is the enemy side of the map, and eventually Bird with Clock will find those kills. DMB, though, goes down in the trade, and that's an extremely long spawn. So now things get crazy down in the pit.
I mean, the fighting's never stopped here. We're looking out on the outside, but constant battle here as Goober's fallen already. John in a really precarious position here as he gets finished off. Somehow Erebus is still putting up some serious value here, but also so is Arctic here in this tight, close quarter combat. The slice and dice is just pelting through these opponents. Braden, at least one saving grace, keeps it relatively equal here in a 1-on-3. Nox Nostra is up, but against these 3, I don't think you're going to win this fight.
He's got to do what he can. He's got to try to put some damage down. He's going to put the Nox Nostra on 3. It's a lot of damage, but it's being shared across the Bird with Clock players. It's not the decisive burst that you were looking for. Pashpop is respawned. He's going to be running back into this fight just as quick as he can, and there's still a lot of health on this Mina, though. But as the cooldown starts to run low, she's in real trouble. Italia Lasan, Curse is good. One rejuve snatched away will get Braden back into this fight, but Bird with Clock, 3 mana flick from Pashipop. Maybe they'll be able to fight through it. They're just shrugging off the damage so far.
Oh my god, the one Reju Crystal Braden still keeps him alive here, and he gets the Nox Nostra out. No way does he escape this.
He might live. He might live. Cannot afford a zip knock, and Arctic is ready and waiting on the other side. Birdie, the ultimate, just a little bit too long on cooldown to go for the save. And that's a big fight win for Bird with Clock, taking a huge risk there, but pays off. Confidence.
I need to see this player damage across the board here. Matt's on 32,000 souls. He almost has to be towards the top in my eyes. Constantly alive in these fights. 34,000 damage being done. I mean, he's been the MVP. He's been the star of Bird with Clock here so far. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
I also got to give a lot of credit to Erebus. He's been very clean on the hooks, like so many finds, and has really been enabling the team to keep up the pace. Unstop is the buy for Matt too, so don't see that damage train stopping anytime soon. I don't see how the hell you're going to deal with this Lash with Unstop purchased up here. And even interesting sharpshooter buy for Lash, maybe mitigating some of that damage fall off nerf. Not an item we see bought every game, although maybe also relatively core for Lash.
No way you hit this hook.
It's a comeback rift. No, you don't even go. You just dunk the urn in, man. I guess it's on this side of the map. Maybe he's not going to dunk the urn, just taking it as the battle flag. Attempted hook just slightly goes wide. Would have loved to pull some players out of the air. Double rejuve still available, though. Bird with Clock, they're showing a lot of interest in taking this fight, but no, the Rift is picked up by melee creeps. That does also take their resists away. Bird with Clock now desperately looking for kills. A 5-man chain gang from Saya, though, comes in. Is he able to brawl this one out? Actually, maybe a good start to the fight, but Saya starting to get overwhelmed, starting to get low. The cube comes in at the perfect moment for Goober, as well as this goo ball. It's just devastating the team fight for Bird with Clock. They still have one more region to work with. There's a lot of players starting to get low now, Jason.
I'm surprised to see Bird with Clock take this fight, considering the resists that melee creeps are going to have, but it's still going to work out in the end. They used one of the crystals that was Matt to actually soak it on up. They take down Goober and Saya, and the Walker on the right-hand side of the map is being taken down here by those Rift minions, and they will get a Walker for free here for melee creeps. Well, I say for free. It costs them a hell of a lot of their lives. John's just trying to escape, but Matt, he's not done. He's putting the business on in this game, even looking for the Mina now as Braden's the last alive.
Arctic will have her heads, man. Double side waves crashing. The wave state is horrific here for Bird with Clock, but Tanner's on the case. He should be able to clean this one up and get a ton of farm on this Apollo, who is actually going to be disgustingly rich after he clears both of these side waves. Crushing Fists is the buy for Saya, who wants to just continue to double down on the raw damage. But with the base guards down, Shrine's now available, and the backdoor protection couldn't come off at a better moment just as they step up onto the Shrine. This will be at a very minimum 1 Shrine cleared, maybe even a second on the cards, but with the Rejuve expiring, Saya and Birdie up on the respawn, Bird with Clock are going to, for once in this game, play things a little bit more patiently, a little bit more slowly, and go farm the map, get some buys off before the next team.
40K lead. Insane stuff, man. I'm looking at like some individuals here. Matt on 36K. This is why you don't do math,
Jason. It's 30K.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was, 3 a.m. here, and I'm just proving my point even more, man. 30K lead. That's what I said, I think.
Erebus is evaporated by the Ivy bomb here, bringing in the Umbrella bioweapon Billy. So that combo is still pretty scary. Immediate Spirit Resilience bot from Erebus. He's like, yeah, I had enough on that one.
Oh, he passed my test, the math test. I'm proud of you.
Finally, I can graduate high school.
Actually, look at Stride on the left-hand side. I think
is he in the tunnels?
Yeah, he might be. But one thing I was mentioning in some of the EU games as well is like the extra vision you get from having like a Lash. I mean, in the Buffendor's game against Abraham's, having a Vindicta, but also having a Calico. Like you gain so much information where everyone is to create opportunities and to create like an information war that you can kind of win to know when you can take fights and kind of when you can't. And especially if you can, get Pop out of position that you don't have to worry about an Affliction, which I think is like the one thing you really have to focus on. Affliction plus the chain gang combo. And you can take these fights and you can take these wins, and Matt can continue to pump out this damage almost at the 40K mark in souls.
These comeback souls are pretty nice for melee crepes. Another Ivy pickup. They want to just keep the tempo going. Trying to fly in on top of this Apollo, who finds himself silenced and burst it down. So melee creeps extend a chain of kills here. That extreme long spawn for Erebus gets punished into a follow-up kill, and this is where, I mean, we still have a huge lead here, right, for Bird with Clock. I don't want to understate that, but, and it's Deadlock, and these comeback mechanics, a couple bad fights, a couple bad kills can go against you. We know Melee Creeps is a team that will find the way back in if you leave any kind of opening for them. Still, I mean, this feels like Bird with Clock should be the team advantage to take it to the money match, but anything's possible in this one.
What worries me, though, is if they stop being aggressive, they start respecting melee creeps too much. I feel like that's where the mistakes can be made here. A good hook in onto Brayden. It should be a relatively easy kill. The sound wave on top of that, too.
That's the soul leader for melee creeps. They're going to come into this fight. Oh, and they've already lost 2. Uh-oh, Saya airlifted. Does he really want to go in? Yeah, I think melee creeps wisely going to call this one off. And speaking of that disrespect, that's a really good call, Jason, because they, with a man down, they step up on the enemy side of the map there, gambling that Saya would be going for the Earn Dunk at that moment, and they guessed correctly. He wasn't there at the start of the fight, wasn't there to punish early. And so the disrespect pays off. Now DMB, he's the one who's in potentially real trouble. A big AoE silence on a lot of players, though. I think he's done enough on DMB to delay this fight now. Arctic getting into the brawl. Saya getting incredibly low. DMB does fall, but he's done enough. The rest of Bird with Clock still healthy now, swarming over, and a cape caught on the wall will be the death of Pashipop, almost surely. Can't afford to take the jump pad. Actually, wait, maybe no one was chasing him down. Okay, actually, maybe Pashipop is okay, but what's not okay is the Hidden King base. 2 waves crashing. Maybe even one more kill to be found here. Ooh, Erebus. He's good for these. Oh, and the zip knock too. He's done. And that'll be probably the game here with mid boss going down, as well as second shrine to be taken by Erebus. This is a nightmare scenario. Melee creeps in rare form may actually be falling out of this competition in the challenger match.
I think it would be quite a big surprise, to be honest. I think most people out there, especially the people who maybe didn't predict Bird with Clock, who should have. We talked about the value bet and how the generational wealth that can be created, and it's just on the precipice of that happening. But Brayden trying to defend the shrine. It hasn't gone down just yet, though. Mid boss has fallen. Reju crystals coming in a few seconds. So Bird with Clock needs to survive for now to not let these crystals go to waste.
Gonna get a reju if he needs a reju. Somebody get him a reju. Okay, they've got some rejus. Okay, Erebus is gonna be fine. He's not even gonna go down the ones. They want to get the drop while these players are dead, and they're gonna be able to find it. So, I mean, honestly, with this kind of a lead, triple rejuve, finishing the game should be a formality for Bird with Clock. Like, this game should just be over, dead to rights. And melee creeps, they're a little bit low on the ultimates. I think Bird with Clock are gonna heal up, get some big buys off, and send it to finish the game here. I think that is the best move they can.
10,000. Okay, it has to be changed now with E-Ship being picked up by Arctic and Divine Barrier. Oh my God, Arctic just got insanely strong. Those 2 items alone. I mean, the Afflictions were already having a tough time. We saw one used before, and DB had a good counterspell, which kicked off the engagement out of Bird with Clock. And now with DB on top of this, just really making Pashipop not really amount to much in the fights with the Afflictions. He can hit multiple players, but with Cursed Relic picked up here for Erebus, and the Veil
It's so
Walker make him
scary.
such a threat. Yeah, it's so scary to be anywhere on your map right now.
Oh, and that could be the finish with the curse coming in. Do they have the damage follow up, Mina? And yes, they have the damage follow up. Braden is evaporated there. Nasty hook from Erebus. I mean, hey, how much can you really even counterplay against that? Trying to stay on the map, trying to show any kind of presence on the lane. And instead, you lose your most farmed as Zip. Not gonna hyperline on Sire. Oh, let it end, Jason. It's too painful. The chain gang comes in. The Ivy save pulls some players in, but the Affliction, he pulled them away from the Affliction. Doesn't like caught anybody here. The Unstop secures the games with triple rejuve in hand. Bird with Clock, with one of their best performances ever, I dare say the best, are gonna make their way to the money match. And with double prize pool on the line, it couldn't come in a better week here, Jason.
I mean, Goober's trying to stall. He's trying to buy time. There's no Affliction that was used before. I don't think Refresher's picked up either. So there's really nothing you can do to halt Bird with Clock here from finishing off this game. Just trying to buy any moments you possibly can, but they're fleeting moments here. And like you said, Bird with Clock, I mean, they get a chance to win their share of the $4,000 prize pool brought to us by Intel Gamer Days. And of course, Best Buy. Bro, Bird with Clock, I mean, beyond this win, you made some people in chat really rich with channel points. I have to say that. Hopefully, for your guys' sake, you can make yourselves rich off this prize pool if you can take down Popper's Pupils.
Yeah, the believers are looking wealthy right now, and maybe there's just a shred of a chance for Bird with Clock to join them, breathing that rarefied air, picking up some of our double prize pool this week because they're going on to the money match. Facing the champs, though, is a different game. I mean, Popper's Pupils are a team that loves to bring this kind of pace and won't back down from a fight, even as aggressive as Bird with Clock were in this first game. So a lot to be decided in that money match. But let's take a little look back through this match, because this was, God, it felt like just a different Bird with Clock team. They brought a different energy to this week's match.
I think it was I hate to say it, but it goes back to the draft individualism, and just like the individuals on those specific heroes really excelled. Arctic gets Shiv, one of his like best heroes. Matt gets Lash, one of his best heroes. Erebus gets oh my god, what's his name? Bebop, one of his best heroes. I'd even go to say maybe this was like a disrespect draft out of melee creep, because you gave them so many of the heroes that they're so damn good on, and maybe didn't push them to other heroes that you could probably beat them with.
Yeah, and maybe some fearless confidence in those individual plays. It pays off, right? And this game comes down to a lot of these low numbers fights. I'm thinking about, the Rift engagement. I'm thinking about some of these mid bosses, but so many moments like this too. Erebus, I just feel like you give him the Bebop, you are asking for serious trouble. He's so sharp on this hero. He's so consistent at every stage of the game, from putting up a good show in the lane to developing through the match and continuing to contribute in key team fights. So despite Birdie and John looking really strong in the opener, the early game, they just couldn't keep up. It felt like melee creeps with the pace. They were pushed out of their comfort zone, which is certainly a recipe for success for Bird with Clock, but not something easy to replicate, right? It's easy to say, yeah, just take melee creeps out of their comfort zone, but few teams have been able to accomplish it. So really well-deserved win for Bird with Clock. Excited to see how far they can take it today.
There's something you said I want to hop back to about Erebus, and Erebus gets Bebop and he makes himself a threat the entire game. I feel like it's relatively easy as a Bebop player to have early game presence and power, but then you fall off the later the game goes on. But as we saw, that hook on a Braden was basically the final nail in the coffin for melee creeps, and for him to still be effective with the Veil Walker and the build that he chose to go for, just he kept his value as the hero throughout the entire game. I think that's really important to note here for Bird with Clock and him in particular.
I agree. I think the Holiday ban was actually really smart here in a way to protect the Bebop. From my perspective, Holiday is maybe one of the better, I would say, soft counters to Bebop, because it's so damn hard to hook a Holiday while she's padding around with the crazy Eric cell. It's just ridiculously hard for Bebop to hit that. And vice versa is not true. Bebop's a very easy target for the lasso every time you step up for the hook. So this was a game in which Erebus just had a lot more of a comfortable matchup situation. Melee creeps with some very scary team fight, but without the same ability to get active and brawl on the map. Bebop, felt comfortable forcing these fights. We are going to fight you over and over and over again. We know we have the better draft for it. And Erebus is good to land the hook. So it feels like the stars align for Bird with Clock getting a style where everybody's comfortable. Everybody's playing a hero they like. Take a look at the death. So it wasn't a clean game from Bird with Clock by any stretch of the imagination, but they were down to get scrappy. Pashipop, John, and Saya all taking 10 plus deaths. That is crazy levels of beatdown in competitive Deadlock.
I don't think I've seen that happen even in their other losses. I don't really see them get that many deaths.
This is a burger box for the ages, actually. This is a crazy tempo game.
I mean, 32 deaths between those three compared to the 52 in total for Bird with Clock is kind of nutty, to be fair. But also look at the assists here out of Bird with Clock. Erebus on 33, Stride on 33. And Goober actually put out the most damage in this game as well, but Matt like right behind him on the Lash. Arctic just cleaned up kills left, right, and center. I think this was a really impressive show. And not to mention, our producer Solomon just reminded us that this is the first Challenger match win from BWC since number 42. We're on 51 right now. And
yeah, it's been a lot of L's
It's been 9. Yeah,
it's been a lot of L's for them in the Challenger match. Like, frankly, I've kind of got to the point where maybe I'm not expecting them to do that well in the Challenger match. So I'm pleasantly surprised to see them putting up a good show. And I gotta say, you know, DMB stocks, right? Like this, it feels like when this guy comes onto a team, it's not just, I'm not even just his play individually, which I think was fine, solid this game. Like nothing spectacular, let's say, but let's be honest, he's playing Lady Guys. He's kind of a role player in that sense in this kind of a match. But the team overall felt like a different animal this time. And I wonder if that's not some influence from the calling, from the communication on the squad.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, DMB is one of like the most experienced players in North America when it comes to comp plays. So adding him onto the team is always an addition, whether, you know, it gives you the gameplay in game or the discussions out of game to help you elevate the team. But for Bird with Clock, as far as we can tell, they're 0-10 in finals matches. They have not won a single map in our finals here in the night shift, but luckily for them, they have the chance to do so. And I think it's going to come off the back of a certain player in particular, probably our MVP of this match, Jake, and I would have to give it to Matt, honestly.
Yeah, great performance in the Lash. I mean, this hero has risen through the ranks now to maybe become meta defining, right? With teams taking him in the first pick slot more often than we have seen in quite some time. And you see why. It's like, you know, consistency, strength in the early game, a good lane where he can greed a very aggressive early item build, such as the one he has here in this highlight, and then continue to be hugely relevant, being exceptionally hard to catch in the late game, and having very serious sustained gun damage through a fight. Like Siphon Bullets is a ridiculous item when you're able to just perma shoot with such consistency. It just fits Flash so incredibly well. It feels like it makes or breaks this build.
I mean, he's getting up to like 700-800 extra HP in these fights, and I mean that extra health on top of this when you're already flying.
Like,
yeah,
huge.
And you're not even like taking direct damage. You're just kind of flying around the edges of these fights, and you're still putting out some serious work here, as we saw, like the Siphon Unstoppable as well. The Sharpshooter, I think that's an interesting thing. Maybe that is the addition or the adaptation to the changes to the fall-off damage for Lash, as we were mentioning during that game. I mean, even able to go toe-to-toe here up against John and the Venator is kind of just dirty. I mean, look at his health. It really doesn't fall. He took 1,300 damage there, and he still had over 3k health left.
Yeah, just absolute disrespect here. Out carrying the Venator. Not a common sight when it comes to late game Deadlock. Match absolutely abounding with highlights for Matt. And as we said, like a big win for this team, right? Like some real wind in their sails in a time of, frankly, doldrums for them, where they've struggled to have like the big results. Maybe this is the week where, hey, you have a great showing against a top team like Melee Creeps. Sky's the limit in the money match, but of course in the best of 3, like one explosive game is not going to get the job done. You're going to need to have consistency. You're going to need to have, you know, diversity across drafts, because on the other side of the field, Popper's Pupils are pretty dominant. So of course, we're all excited to see how that shakes up. So we're going to get the players working on that. But this brings us to a perfect moment in the show to show some love to Intel Gamer Days, guys. The reason we've been able to double the prize pool through these 4 weeks for the Intel Gamer Days is to let you guys know there's incredible discounts on PCs on a ton of different retailers. For North America, you check out Best Buy. And of course, with qualifying purchase, you can get 2 games with your purchase, both Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, and Star Wars Galactic Racer. Just get those, you know, alongside your purchase. Extra little incentive for you to upgrade your PC. But everybody needs a new PC these days. Everybody's been waiting for a sign, waiting for the crop circles to align to pull the trigger. Well, that sign is here. It's now. Get a couple of games with qualifying purchase. Check out the link in the chat, guys. !IGD to get all the info.
And I also need to take a look here at the Galactic Race. I might be like too old for you to not have played this before, but did you ever play like the Star Wars pod racing game way back in the day?
You are, in fact, that may be too old for me. You are correct.
That's just making sure. That was such a sick game, and I think I would have to say I would love to play Galactic Racer here if I get my qualifying purchase in as well. But this is so cool to see it again. Like Intel had been with us since day one, so always happy to have them, you know, tag it along. And of course, the Intel Gamer Days as well is such a cool little thing to have for everyone looking to get better PC, get better deals off of anything they could possibly want when it comes to gaming. And yeah, once again, big love to them.
Yeah, hardware's expensive. You got to find those discounts where you can get them. So lot of love there. But of course, guys, that brings us to a short break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to be moving on to the money match, hotly anticipated. A new contender enters the arena to fight for the #1 slot in North America. So you don't want to go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Lash is living up to his reputation.
I see Shiv. Let's take out Shiv. Let's take out Pupils. Let's take out Jack.
Beginning of the end. I was expecting more.
Fun time. Fun time.
Good job.
Welcome back, everybody, to the night shift. It's our final match of the night, the NA money match, to take home a doubled prize pool thanks to Intel Gamer Days. It'll be Popper's Pupils, surprisingly, taking on Bird with Clock. I think just about everybody going into this would have predicted that melee creeps would advance, as they have so many times before, but this week proved to be different. Bird with Clock have shown a new side to themselves.
Yeah, and maybe it's just the addition of DMBs you pointed out before we went to the break. Like, obviously bringing in a lot of experience within the team. They picked a comp that worked well for them. A lot of individuals were able to shine in that match, but they're up against arguably the strongest team in North America right now, off the back of a land victory as well with Deadlock over this last weekend. It is going to be tough to take down Popper's Pupils, but BWC, if they can have any sort of showing like they had in that first game, there's definitely a chance.
All right, guys, let's take a look, though, at the overall bracket, see how we got here today. Of course, some qualifier matches had to be played in EU, with there being more and more competitive teams from that region. Buffingers, though, able to put that one away with a dominant 2-0. Although, as we've said before, you're not going to want to miss that match. If you didn't catch that one live, check out the VOD, because those two games were both incredibly close. Some of the best Deadlock we've seen out of EU in quite some time. I mean, even with the 2-0, it felt like Abraham's doing some catching up there and making those games so competitive. Now, of course, the NA Challenger match that we just watched, Bird with Clock, winning 1-0 over melee creeps with an insanely aggressive playstyle that worked out immaculately for them. Now to challenge Popper's Pupils, a different animal entirely, Jay.
Yeah, they're mice instead of cats, so you're not wrong at all when it comes to that. But you are right, though, like entirely different animal. This team has really been getting better and better week in and week out, and I think this can be really a true test for Bird with Clock. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to get away with playing so many comfort heroes in this one. Like Erebus getting Bebop, I feel like you just take that away. Whether you have to pick it yourself or you bat it away, I feel like you just go with it. Don't let them play the things that they're so good on individually. But there's also a lot of like factors in this one. Like taking a look at the EU finals match, we had Buffingers first pick a Lash up against Abrahams to take it away from OCs. Is that something maybe we see Popper's Pupils do to take it away from Matt? Because he was that important, I think, on his lash in this last game.
Yeah, there's a few heroes I'm expecting to go extremely early, extremely contested in this draft. For me, I'm thinking about Lash. I'm thinking about Calico. I'm thinking about Apollo. I'm thinking about characters that both these teams are honestly maybe more similar in that they both like to push the tempo. They both have extremely confident individuals in their deathmatch, in their ability to tempo early advantages out of the lane, to force constant fights, and to kind of keep doubling down. So I think this match is going to be completely chaotic to watch because I think both teams are going to want to really fight for the early game. But we'll have to see, of course, how the draft shakes out. Let's take a look, though, at the rosters before we dive in too deep on this first match. Of course, Proper Pupils reigning champions here on the night shift, winning last week in pretty dominant fashion. Poppers, Average, Xeno, League, Low Main, and Lefa. I mean, a lot of stars on this squad. I mean, Low Main and Lefa, these two individuals, I think, are some of the most talented and flexible players we have on the night shift in North America. And I look to leadership on this team, like Average and Poppers, who have just a ton of a wealth of experience, really. And Xeno and League routing out the roster with a ton of flexibility, ton of individual experience on those players as well. So as far as trying to tempo this team out in like early game deathmatch, that would be an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, and I think one of the strengths of this team is that the star power they have on this roster, that any one of them at any given match can pop off and be the one to carry you through. I think we've seen, thinking back over this last year practically that we've had now with the night shift, everyone's had their own moments. But I think like the true, maybe untapped potential on the team that I want to see how this individual's career advances going on further is like Xeno. I think he's been one of the most interesting players on the team in general, thinking back to when he was just a Yamato player. And I remember ZP and I were casting a 1-win event, and the team he was on at the time stopped getting kills and delayed finishing the game just so Xeno could go like 30-0 or something like that, something ridiculous. But he's shown, like, even Doorman talking to Average, we had like a graveyard shift with him, and he was saying that Xeno never played Doorman before. He played it like once at a pub and they thought he did well. And then there's like, hey, why not just bring it to a scrim? He did, and he dominated on it. And he didn't realize how good he was on someone like Doorman. So I really want to see like where Xeno grows individually as a player and like what he can't do, because I feel like he could almost do anything right now within a team.
Yeah, him and Low Main, right? Like incredible playmaking, incredible aggression. They feel like players that are always making something happen on the map, and that have been really key to this team's success. So Popper's Pupils, there's a reason they're the champs. There's a reason they're the top dogs in North America. Their opponents, though, had to fight their way here, not just through this most recent Challenger match, but through a long run of qualifying and being the third best team in NA, but being the third best team in NA and not often making it to the money match. But this team, they stuck together through thick and thin, now only adding DMB to the roster. And it maybe, at least from that first match, is any evidence, it seems like it's been just the lightning rod that they needed to really find their style, to find their confidence as a team. That match against Melee Creeps was serious proof of a changed roster.
Yeah, I don't think you can really substitute experience out of a team. And I think experience is something DMB brings in plethora to any roster he joins. He's been on basically every top team in North America throughout each iteration we've had in NA so far. But to be able to kind of spread that within the team, the information he brings and like the way to approach the game, I think is really, really interesting for teams to use. But I think it's also about, you can't just bring him into a team and tell him to play a certain role. I feel like you also need to give and take here when you bring in someone as experienced as him individually. They have to kind of adapt the team play around him and vice versa. And I mean, the thing is, we didn't really get to see much of that last game because DMB was like a lightning rod pulling everyone towards him to constantly kill him, while Matt, Arctic, and the rest of the team was doing just the same themselves.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the draft shakes down. I think picks like Mirage, Geist, Venator are going to be also pretty contested for being the carries that can actually kind of brawl out in those big fights and can be a centerpiece to a team that wants to really fight around them and play for the movement game. So very, very curious to see what gets prioritized. We're also, remember, on a new patch. So all bets are off. Like the old meta, that you would have said was so dominant, where Billy Pocket was just this unbeatable, unstoppable combination. That's no longer the case. Still, Dorman and Mirage have been consistently copying first ban, so we'll see if that trend changes. Of course, Bird with Clock on first pick.
Spoken for today.
All right, well, there's a Mirage ban already taken away. See, I would actually like to see like just a Bebop ban here for Popper's Pupils, like Doorman. Okay,
can you give Doorman that? Giving Doorman is crazy work. Like Doorman is, I don't know, I guess he's nerfed in fairness, not majorly, but it could help on the margins.
Reverend
Wow.
Okay,
Good
I didn't think
call.
they'd actually do it. But I was curious.
In fairness, this is basically what beat Erebus in the past, right? Why Erebus was on, a former version of this Poppers Pupils team, and they got rid of him because he could only play Bebop. When a team started first banning Bebop, first picking it, just never letting him play it. Now this is like Erebus though coming in. I mean, it's been weeks since then, right? He's had ample time to make adjustments to show improvement across other heroes in the roster, but time to really prove it now. It's going to be tested in this game one. It's risky for Poppers Pupils though, because if you test this and you're wrong and Erebus actually does show up and have a big game on another hero, you did just give up a doorman. You did that to yourself.
Yeah, but you took away not only Erebus' best hero, you also take away Lash from Matt. And you probably get a Billy on top of this, I would assume, if they're going to continue to go that trend. So Lash, Billy as first 2 picks.
Sick combo.
I would be fine letting Doorman go for those 2. But they go Calico instead. What is happening? And they take it away from Stride, who played it last game.
I don't hate it. To be honest. I think the Calico is extremely good for the style that both teams like to play. I think honestly, Bird with Clock in that game one, it really felt like we were watching Poppers Pupils. The way they push the aggression, try to put the opponent on the back foot. But Abrams is a nice response to Calico. It's a hero that can kind of tank the initial burst from Calico and actually turn it around and brawl out and take those fights. Maybe similar story for Lash. Like Abrams can super lock down the Lash and stun him to death. Once you get that Phantom Strike in the late game, I could kind of see these picks. And they go the Venator as the prio carry here for DMB. I do like Venator with Doorman, though. I think there's a lot of synergy here. I think the Doorman kind of lets Venator get away with his immobility that is sometimes his weakness.
It's about to get
Do you think picking Abrams over Billy, though, is the right course of action? Because Billy's not been touched here in the top 3 picks from both teams.
I mean, I do think there's some question about Billy as a hero right now. Like, how good is he really? I don't think he's bad, but at the same time, that Rising Ram max HP spare damage was an absurd power spike for the character. That was like incredibly significant for how much damage you deal over the course of the match. And now that it's gone, maybe teams are just thinking, hey, we want characters that just give a little bit more when it comes to a solo kill. Like Chain Gang's great, but we've also seen sometimes it not be followed up well. But with Clock, like trying to, minimize the pool of carries available here, because Poppers Pupils, you'd think at some point they'd want to go back for another carry. I wouldn't mind Infernus this game, although Doorman can be pretty annoying for Infernus.
I was actually kind of surprised to see them not ban away Billy. Like, I think I'm EU pilled still too much here because you take away frontline from them. But, I mean, you got Calico, you got Viscus, you got Yamato. That's already a pretty strong frontline-esque kind of team with the support of Lash in the air and the sky. I'm looking towards, Birth Clock. Is DMB going to be on the Venator in this one? And then more importantly, like, what's Matt going to be playing? Because, I mean, I keep focusing on Matt and Arctic in particular because those two, for me, were like the real standout players, besides Erebus, obviously. But they were like 2 of the biggest playmakers on the team and damage dealers. So you need to have them on heroes that they can be comfortable with going into this game. But Amina, I mean, safety, create some distance away from Yamato. You have some frontline with Abrams and Drifter here. And I mean, we've seen Drifter have some serious work, but also some slight nerfs when we saw the patch notes.
I feel like Bird with Clock are kind of grasping at getting heroes late in the draft that can keep up with these like really high tempo fights. I think Poppers Pupils banning Apollo was fantastic here. It would have been an amazing pick. Wow. Poppers Pupils are able to get a Billy in the 5th slot, which feels
so
ridiculous,
wrong.
right? And especially with like the amount of burst AoE damage so far on the draft, right? With every single hero offering a pretty substantial amount of that. And it's not like big ults you're comboing on here. It's just the base kit of these heroes is big AoE damage. Chain Gang is going to go so crazy this game. I think Drifter, the nerf on Drifter is pretty huge. It's like the rend is a huge part of your damage. And it's just had like a pretty massive, it's like a 20-25% nerf to its spirit scaling. We'll have to see how this works out, but I think the draft has been fantastic for Poppers Pupils. I kind of feel like they just took Bird with Clock to town, and it's up to BWC to show some crazy like Abrams Doorman plays, and maybe for Xenos Paradox, or rather not Xenos Paradox, it's going to be whoever pilots Paradox rather on Bird with Clock has a lot of work to do with the level of mobility on the enemy team.
Have you noticed what we didn't see in game 1, game 2 that we had changed in the patch? Is McGinnis dead?
Yeah, McGinnis is dead. Well, I think teams may try her out in scrims again, but I think on such short notice that the spirit resist nerfs, the changes to not not having the spirit resist base on your Spectre, needing to level it up to tier 3. It's like, I think for a lot of teams, they're probably just like too scared to take a hero that is, I mean, Megan is a polarizing hero, right? It feels like she's either broken or terrible historically. And with a big nerf coming in, I think a lot of people are probably just gonna say, like, it's not worth the risk of like gambling that we can still make her work. When like, hey, if the lane just goes really bad and you like lose your T1 and you're just homeless, like you're just useless on McGinnis, right? Like you have to be doing the role that McGinnis ought to do. If you can't do that anymore because you're dying to spirit nukes, I just think that's so risky from a lot of these teams' perspective to make her work. And there's tons of spirit damage in both of these lineups, so maybe understandable why they go a different direction.
So the reason I thought of McGinnis here is Pauper's Pupils, to me, they just want to hold W and they just want to run at you with every single hero they have. And I was trying to think what would be a good hero to counter that. And obviously the wall you can get through with heavy melees, but I feel like the wall would be a decent way to stop them. You'd be able to set up turrets as well as they push into you. The Paradox for me, I guess Time Wall kind of works because the silence is nice if you can catch them running through it, but I don't know if I really vibe with Paradox in this comp at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I guess they just felt like they needed a pick hero.
Like a Rem? I feel like Rem would have worked out pretty well, to be honest, because nap time across the whole squad can do some work. Plus the spirit resist you get from your little helpers. Yeah,
I do think Rem kind of struggles in my mind against some of these some of the AoE ulti stuns, like for Infernus and Lash. I also just worry for Bird with Clock. It's like the tempo. Rem is for me is not a very good hero on like the early game ultra high tempo fights. I feel like a lot of what you get out of Rem is like an economy advantage, with him being really good at doing the tunnels for boxes, stealing enemy sinners, and like almost stalling the game out for late game, pushing waves with little helpers, things like that. And I think with how aggressive Pauper's Pupils are wanting to be in general, I feel like this game is going to be decided more in the first 15 to 20 minutes. And so you really want to pick a lot of fighting heroes to try and maybe temper some of that advantage. But oh man, the eye test on these drafts is rough for Bourbon Clock here. I feel like Pauper's Pupils is kind of laughing their way to the bank here. They've got a very nasty team fight with Billy Chain into Lash Ult into Infernus Ult. Like that is a absolute monster truck of lockdown and damage, stun, kill. Like you're just done for if you get caught in a big way by that. And they don't have any saves on their team. In fairness, I don't know that there was any save for them to draft here, right? Like Viscus is already picked up from the other side. Would have been nice, but too little too late. Pauper's Pupils take it in the first 3.
I mean, to be fair, like the baggage cart here of Arctic can go pretty big when they're trying to engage against you to create some distance.
I mean, Doorman also has a very good matchup into Billy. You know, you just ult him when he pops Billy ult, just goes into the hotel and the chain gang doesn't do much of anything. So there's the Doorman, I think, is the X factor for Bird with Clock, but let's see how they can execute it. I think a lot of Doorman comes down to the team play, your ability to get ridiculous value off of those door plays. Pauper's Pupils are no stranger to matching up against it, and they'll face off against it once again here in the NA finals match, Shift 51, presented by Intel Gamer.
This would be a good one, man. I mean, we kind of doubted Bird with Clock's comp, or at least I did personally in the last game, and I thought Melee Creeps should have had a relatively easy take when it came to the draft. But hey, I'm open for Bird with Clock upsetting us, pulling the reverse of Melee Creeps in some of the past sponsorships we had. Maybe Intel Gamer Day is exactly what Bird with Clock need. Maybe this is their moment to take 4 back-to-back wins, because this isn't a 1 week affair if you guys are just joining us. This is here for the next 4 weeks in total. Intel Gamer Days last until September 13th, so 1 month from today. Well, one today in EU. I guess it's still the 12th over in North America. And you can make sure to check out all their awesome news they have by typing !IGD in the chat. It looks like there's some quick audio issues here for Pauper's Pupils. Now, obviously, I think we're kind of both favoring Pauper's Pupils here, but I don't want to like imagine a world where Bird with Clock don't have a chance after that first game, because that looks so different than what we've seen out of them in the past.
It's true, but I also feel like they had to show their hand pretty massively to win that BO1. Like, think about like how many of the heroes have been stolen away. Three characters stolen away by Pauper's Pupils. Pauper's Pupils' first 3 picks are characters that Bird with Clock were able to make look really effective in game 1. Little pin comes in. I love the parry there from Pauper's. Was ready to even catch just a light melee from Abrams. Tanner, good discipline to not throw it, but does take a lot of damage despite being the one to initiate that trade.
But it is Tanner. And I know ZP's over, I think, in Japan right now, but he remembers the bullying. My Tanner in high school. If you guys don't know that, you guys missed out on the lore. I think that was like night shift like 30 or like 20, man. So long ago, it feels like. Then we also have an Infernus and a Viscus together here on this right-hand lane. I mean, if you're talking Infernuses, Leffa is like one of the best in the business when it comes to Infernus. Thinking back to so many 1v2 clips out of them in prior shows. Also have this, like the safety net of Viscus here, the ability to pop people out of position, trying to hide in cover so you don't get the afterburn. I'm not necessarily hating this combo out of the Pupils.
Oh, big wall stun. Great catch on the shotgun. A little bit of awkward movement from Xeno. It's pretty heavily punished. That's a nice movement from DMB and Matt to equalize a bit in this side lane. I think generally the Infernus Viscus lane, I agree, is one of the strongest in Deadlock. I mean, huge nukes from Viscus where you're constantly trying to just stay jumping up in the air to like avoid the splatter landing on you. But of course, being out in the open, wall bouncing is essentially an invitation for a player as good as Leffa to just light you up. Mid lane's getting absolutely beaten down here. The wave clear is kind of terrible from Doorman and Abrams. They're really going to struggle to clear these creeps. And so even when they do clear them, you're taking huge harassment from Yamato's just raining in these alt fires.
Yeah, this poke is really frustrating, I'd say, for Tanner. You can see constantly hovering on low HP. So is Arctic, to be fair, as you mentioned. And they're trying to do some counter pressure here. But again, like, what can Abrams really do solo? I mean, I feel like you need the luggage cart first before you can really assist with a charge into a cart and get some of these stuns going, or set up some sort of plays, maybe a charge into a cart back towards your Guardian. But it feels kind of almost gimmicky at that point. And I don't know, I feel like mid lane is where you kind of need to have one of your strongest lanes to be able to battle out, but it seems to just be a survival game for them.
Yeah, if they can stabilize the HP, I think you're right that maybe playing off the door and the cart, they can get some really crazy displacement plays with Abrams assisted by those skills, right? Like the sky's the limit as far as pulling people deep under a tower. But if you're waiting too long in the lane, the ults come online, then maybe Yamato and Calico dive under the tower, right? Disrespect the door. Those things are absolutely options. Have to see how the doorman nerfs play out, since Walker kidnapping is probably going to be pretty significantly less effective now.
If someone just walked in your room and had no idea about Deadlock, they'd be real confused with that statement.
I'm like, the words make no sense when you play too much video games, man. No one knows what the hell you're talking about. Look at this tower, though. Beat down. I mean, Popper's an average here. Mid tower already on half health. Tanner and Arctic got to find a way to get this defense going. They have stabilized the health bars pretty significant. So it is going to be less attractive to go for an early dive, as the game has been very stable here in this early game. I believe first blood has not been found.
Yeah, it's quite different than the first game we had of the day here in North America. That might
Could be a
change.
kill here.
Matt gets lit up by the afterburn.
Great wall stun there from DMB. Stops the flame dash in its tracks. And maybe a counter punch to come in. Grit going to be coming online for Leffa. He might look for this trade as well. Finding that first potentially, but better of it for the moment.
Even headshot booster picked up for him too. Not really sure what Infernus go for these days, as we do have the rotation coming from the mid lane. There's a big party on the right hand side looking for these kills, looking for that first blood, and DMB just barely gets away. You know, I think indirectly knocks Average away.
I think that was the shotgun blasted him out of there. Nice parry and Amato on the dive. And it's actually Stride on just barely any HP who comes up with the early kills, turning into a bloodbath here with kills across the map. Everybody's super low. What was a quiet early game has now gotten incredibly noisy. Another parry from Tanner, who's putting in crazy work in the mid lane, but it's just not enough. Doesn't have the HP to turn the play around.
Yeah, I don't think they have the damage there, unfortunately. Even a rotation coming in out of low main there to actually pop up in the middle side, as Yamato's went towards the left lane. So maybe some subtle swaps coming on through, but as you can see in the minimap, looks like low main might be trying to go for a gank here. So they're hitting the 5-minute mark. A buff picked up for him. Actually double buffs here for Popper's Pupils, which is a pretty big win. Survival for Leffa, so he was already having the Q for stability in that lane. So that's going to help him even further and make him that much more of a threat in that right-hand side.
Yeah, a really nice buff to grab early, especially when you're already on low HP. Big stun on the wall here. Is there follow-up? Low main in a bit of trouble. Pop's blasted, but is just going to Rising Ram out of the fight. Tries to clear a heal creep, and while Tanner's still trying to get that run down. Doesn't want to let low main out of this for free, but with some clean moves, I think low main back to the Walker, back to the resist. Too much even for Tanner to dive.
Okay. Turn of Shadows comes on through, gets the kill into DMB. A little chase down by Average.
Well, maybe more with the splatter coming in. They're going for the dive. No ultimate for Calico, and she thinks better of a deep dive there on a character as elusive as Doorman.
Oh, Tanner, he's looking for his own kill. Yeah, I don't know where you're going with that one, that charge, to be honest. I feel like you just don't have the damage in the mid lane, and actually you're going to cost you your own life. Tanner gets a parry once again, this time over onto Xeno. The finish not able to quite come in out of Arctic as the cube gets used, and Xeno does survive to fight another day for now, but gets cleaned up eventually, as well as Tanner going on down. But into the Baroness Hotel goes Average. Will he survive it? Well, time will tell.
You'd think he'd be able to make his way out, and yeah, does check out early, avoids taking that heavy follow-up damage, parries the Guardian, and a little all-in burst here. The blast is going to assist in low main clearing up that tower. Tanner's back, but with the leaping slash off cooldown, Average is not in significant trouble. He's just going to back off, grab some boxes, and sway back to base.
Okay, so a little bit of a lead here built up. 3K for Popper's Pupils so far. Deltas are still coming online right now. League waiting for his. Just a moment or two. Other side Stride at 4.4. I mean, overall, not too big of a lead, but a lead nonetheless for Popper's Pupils. And for a team that's experienced as them, I do kind of worry, can they build this into some momentum that Bird with the Clock can't stop?
Door out to break the chain gang, but the League finds Matt on the side lane. Cultist is the buy from low main. I like this build. Hasn't put any points in Rising Ram. I think this is a really good shift up on the patch. It's going to play maybe more for just the straightforward gun carry, which is actually something that Billy does better than I think a lot of people would realize. Big slam forces low main back down into the pits. Doesn't use his Cultist. Wants to just take the fight. Surely there's a Doorman finish kill there, but it is traded, and the price exacted maybe more than what was gained from it, because Yamato now on the rundown as well. Out of skills, out of life. More players run down, and the kills just come thick and fast. I mean, across the board. Half the Surtur waiting on respawn here. And maybe one more to add to the steaming pile of bodies. Xeno goes down as well.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be a much calmer game. But little did we know, around the 7-minute mark, everyone was going to die.
Get to catch someone delivering an urn.
Average on a kill streak right now, 7.2k. He is so far ahead in souls, and if I know Average, he's definitely a snowbally player too. I think he's gonna be able to continue to carry this lead on forward, and Bird Clock needs some sort of response to that. Cold Front picked up for Average, Headhunter picked up for League. There's a lot of damage coming online at a pretty crucial point here at the 8-minute mark as the Sinners do spawn in across the map, and quickly Bird Clock look to lock down their own.
Definitely gonna be objective. Lefa looking to push Walker here on the side, or sorry, Guardian on the side lane with Average joining in for the fight as well. Return to Shadows, 15-second cooldown. Oh, a big streak on Average. Looks like it's going to be going the way of the dodo here, but Lefa maybe looking for more kills if he can keep this. Abrams ignited, can't quite with Tanner using that cover effectively. That kill on Average is going to be enough to defend the tower. A fight here into the pit. Poppers, he's got his ultimate online Yamato, but dare he commit to this fight? Now caught in the Baroness. Is he gonna ult out of this? He's thinking about it. Maybe he just tanks the death. No, he actually goes for it. Okay. I'm not so sure you can win that one. And yeah, he is just down anyway. Arctic cleans that one up. Popper's gonna be on a very low tempo situation here without the ultimate coming back off the respawn.
My lord. I don't know how many kills have happened in the last like 2 minutes of time, but it feels insane as Lefa might be the next victim. Just flame dashes away to safety. DMP has been hitting some sick gut shots so far. The control he's been able to provide in this lane, I feel like it could have gone way worse with anyone maybe a little bit less experienced of a player as he is. And Stride just going for the full-on Guardian take here. Minions around him, players closing in.
Ooh. Oh, the chain gang connects, and Billy makes it back up to the high ground. Is going to get the rundown. Matt gives his life for some Guardian damage, but this game's starting to look a little bit ugly for Mina. DMB, though, Standard Bear putting some huge damage onto Lefa, who dashes back out of there. Now DMB, the one who finds himself in trouble, chasing through the door. Are Xeno and Average looking to hunt down this kill. A valuable one to find. And they do get it, picking up yet more stacks. Trophy Collectors starting to really get crazy here for Average, who's been involved in so many early kills. Not sure how many of them were after the TC was bought, but 3 kills across the map for Popper's Pupils. They rout the opposition.
Jake, I need to know who the hell is observing right now, because I swear in the last 3 minutes of time, everyone we go to has died. It's not like we're seeing someone get kills, it's them dying. I keep hearing the da sound over and over in my ear from this. I don't know what kind of like observer luck that is, but that is an observer curse if I've ever seen one. But here we go. The urn picked up in the hands of Stride, trying to run it across the map. Popper's Pupils, pretty sizable lead now of 7k. I think should be able to contest this one because they don't really have any objectives to take right now. Like all the Guardians already destroyed. I don't realistically see them trying to go for any walker pressure right now, and Average is actually the one to chase down to look for this urn on the right hand side while we see a fight break out on the left.
Oh, I love this move on the side lane. It's far past the wave though. As I say that, hold on. The wave is here, but
they
the
had one
zipline
minion.
is not. It's kind of an odd situation with the zipline being so far away. I don't even know how that happened with the one minion there. It should have kept the zip alive. Looks like Infernus blasted away. Tanner says, get down, Mr. President. Pins the Infernus into the wall. Now looking for more chase down. Left goes up to the high ground. It's well pathed, but is it enough to get him out of trouble? Wall bounce up to the high ground. Movement check here. A little bit of awkwardness for Tanner, and that'll be enough to get Leffa out of trouble. But oh no, Matt is still here. Great rundown from the Mina. Impact kill on this Infernus, keeping the pressure on the other side of the map, making sure that there's a little bit of space, a little bit of comfort for Clock to play on.
I mean, after the urn, both teams try to go for a walker take. All right, finally we get a kill on the Observer Beam this time instead of a death. As Lomain gets stride and backs away. Another cultist picked up for DMB this time.
Oh, the Observers are racking him up.
Yeah, now see, now I did like the cast a curse on the Observers.
Oh, look at this kill streak. It's getting out of control. Now Paradox is getting in, but not sure how long this is going to last. Dormantle is popped onto Billy. Lomain, they have the stamina to check out earlier. He's going to take the full nuke. He's in real trouble if he takes the max nuke. And yeah, just can't even quite get the bash down out. Infernus is here, though, looking back in for some more fights. Kinetic Carbine charging up. And oh, a zip nut. You're crazy for taking the zip. Matt, super low. Does he have any escape here to get out of trouble? Maybe with the Sanguine, but I think Yamato with the maxed out flying strike here should be able to run this one down. And yeah, that Mystic shot, it's like a truck at this phase of the game. Matt just doesn't have the tankiness to deal with Yamato on the side lane here.
It's gonna be a lot of pressure applied to this walker too, because it looks like Leffa might even join the party here. I think they spot out 2 players over towards the left-hand side for the Rift. They know they already have 1 kill on Matt, and Tanner, I believe, was dead as well. So this should be some serious damage being done to the walker. No contest on the Rift, as they're just gonna kill off the minions as they spawn on through. And here we go, the charge led by Tanner. The backup is coming on through here, but Xeno's gonna be here to help assist this one as Leffa will be going down. But that walker, it's being committed on by 1 player.
Yeah, good value here for Yamato, dying for the walker. It's going to be worthwhile. Might be able to even get some pretty serious damage out. Hold on, there's more players here. Lomain is coming to double down for the fight, and what looked like a sack for the walker now turns into potentially a winning engagement for Popper's Pupils. Desperate to finish the kill. Matt is going to find it. Parry onto Paradox should be enough to get Lomain out of trouble, although Tanner's also looking in on this fight. Lomain's not out of the woods just yet. And despite some across the map pressure, Clock are keeping up with this one admirably. The lead has been relatively stagnant, even with that walker take over the last 10 minutes, or not 10 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes, really. But that in itself is impressive with Popper's Pupils, the aggression on their comp. Like, they can easily snowball if you make some bad mistakes.
And I think it's really easy to get snowballed against if you don't have, I keep saying the word, but the experience, man, and also like the patience to have this in-game lead that they need to kind of stop the rod and not go further into debt here. As you know, I mean, Tanner is just looking for all these charges. The warp stone's on through with the shoulder charge. But I do like the use of this door as well. You can see it just kind of hovering the mid lane. It's a lot of like pseudo control to Bird with the Clock that, I mean, technically anyone can pop through this doorway and catch you out like we saw over in the EU finals.
Yeah, or you could bail somebody out of trouble. I love Tanner's aggression. I feel like he on the Abrams has been really one of the key players keeping Bird with Clock at least alive in this game. Uh-oh, down here in the mid boxes, not where you want to be against a Calico. Stride getting punished brutally for daring to enter this contested territory. Calico doesn't quite get the finish just yet. And actually, hold on, with the Dormantle coming out, this is going to turn into a full-fledged brawl. Stride lives just long enough to get the Eternal Knight off. And with Xeno going down, this one could end up being a bait. Stride, though, eventually does fall. Poppers runs him down, and now looking for more. Tanner came in, trying to assist this fight, trying to bail him out. With the flying strike, he's really relying on that infernal resilience regen just to barely stay alive, and just enough to get him out of trouble. But a lot of tempo lost on the map with multiple players going back to base, and still players caught into this fight.
The league's coming on through. Hopper's going to fall once again. Lemming's able to take down DMB, while in the meantime, Left is trying to run away from Matt on the right-hand side of your mini-map. I mean, mid-boss is up, and I mean, I guess the kill on DMB is not going to be nowhere near enough for them to actually commit for something like this. Maybe a kill into Matt can actually open up that potential take, but there's the Doorman coming on through. Xeno gets caught going through it by the charge out of Tanner. And a good capture to equalize things once again with Bird with Clock.
Risky maneuver. I mean, was looking for that last splatter finish to take down Matt, but instead pinned away from the door. Now a contest for the urn. Stride knocks it out of the hands of Average, but maybe he finds more than he bargained for. Flying Strike should finish the job. Poppers will clean that one up. Leffa hungry for more kills too. Remember, there's no walker on this side of the map, so a lot of room for Poppers Pupils to play into these fights. Is there a door to get Arctic out of here? No, he's caught dead to rights. No escape, no rest for the wicked here. And Demon Tanner caught with the chain gang. Shirley Abrams dead as well, and maybe even a drop down to mid boss on the cards. A swap back in, pulls a player into contested position. Poppers People still have more ults left to give into this fight. Low main though, his team is hitting the mid boss. He's basically just making space here, but he has enough tankiness where it's actually not a crazy play. I mean, he is going to go down, but it's late enough that this step into the mid boss is going to be a little bit out of position here. Poppers Fuels with the Yamato ult as well for the secures. And they get all three instant. Leffa, perfect timing on that concussive combustion to finish the job. Death Slam onto one, but where are the kills? Where's the follow-up? Poppers Fuels, they need to get these cleanups. A lot of low players on Bird with Clock just running for the hills, trying to get away. There come the first two. Matt, the third, soon to follow, and a big ground strike lays waste to Tanner, parried as well. Styled up by League, but hold on, the debuff resistance lets him get the parry on the second heavy melee.
That's one crystal gone, and Tanner looks like he actually will escape here. Feels like a robbery. In the meantime, Erebus trying to steal away this walker in the mid lane, completely behind enemy territory. Able to get themselves a flex slot, a much needed flex slot at this point as Left is pushing the left-hand side. And I feel bad with Bird with Clock. They went for the contest, but with no ultimates up, there was no realistic way they can defend against that Reju being taken. And Leffa, I mean, I think he probably has trouble. Oh no, he's thrown to the Baroness Hotel. The same pretty much has to bleed to get the kill on the Tanner.
Oh god, Tanner's so low. The Infernal Resilience just barely enough to keep Abrams alive, but he's certainly too low to really participate in this fight. Still some rejuves available. Leffa's going to consume the first. Bird with Clock trying to exact a heavy price for this walker push. Leffa just goes down a second time. Monster damage from the Iridomini. DMB eats that one alive. Average also goes down and finds himself in a rough spot. Trying to split the map and get more than the walker proves to be a bit of hubris, a bit of greed for Poppers Pupils, and Bird with Clock get a very needed punish on them.
Saving grace for them, man. They take away all the Rejuve crystals. Ooh. They just need to survive this one and not lose any players. They'll have a nice advantage here. Little slam dunk comes out of League, but I mean the thing is, like, for League to commit to this, I feels like they're super confident to still continue this fight. Poppers though is extremely low in health. I mean, Xeno is around with some HP, but I mean, what's he really gonna do as Viscus at this point? Is he gets actually he didn't get the parry, he parried his opponent, and Erebus falls, and Tanner still comes in to clean up the crew. Gets himself the kill on a Xeno, and at the end of the day, I mean, it's an 11k difference still in favor of Poppers Pupils, even after all these deaths.
No Dispel Magic. It's used earlier in the fight, and League doesn't have any tools to get him out of that slow hex. Low main's back into this. There's two incredibly low players on their side. Even with the parry coming in, I still think Low main is big dog in this fight, maybe the big goat. Now Stride tried to run for the hills, but he's in trouble. Another Rising Ram going to be coming off cooldown shortly, and Low main just will not back down. This walker does not have much HP. Not enough to even delay the kill. And Low main, that is a huge injection of souls. He got, I think, multiple solo kills there. And even a flank from Average on top of DMB. DMB doesn't have a ton of assistance around, but well-timed slide will block most of that Calico burst, and Average just gonna slink back off into the shadows.
25k ability for Low main. That is pretty damn scary. And you mix in the fact that you have League on 20k, Average on 20k. I'm not used to seeing Leffa be one of the poorest players on the team, but Low main's just been injecting all the souls on this map into his veins here to continue to get even stronger up against Bird with Clock. I will say this though, for BWC, Tanner has been hitting some monster charges. He's been really turning these things around.
Full Spirit Billy build, really interesting from Low main. I'm really curious to see how this works out. I guess the Spirit scaling does scale the HP you get off the blasted procs. Oh, DMB. This is a prime target caught in an open area. This is not where Vendor wants to fight. Tries to make his way into the low ground without parry on cooldown. Low main just eats him for breakfast. That spike bat smashes open the skull of the Venator and opens the way potentially for more to be found. A pin is in, but it's on to Xeno, who is a very hard target on this Viscus. Big slam down on him. Does he have the cube? Maybe not. And eventually the overwhelming presence of the team with Billy locked away in the Baroness is going to be enough for that kill, and maybe even another with a high net worth Low main. That is an extremely valuable finish to find. Surely Stride gets this rundown.
Oh, just the last second Arctic gets the kill. But it might allow League to actually pick up quite a few more. Oh my god, the flying strike. Doesn't matter if the door's there or not. Able to catch out, and Poppers gets the kill over onto Arctic as the fight's still breaking out towards middle as Average falls to Stride. I mean, we had no burger boxing at the beginning of the game, but it's just divulged into burger boxing for sure in this mid game.
And through the chaos, I mean, things have started to look better. Bourbon Clock have equalized this advantage somewhat. Purpose Pupils trying to drag some semblance of value out of this fight. DMB holding the Aerodomini shots, maybe waiting for the Shadow Transformation to expire. Poppers has to head back out of the fight before that happens.
Let's go yellow.
And it's a bloodbath in this second game here on North America. Both teams fighting for that 1 game advantage. I feel that Bourbon Clock has done really well to just stem the bleeding and keep this one relatively competitive.
Oh God.
You know what? Chat wants to see a production. Can we have a death counter? Take a look at how many deaths have happened. Oh, I was looking more for like the death leaders. You know, our little stats graph we have.
DMB with 8, Stride on 9, Arctic on 7.
Xeno on 8. Yeah. Wow. Stride on 9. That's crazy. There we go. I mean, that's a lot of deaths for 21
this is
minutes.
the issue for Drifter in a game like this. Drifter, when your team is the team, you know, stepping on the gas, dominant, aggressive, looking for kills, you could have a ridiculous, you know, kill stat line. But when you're the team that's on the back foot and your team's just trying to stay alive, man, it's tough to be Drifter, right? There's not many solo kills available on this map, not many opportunities for a 2v1 that Drifter so often wants to create. I mean, the side waves have been pretty consistently pushed against Bird with Clock, and they've struggled to create those, you know, opportunities that you're looking for in this style. Double's going to be taken now. Always a nice little cash prize here for the team on their side of the map. I wonder if Bird with Clock can be able to do the same. They're not quite taking their doubles just yet. It looks like Tanner's heading that way.
Remember that giant bug I told you about that I had in my room?
Yeah?
Just found it up, like in my shirt.
Oh, good. No, I love that for you. I'm such a fan.
I don't.
I'm impressed with your very level-headed response to that. I might have like screamed and ran away.
It was definitely one of those, is that really what I think it is? And yeah. Okay. Anyways, back to the game, because that completely caught me off guard here. So a lot of big items being picked up here, I feel like, too, with like the rapid recharge for low main, like you mentioned, on the spirit build average, able to get Torment Pulse online. This Paradox, I mean, it hasn't, obviously for Erebus, it hasn't been as impactful as this Bebop, but we haven't seen, like, I feel like the swap out of Paradox is just not really a good ultimate to have against a comp who just wants to hold W and run at you. I mean, obviously there's like some situations that can work out extremely well, but the Paradox in general, I feel like it's just going to struggle in this game. Maybe we can take a look at damage breakdown so far in this game as well and see where Erebus is going to rank, because typically we're used to seeing Paradoxes when they are played with pretty high numbers. All right, 21k, wow. Respectable, very respectable.
Yeah, honestly, doing good damage in this game. I mean, you can see how, you know, DMB, for all the farm, it's just been a struggle. Venator feels like he's mostly trying to stay alive, more so than find the kills. Stride picked off, caught out early by low main. Tanner looking for something, but instead he's going to find a lot more than he bargained for. Doesn't have that charge available, does still have the warp stone. Does not want to get ignited on his way out of here. He's losing a ton of HP as it stands already. Frontal Resilience going to regenerate a bit of that back up, but any more kills come in, mid-boss is a very realistic possibility. League, though, takes enough damage from that Erdomini that doesn't feel confident to commit for an ultimate. So good pressure from DMB. That one could have gotten ugly if Lash could find a setup into the concussive combustion.
And lanes need to be fixed here, too, for Pauper's Pupils if they want to get aggressive again. Obviously, League needing to heal up on top of this. It seems to just be a standoff. I mean, the lead still has been continuing to grow here for Pauper's Pupils. It was 11k a few minutes ago. Now it's up to about 15k. So it's not like the lead's really closing for Bourbon's Clock, but I will give them the credit of keeping things relatively close and not really letting that lead extend as explosively as we know it can for the side of Pauper's Pupils.
Yeah, the tempo has been a huge threat this entire game. Constantly looking for fights and controlling more of the map. I wouldn't be surprised if Pauper's Pupils have a pretty serious advantage in the permanent buff regard here with how much they'd be able to control the map, having Calico to clear the sewer boxes. Now, is this going to be a double buff for them? It is, and gun buff on League is actually quite nice. A find rather here on Tanner. A blind on a low main, though, is going to stop the chase, but not the way you'd love to use a drift roll, right? Just covering a retreat for Tanner.
Yeah. I mean, better to use it and not have anyone die, but for sure you want to be able to use that aggressively, and I feel like that's maybe, I mean, I think it's a win obviously for Pauper's Pupils, but is it the end all be all for Bourbon Clock? I wouldn't necessarily say so. I mean, Matt's on 30,000 souls, been quietly just farming up quite consistently here with the Ur in the hand, being chased down by average. I think this really crazy play to go for here as the swap comes in, catches out Xeno. The cube comes in as well. They do have such a big mana advantage here on the side of Bird Clock. These would be some big kills to have if they can get them. Xeno will fall once again. Jet transformation coming out of Poppers, looking for the chase down to Stride. He's on 9 deaths, potentially 10 here in a second. And this is looking good for Popper's Pupils to transition this into a mid boss, but they've lost it on 2 players. So maybe Bird Clock are able to turn this one around. Tanner once again comes in with the charge here, Jake, to save his teammates.
They're trying to get away from the lash ult here. League has the gun buff. Big chain gang coming in. Is this going to be the setup they were looking for? Pulls DMB, pulls players back in. Where's League for the follow-up here? Movement buff on low main as he hunts down yet more. Even Tanner, Unstoppable, is going to start to wear off on that ultimate soon. Lash ult onto 1, but it's a big target. The Mina, the dream catch here with all the farm mat as accrued. That's a 55-second respawn and an immediate pivot into the mid boss for Popper's Pupils. They've got the Infernus. It's going to be a quick burn here, especially with the Calico Gloom Bombs. Crazy damage amp on the melees between Calico and Infernus right here. So this mid-boss goes down deceptively quick despite having only 4 players hitting it. And it's actually, they're forcing the roar and not committing. I'm surprised by that. They know Tanner's waiting and going to be looking to contest some of these rejuve last hits. Can he find the dream charge to set that play up?
Yeah, he's been spotted out. I don't think it's going to happen.
Early. He's still here. He's still holding the charge. Still looking for it. Oh, the slow X. Oh, he just goes YOLO for the melee. They're not ready for the parry. Gets parried on the second. And does that I1 Reju Crystal? Can he play his way out of this is the next question. It's a pretty big ask in this kind of a terrible position, surrounded by enemies. Oh, my. One at the top, but low main's too sharp for that.
I was going to say, if he got away from that one, I'd be super impressed. But in the meantime, we did see was that Erebus go over towards the right-hand side to take the Unstable Rift, but it looks like Average has been able to win out the 1v1 against him. And Popper's Pupils want to contest on all fronts, even though the advantage they have in the comeback mechanics of this Unstable Rift in favor of Bird with Clock. They're able to at least shut down one player, take away, I guess, all the Reju crystals now, maybe twist him to kill into Average to see how low he's dropped just from the one rend out of Stride.
I like that they're fighting this. You know, they may have the resist against them, but it's a 4v6. Still huge advantage for Popper's Pupils. Average can slip away. The rest of Bird with Clock forced to stay in the Rift. The Rift fades away, but with dominant play, oh, the door through. Oh, he's caught in the wall. Wait, no, he's okay. He's out of it. Okay, and it turns into a crazy team wipe here. Poppers flying through the map, and even Average cleaning up an Arctic, desperately chasing for that kill as the dust settles. Popper's Pupils, 6 players standing tall. No rift taken against them. I'm sure they got most of the souls anyway. Shrine going down, and this could be the beginning of the end here in game 1.
And Minions got the mid walker while they were contesting that Unstable Rift. The Shrine's found, like you're mentioning. I mean, Tanner and Erebus all are alive, and with no Reju crystals left, maybe Popper's People should be a little bit careful about this, because I would imagine they're gonna have a lot of souls to spend. You look at low main. 10.8k souls is disgusting. Okay, Xeno, he gets caught out, but I feel like you can afford to lose one.
Xeno's on his own here.
No way.
Can he play his way out of this? Oh, pinned into the wall. Surely not. Good catch there. Wait, Infernus, hold on. He's back in. Nice counterspell from Tanner. He's not in trouble to stand. Oh, parry as well. Goodness gracious. But still, there's so many players. And despite really great individual execution, the numbers are just not there. Honestly, I love that play from Popper's Pupils. I think most teams would have just sold the Viscous there, say, hey, look, we're going to lose one. It's not that big of a deal. We'll buy up, we'll reset, and we'll wait for the spawn. But by getting that counter kill back, there's not even a momentary power play here for Bird with Clock. No real opportunity to get back out on the map. And the soul deficit has ballooned out of control now.
Scourge and Crushing Fist for low main in one go. That is disgusting. Was that Poppers also had 10k to spend as well? I didn't quite see what he picked up, if he did get it just yet. And my lead balloon, like you said, I mean, I can do this math. That's like 45k. Right, Jake? Yeah.
I hope you're right, brother, because I ain't doing the math either. Oh, hold on. Good kidnap. Low main instant pops a chain gang, pulls a bunch of players in. Gets a big bash down as well. Arctic goes down, making sure to take players with him and just going in now. Ton of spirit investment, and this Scourge hurts, man. You cannot stick around for long. Players coming in. The backup is on its way. Trying to assist low main, who's so incredibly low. Matt just knows he has to chase in for this kill. It's a decent fight, but is it good enough? Popper's Pupils have a huge net worth lead. They're going to be coming back into this fight, trying to overwhelm. Huge Iridomini shot. Oh, one hits the wall, though, and that might be the last mistake out of DMB. Throws one last shot in, but Lefa dodges the grenade deftly. Mina now headed back to the base, trying to escape. Same for Tanner as waves crash against here the Bird with Clock base.
It honestly felt like they had a chance there with the initial kill they got. The amount of damage Iridomini was doing, but unfortunately for them, League has just been unkept. He's at 37,000 souls. No one's been able to punish him on his own kill streak. As the first stage patron will fall, Matt left alone to defend with Arctic coming up in 2 seconds of time. But I just don't see a world they can hold this. And Popper's Pupils, are they going to finish this or are they going to back away? I mean, you can see Leffa, he was picking up double buffs and then returns to the fight here with casting and survival.
That's
I think
a crazy
this is going to be a
buff.
1-0 for Popper's Pupils.
I mean, look at that concussive. You just cannot step up into the pit, cannot get that resistance online. Arctic evaporates trying to do so, trying to hold on to this game one, but it's not to be. Popper's Pupils snatch away 3 of the premier heroes that Bird with Clock looked so good on in that challenger match. And they beat them bloody with them. I mean, a fantastic game from Popper's Pupils, constantly bringing numbers, constantly forcing the fights, turning Bird with Clock's playbook against them, or rather maybe just showing how the real OGs do it in North America. What a burger box.
Yeah, I don't know what's more impressive, honestly, like the way Popper's Pupils were able to balloon and close out this game, or Bird with Clock keeping things close for such a long amount of time. Even though it felt like Popper's Pupils were consistently running away with the game, the souls didn't really reflect that. So I think a lot of respect needs to be given to Bird with Clock here in that game, considering they also didn't have necessarily their best heroes. Like the fact that so many got counterpicked or banned away or just taken away in general. I think they held their own pretty damn well, and I think that's probably one of the best showings we've seen out of them in a finals match in a long time.
I agree. I would say they got outdrafted here, honestly. And I thought this game was going to be more one-sided than it actually was. I think a lot of that is due to Tanner in particular. Huge game on the Abrams, like crazy parries from him. Just so much individual skill showcased in this game. I also want to give a lot of credit to Arctic of the Doorman. A lot of the disruptions from his place. We're kind of keeping the team alive, keeping them into the match. But I feel like across the board, Popper's Pupils, I mean, other than Xeno taking a lot of deaths, but that's almost par for the course in this kind of a style. Like he's in there, he's brawling, he's fighting, he's viscous. He doesn't necessarily care if he has the greatest net worth. He's still going to do very relevant damage in the late game. And the rest of the squad getting some of these big cleanup fights. I mean, looking at low main in particular, I wouldn't have believed you if you told me Billy was nerfed looking at this game. I mean, he ran through the opposition.
You see what's on the screen here, Jake?
Oh,
it's our highlights. It's our death lights.
Oh, good. I mean, let's be honest. This match was full of deaths, man. Crazy level of brawling, and I actually love to see this level of pace in Deadlock because it seems completely crazy, but the game is constantly on the edge of a knife when you play this way. Like any kind of mistake happens, and this aggression turns into just like a giant feed, as I'm sure anyone who's playing at home has seen more often than they'd like to admit in the ranked games, right? Just people overextending, not being on the same page. But Popper's Pupils, they're doing it as a unit. They're doing it with cohesion and coordination, with an understanding of the macro game, and they profit because of it, taking game one by storm.
I think games like this are almost the ultimate test for any sort of like leadership that you have within the team, like any caller, because there's so much happening, so much changing, so many variables going from X to Y that you have to adapt your game plan on the fly here. And obviously you have like a general overarching plan, but to have to adapt things, considering like low main, you see here at 43k, like the amount of damage he absorbed in this fight, how much time he bought the rotations to come through. So yeah, he does go down, but he baited out everything out of BWC so the rest of his team could finish them off and close out the game. I think is a real showing of how good of a player low main is, and I guess how good honestly Bird with Clock's leading was to keep things so close, as I said before, for so long.
Yeah, really well executed from both teams here. Popper's Pupils, though, getting a lot of what they wanted out of this draft. I think that's something that Bird with Clock have to address. Let's take a look at the stats. Average, wow. I mean, I knew he had a good game, but I didn't realize it was this dominant. Huge performance out of him. Leffa playing mostly for the team fighting role this game on the Infernus, but it proved to be exactly what the team needed. Also look at big performances out of League. I mean, only one death on the Lash, right? In a game as insane and chaotic as this, for him to be relatively unscathed is, I think, a testament to why Lash is being picked so incredibly early for teams who want to play this kind of fast-paced Deadlock.
I mean, I think we've seen that in EU. I don't remember if he's undefeated tonight in EU and in A, but it's looking kind of closely to it. But also some credit to Average. Like, it's not easy to make, I think, Calico look good. I think he was one of the few, if only, real Calico players besides Stride that we obviously saw earlier on today, but even dating back, months from before now, the only one to really make it work, and he's continuing to make it work. 52k player damage. Again, I wish we had a stat that showed like damage taken, because low main would be up there at number one by a large margin. 13,000 objective damage being done, and also, as you pointed out, a change in the build from what we saw in the changes in the minor patch notes for Billy.
Yeah, playing more for the spirit scaling, which when you do get that Scourge spike later in the game, it's pretty massive, right? Love the rapid recharge plus Crushing Fist. That's got to be a pretty sick combo, just raining bash downs in on the opposition. Got to give credit to low main and Tanner getting the Big Dog Award for having the most souls gained from enemy kills. They don't farm creeps. They farm enemy heroes. That's prio, baby. That's top level Deadlock. That's just how it is at this level of play. Paupers Pupils, though, they find themselves up 1-0 in the series, and I do think that some of those, you know, this style of aggression and tempo is something that Clock have to contest more aggressively from the beginning of the draft. I think if you want to keep up with the pace of Paupers Pupils, you want to play this style of Deadlock, you got to commit to it from the jump, from pick number 1.
And that's what's going to come down to the draft in the next game. We saw Bebop being banned out right away from Paupers Pupils to deal with Erebus. I wonder if it's going to be the game plan going forward, and if it ain't broke, why fix it? So it puts the weight here on BWC to figure out what they can do. What can they put Erebus on to match up against the pace out of PP? And obviously that's something we're going to find out, because 1-0 lead already with almost 2K in the pockets of Paupers Pupils. They're pretty happy right now.
Absolutely, Jason, and we'll have to see where that goes.
Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
Hope I didn't kill my bartender. Let's see who's still standing.
That's the woman swinging an antique. Who would have thought that punching strangers would...
I don't know about you guys, but I'm not top of anytime soon.
What's up, everybody? It's that time of year again. No, I'm not talking about Halloween. We don't care about that. It's Intel Gamer Days, guys, with select discounts on select gaming PCs available now at Best Buy. Chat, type !Best Buy. It's a perfect moment to pop your golden egg, get the Cultist Sacrifice, and get yourself some beautiful new hardware. For starters, check out this, the HyperX Omen Max 16-inch gaming laptop with an Intel Core Ultra 9 and an NVIDIA 5070 inside. If that doesn't toot your horn, feast your eyes on this, the Skytech Gaming King 95 desktop in beautifully modern white and glass colorway to really spruce up that gaming setup. If you truly want to appreciate fine craftsmanship, though, if you're really looking for a pristine premier item, take your gaming on the go with the Asus Tough Gaming F16 with 165 hertz display. Back in my day, we didn't have that on the desktop. Now it's on the laptop. Get it here, pop your golden egg, buy it now, baby, at Best Buy with discount for Intel Gamer Days. And of course, as any good shopkeep would mention, I can't forget, we've got the iBuyPower Slate desktop gaming PC in sleek black for all of you, sleek, stylish gamers out here trying to look tough and cool. Perfect addition to your setup, guys. All of these and more are available now at Best Buy. So with discounts abounding during Intel Gamer Days, there's never been a moment to cop some new hardware. So check it out. Links in the chat, guys. !IGD, !Best Buy. Find out about these deals. And of course, a lot of love to Intel for sponsoring the show for these 4 weeks for Intel Gamer Days, doubling up the prize pools for Deadlock everywhere. So a lot of love here, and shout out to everybody. Shout out to chat. Hope you guys enjoyed. And Jason, I gotta check your temperature. How am I as the shopkeep? Did I earn a promotion? Can I move past temporary status? Can I be part of the team?
You're the CFO for a reason. You handle the money, and that's being the shopkeeper right there. But if I had a bingo card, I don't think Jake saying "toot my horn" was on there. But I probably should have put it
I'm
there,
ready.
to be
In
fair.
another life, I would do infomercials. Maybe that's my future career, guys. Maybe if the esports thing doesn't work out, I'll be selling you guys like sponges on television. I feel like I could do it. I could hustle.
Okay, you know what? Let's can we throw him back in the shop here? And I want to hear Jake sell me a sponge. I want to see what he's got. If we can throw him back, okay, we can't throw him in the shop anymore. The shop's gone.
I'm out of the
Shop's
shop,
disappeared.
Jason. I'm going on break, Jason. I'm going on break. I'm gonna cast some Deadlock.
Okay, I'll allow it. Yeah. So make sure you guys in chat type !Best Buy to find all these great deals coming in for the Intel Gamer Days, and also exclamation point. I don't know what I was gonna say. #IGD to find out what other deals you can see throughout Intel as well. You nailed it. 10 out of 10, Jake. Toot my horn any day of the week. But we're going to be hopping into the second match of this series with Pauper's Pupils taking on BWC. We're going to find out if BWC can maybe have not a better chance, but have a stronger draft for themselves. Maybe secure more of these more important heroes when it comes to first pick or second pick. I would almost imagine, though, we're going to be seeing a last first pick come in once again for Pauper's Pupils if BWC don't take first pick themselves.
Yeah, honestly, with how close the game was, I kind of am impressed with BWC because I was looking at the draft and I was like, this is rough. Like, this is Pauper's Pupils getting a dream draft, like everything they wanted, but they had to go deep in the well to win that game. Like, I want to see Tanner on the Abrams again, number one. I mean, Tanner was pushing kids into lockers left, right, and center, man. He was in like peak form, man. He was running the table on.
Got his varsity jacket on.
We got.
Oh my god.
Tanner Chad, man, he was on another level at Abrams right there. That was you got to put some respect on that. I think excited to see if he can deliver a similar performance here in game 2. So I hope they take the Abrams early.
I think ZP was in chat earlier. I think he just gave him nightmares again talking about that. I swear. There we go. Back into the pick back again. Going with the Bebop band right off the bat here for Pauper's Pupils. Exactly what they did in the last game. And I mean, the thing is, that's kind of what the position you put yourself in, I feel like, as Erebus. If you aren't able to extend your hero pool and have heroes that perform as well as like your Bebop, then teams are just going to do this against you. And if that's like a secret to your game plan, then your horn's been tooted. You're not going to be able to pick up dubs.
Hate it when that happens. Hate it when that happens. But I mean, I don't think he was bad on Paradox, so I'm actually a little questioning this strat. I guess the bigger thing was the tempo that Bird Clock, or rather that Pauper's Pupils played at. The doorman was what you gave up, right? For doing this strat, for banning the Bebop, you let the enemy team have a doorman, right? And typically I feel like I would expect more out of doorman in these competitive games, more of these big team fight setups, but maybe it's a combination with Yamato being able to, flying strike, kind of ignore the door and still chase people down, and just like a lot of high mobility heroes that could close the gap even when somebody doors away, that the doorman didn't feel like it was such a high price to pay for the early ban. And Bird Clock aren't going to take doorman first. That's a testament to the change here. Lash went overall first. Calico overall second. Okay, they do still grab the Doorman in the top 3, but man, it's a Lash world. We're just living in it.
I mean, to be fair, if we compare how EU played it earlier versus how NA's played it so far, they're not really using like the door as a surprise to like just go overpower someone. I didn't really see the doors being used aggressively. There were more, it felt like more defensive doors, but that also maybe was due to the fact that Berber Clock was playing defensively for a majority of the game. But I want to see like more aggression out of it. At least for them, they do secure the Calico, which can obviously be a nice fit with the Doorman as well. But you did give up Billy, you give up Lash, unfortunately for them, and another Viscous once again for Pauper's People. So the comp they're running is still really reminiscent of what they did in game 1.
Yeah, I think taking the Calico back is a nice start. I'd love to see them grab another one of these like fast, aggressive heroes here. Maybe even the Apollo in the top 3. I like Apollo here. I think it could be a nice matchup. Oh, but of course, Abrams. I mean, with how well Tanner played last game, maybe you'd be crazy not to take it again. I wonder if Pauper's Peoples ban the Apollo like they did last time. Since I Firebird with Clock, I'd be looking pretty seriously at that pick here coming off the draft, especially with, I think, Riposte being pretty nice against all 3 of these picks.
No idea how busy I am.
I like
Well,
how
they banned it instead.
all of us say Riposte differently. It's great.
What is it supposed to be? Riposte? Riposte? Oh,
I don't
maybe
know.
it is Riposte.
Dan's not here. Dan's not here to help me.
That's a good question. It's a difference between British and American English. That makes sense. British people say
I would say riposte, but that's apparently wrong.
I think you're just crazy. That's the Italian way of saying the English word.
Mayonnaise. So we see a Yamato being banned by Pauper's Peoples when they were the one to use it from before. So kind of trading their bans out, it seems like. As the guys can be secured probably towards DMB for Bird with Clock. I think if for Pauper's Peoples, you could just, I mean, I guess you don't have the Calico, so maybe you're not wanting to lean towards playing a very aggressive hold W kind of composition, but there's still so many things they could be choosing here for their team.
Pocket. I still think Pocket's a good hero. I actually especially think Affliction is quite nice into...
It's on my head. Jake, it's on my head.
Whoa! Look at that thing. It loves you. It's like your new friend.
It was smart to turn to
Oh my
the
god.
for help.
Oh my god. I'm not
Get off me.
Draft anymore. Get off.
Wait, is it there?
I
Okay,
don't
we're
see where
good.
it went, man. I don't know. Sweep the room.
Okay, we're good. I'm a little warm now. Pocket and Paradox being picked up for Pauper's Pupils. I like the alliteration between the two. And then Bird Clock steal away an Infernus from Leffa. But you know, I mean Infernus, I feel like I can see it working again with Dorman. If you use Dorman to get aggressive, you use it to catch people, but you have to play a very specific way to facilitate that. And I don't really like what?
Viper's buff. Wait. This might be actual homeless Viper. This is Spirit Viper, I think. Who did I see? I was watching YouTube and somebody was playing some Spirit Viper, and it was actually looking kind of good, low key. Like the maxed out daggers can like proc the Spirit Burn in like 2 daggers, which is kind of crazy. And maybe that ultimate buff actually could be the ticket. It's also a hero that historically has been able, what Spirit Viper that is, been able to play into these like ultra high tempo games. Ivy could present some problems though, kind of bogging you down, getting you caught with some stuns. And in fairness, there's a lot of stuns and control on the side of Pauper's Peoples for a Viper. But I think Bird with Clock have a better draft this time for they've got now like a pretty clean group of 3 with Abrams, Calico, and Viper all able to make plays. Add in a Doorman to that mix, and you've got a very mobile, like ganking group. And then Infernus and Geist and side lane, pretty happy to come to mid and participate in the bigger team fights. This looks a lot more stable to me. Pauper's Pupils, they've also got some really good options, but it's less of them like running the table on the early game aggression. They've been maybe forced to go a little bit more defensive, itemized or rather hero pick towards the late game a little bit more.
You see who's on Viper? DMB.
And Erebus is on Infernus. In fairness, maybe it's that like Viper is a weird hero and Infernus is a very forward hero. Like pretty much everyone can play. Oh, the bug is back. Where's it at, bro? I don't see it.
It's on my nipple.
We can't show that on the show, man. Can't show that. He just likes you. He's just a bug. He's
It's a stink bug.
It just keeps coming back, man. It was
Bro,
like, get
it
into
won't
this,
get off my shirt.
go into this game too. It is Poppers Pupils taking on Bird with Clock on this extremely professional esports broadcast here on the night shift. It's the NA Finals match, Game 2, brought to you this time by Intel Gamer Days. Shift 51, baby. We are racking them up. Let's get into the action. Poppers Pupils, Bird with Clock, facing a 1-0 deficit, but this still feels like a better Poppers Pupils, a more composed Poppers Pupils than we've seen in quite some time. So Bird with Clock, they've got their work cut out for them. They've showed in that challenger match against Melee Creeps, though, that they do have what it takes to compete at this level. Very curious to see how Viper plays out, if it is indeed a little bit more of a tempo Viper. I mean, with both guys in Infernus already picked, can you really afford to put Viper on a gun build? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is, they also are like kind of, I mean, are they spirit heavy? I mean, they're like they're all like quite hybrid, I would say, across the board for Bird with Clock. But I don't know. I think I would imagine with DMB, he's not going to be playing homeless. I feel like he's going to be playing someone who soaks up the farm. But again, like we saw with OC, he's not necessarily playing like the primary M1 player for the team that we would see in the past when he was playing with Abrahams today. So I'm open to seeing anything, honestly, and I'm really curious to see what DMB's going to do.
Definitely a curious one. Laning phase is going to be especially interesting for Viper. I mean, Viper Infernus, though, kind of sounds like a nasty lane, right? Ignite somebody, hit him with a lethal poison. It's a lot of delayed damage. But in fairness, they're up against Viscous Pocket, two of the best heroes at the game at blocking or delaying, like, predictable delayed damage. So we'll have to see how this matchup actually plays in the lanes.
When was the last time, if production can look, we actually had Viper being played? I feel like it's been quite a bit. Maybe people forgot how to play against it. I mean, to be fair, I feel like, to me, what we see in comp play, Gibbs has been one of the most successful NA players on Viper in particular. And hey, and up against a Pocket as well. Like, if you can hit these screwdriver daggers quite consistently, that's a lot of damage to, I think, the only hero that has negative spirit resist in the game right now.
Yeah, I believe so. Already a lot of pressure coming in. I mean, in fairness, although in theory, like, yeah, it's easy to, whatever, dodge the lethal poison with Cube and Suitcase, these are also heroes that are extremely vulnerable to just getting left clicked by Infernus. Like, Erebus has for me, a very, very strong lane here. It's not going to be easy to deal with that aggression. And there comes the Cube, blocks the lethal poison hit. But, I mean, the cooldown really long on Cube here at level 1, so there's definitely going to be windows to punish. Oh, I love that splatter, too. I wonder if that didn't get most of the camp from Poppers.
And you brought up a good point, though, is that the fact that you have Cube and you have like the briefcase. So like Lethal Venom just really doesn't have much kill potential in this lane when you have two different ways to deal with it. I feel like you almost have to just like work them low and then just dive them and not have to commit for Lethal Venom, where typically that would be your like almost biggest harass. And the amount of screwdriver daggers being thrown here out of DMB is doing some decent work, to be fair. But the extra regen pickup out of left, I think, is going to really help alleviate this early damage being done.
Yeah, if you get ignited on Pocket, though, it hurts super bad in the laning phase. Like, you know, even if you do have a Cube coming in to bail you out, it's just not going to be consistent enough to really move the needle. The fact that they both go extra regen, I think, is a testament to the difficulty of this lane, but it's also keeping them pretty competitive here, where even Erebus and DMB aren't necessarily invulnerable themselves. Like, Pocket and Viscous put a lot of damage back the other way as well.
This will slow them down.
But, I mean, the ability to keep the wave constantly at the enemy Guardian is itself valuable, right? They get some of the neutral boxes here. They're going to have tempo if they want to go on a box run, maybe towards the roofs. So the side lane definitely looking good for Erebus and DMB, but it's been yet to convert to kills, and maybe Viscous and Pocket are already through the worst of the laning phase.
I think what's also important is your mid laners here for them. Like the fact that you have a Calico Stride can really set the pace or help you set the pace in your lane. If they look for some of these ganks early on, you have to be aware of where that lash is going to be here to secure their own tier 1 camp on the left hand side. In the meantime, looking at middle, Doorman and Calico, not a combo I think you would typically see, and I don't really know how I feel about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Actually, Doorman, I guess the bigger problem for these laners is like being able to de-push the creeps, but you're up against Lash and Paradox, so they're not exactly the strongest pushers either. So I suspect it'll be relatively quiet in the mid lane. Mostly just battling over CS until maybe those ultimates start to come online. Erebus, though, I mean, the Bebop ban, it's getting weird here, right? Like, going to Infernus is not the expected backup pick for your Bebop Paradox player. Does get a good burn on Lefa, though.
Yeah, it's quite different than what you're expecting, considering at least a Paradox and with Bebop you have that pick potential, and Furnace isn't really going to be about that, and someone's going to know how to play well against it. Of course, will be Letha. There's a charge out of Tanner once again. Puts Lomane back at his place in lane as Tanner retreats away. But the health bar is not looking too good for BWC, but to be fair, neither does for Xeno or Popper's Pupils.
Yeah, Xeno actually gets popped in that mid lane. Super lost to go back to base. That is going to be likely a double buff here for Bird with Clock. So they're the team this time to get that early advantage out of the laning phase. See if they can convert these buffs into an economy advantage, into some Guardians. Some Dukes being rained down from range by Arctic. Tanner also comes in and trying to get out of the small room with Abrams is not going to come for free. A couple stacks of Malice here on Billy, so he really cannot take these trades. Gets a heal minion that kind of keeps him in this fight just a little bit longer with the blasted proc. But a parry, oh, very clean. Tanner's been so sharp on those today. Surely there's a final bullet here for the Ivy. Average weight, no way. If they both slip away from this kind of a trade, that is obscene from Popper's Pupils. And with Arctic solo as well, it won't even be a free push to the Guardian.
I mean, Xeno now, he's actually joined the fight here from the mid lane, looking for the kill, and they will eventually trade 1-for-1 here. Tanner goes down, but so does Lomane in this fight. Breaking off, continue on this right-hand side. So they will be able to force them back and go for the dive as well. Arctic cleans up that kill into Xeno. So a good start here out of BWC on this right-hand side, and the gank does pay for itself. Now with some early turret damage being done as well. But can we actually tune back in with the left-hand side as we, are approaching the ultimates? I wonder, DNB, how is he itemizing? Is he going to continue to go towards Spirit, or is he going to be towards Gun?
Yeah, swap
It's
also
not looking
available.
homeless.
Yeah, so action in all lanes. Yeah, DNB's build I think is going to be pretty interesting. Although I think we'll know more a little bit later once he gets past the initial spikes, because I'm sure this gun spike is worth getting on Viper, if only just to farm up a little bit more quickly. Very, very fast farming character. Radiant comes online for Arctic though, who is still low HP, but that's a big item timing for Geist, where her lane starts to really stabilize and become a little bit more sustainable. It's been a very, very good start to the game for Arctic. He's on 5.1 thousand souls, I believe. Yeah, leading the lobby entirely on a hero who's a relatively weak laner. So a great start like this is sometimes a precursor to a fantastic game.
I see Abrams.
As I say that though, hold on, a dive coming in on the right lane. They're thinking about a fight. For now, I guess boxed away. Geist, think about through these trades, she's healed up tremendously. She was down on a sliver of HP thinking about looking for the swap. Now she's kind of back up to a pretty stable health total. Average and Lomane, they got a lot of damage, but Geist is a pretty rough matchup for Billy, especially when swap's online. Like you're a melee hero at the end of the day.
I see Paradox.
Yeah, and it seems like that lane's just going to be null until we do have some potential action from someone else. The door being thrown in towards Leak here as it gets sent through it. But yeah, the Billy's going to be there. Lomane's able to turn this one around. In the meantime, Erebus has been able to get the kill onto Xeno while this is all going down. And this Billy, Lomane, he will get caught out and slaughtered by Tanner and co. 3 players quickly eliminating him. And Bird Clock currently sitting on a 1k lead.
Bird Clock definitely getting a lead here in the early game. This tower take for Geist is a nice little injection for her. She's on pace to be maybe just off this Sinner. Is going to be able to, a very efficient game. Is going to have Cultist off the back of the Sinner. Is going to be able to eat one of the large creeps that also spawns at 8 minutes. So this is the dream start for a snowball game for Lady Geist. It's a long way before we see her real potential and how this game's going to pan out for her. But the awkward little situation there for Average. Very slow on the stone form. Tries to grab some heal minions here, but the damage just continues to pour in. Escaping from a Calico is a tall order at the best of times. Parry attempted, but play is red. And Stride does go down, but that nice late parry onto Lomane means maybe guys can even look for one more kill. Ooh, the shots are good. Good aim from Arctic. Cleans up Lomane. But the kills keep coming back the other way this time. Pocket incredibly low. Lefo needs to get out of this one, but Tanner is healthy and looking for more kills. Trades keep coming in. Bird with Clock continuing to double down on these high tempo plays.
Thing is, for me, I'm actually really happy to see Arctic not playing the doorman this time. I feel like the kind of explosive player he's shown to be when it comes to like Shiv, and now it's coming to Geist. Like you just can't put him on. I feel like someone who can't do that, and I don't think like Doorman, in my opinion, can be explosive like maybe like a Geist can at this point. 10,000 souls, and Arctic has been able to start, carrying his way through this game at the moment. I think this is making me much happier to see for BWC, and I think it's definitely a better key to success for them if they want to take down Popper's Pupils and look for a game 3.
Definitely better. Will it be good enough, though? Game's still relatively even as hold on, low main. Picked up by the Ivy ult. Looks like they're just maybe bailing him out of a different situation. Maybe bringing him in for an aggressive take on this left side Guardian. It's only DMB here for the defense. Tanner pathing this way, but I mean, with this kind of overwhelming firepower, the Guardian, no hope for defense. And in fairness, approaching 10 minutes, it's just not that key of an objective here. Oof, I mean, going for those soul orbs, but Pocket takes a million damage, and yeah, Stride is ready on the other side of the cape. That was very risky from Lefa, just gambling essentially that there would be no one here for the backup. Gambled wrong in this case.
First buff of the game picked up here for Pauper's Pupils, average with the survival, and Erebus gets casting on the other side of the map. I'm going to see some potential grouping here, especially when we get in towards these urns being picked up, as it looks like Xeno's been sent into the Brandis Hotel and thrown back in, not necessarily towards a walker, but Matt's going to fall from this one. I guess he overstays his welcome here as Lomain's able to turn things around.
Yeah, that door not nearly taking him far enough. Trying to punish Xeno, but not able to get it. It looks like even DMB going down as well. So a couple kill trades coming in, or I shouldn't say trades, free kills found by Pauper's Pupils across the map. Geist is continuing to get active. I mean, breaking the expectation that we usually have for this hero is quite a passive early game farmer. He's continued to contribute and not backing down from these fights. Maybe even catching Pauper's Pupils off guard, who don't expect the Geist to come in this kind of an engage.
I mean, I don't think you would ever typically normally see guys come in this early, but I guess like Arctic isn't going to be the late game M1 carry where just farms for the first 20 minutes of time and then joins into these fights when he has quite a few items. I think the style we're seeing out of him is definitely more towards Arctic than necessarily with the heroes being seen. But again, as we're talking a lot about Arctic, I want to take a look at DMB when we have some time, as he's homeless. I mean, was homeless slightly, now up to 8,000 souls, but I want to see like what is he going towards? What build is he going for? Is he maxing Bola? What kind of items does he have currently picked up? Is it spirit heavy? Because we're really curious to see what the changes in this last minor patch has done. And it's going to be going with split shot.
A little split shot Viper. Okay, DMB. Interesting. I wonder if he'll keep committing to the gun build. And when you build split shot, I think you generally do full commit to the gun build. And in fairness, that buff on the ultimate, it's still nice, right? Like in Viper, after you max out your slide, you don't necessarily need to invest a ton of points in your dagger or your lethal poison. I guess getting the lethal poison leveled is pretty nice for the gun build, but yeah, you might as well maybe max that ultimate a little bit earlier despite being a gun carry and really contribute to these key objective fights. Awkward movement from Erebus though, and it might just be enough to get Xeno and League out of trouble, who are on virtually 0 HP. The cube comes in though, and that'll get League out of trouble. That was too close for comfort, but Burr with Clock are going to be kicking themselves. Those were 2 kills they would have loved to find.
And for Pauper's Pupils though, they're pushing the right lane. Walker getting some good damage done.
Affliction missed.
Yeah, that was just a straight up whiff, it looked like, unfortunately.
Yeah, just ready to nuke the creep wave, not ready to find Afflict on Arctic. And that was in hopes of pushing these players back and defending this Walker, but League is coming in too, so if you stick around too long, Arctic, you're going to find yourself Lash ulted under tower. Left is just baiting out this fight right now. But hold on, as I say that, Lash isn't coming. He's got to go look to defend mid lane. The pressure all over the map, and yes, a Walker is taken here from Pauper's Pupils. It's something, but will they be able to get out scot-free? It doesn't seem so. Arctic sticks around long enough, takes a lot of damage from this Walker, but eventually, with the super minions coming in as well, the Walker goes down, and there's still a wave problem to be fixed there.
Yeah, well, they trade 1 for 1 in the Walkers. Smart heads-up play out of Burr with Clock, considering the right lane was being shoved so heavily. And the Souls, I mean, it's like a 2K difference between these two teams, 13 minutes, and it's actually been kind of crazy that it's been so close, but I think a lot of that has been due to Arctic. 3-0-3 being so involved so early in this game, and Tanner's been hitting some great charges, has heavy melee picked up. Sorry, melee charge picked up. We have 3 cultists, 3 cultists on the side of Pauper's Pupils. Not used to seeing this many being picked up here, but I mean, to me, that says they really want to get aggressive as well in the enemy jungle, steal away a lot of these camps.
Yeah, it's a lot of economy build. And honestly, what this is saying is that, Burr with Clock kind of need to punish this. Like, this is a lot of greed, getting this many cultists, getting a trophy collector, at least one I saw on Poppers. And so as the game just continues to progress, those cultists are going to start to add up. And there is some terrifying late game in the draft, right? Like, even without a conventional, gun hard carry, we've seen that Lash can handle that responsibility. But what we've also seen is that, Pocket and Billy in the ultra late game, especially Pocket, is just a ridiculous hero, right? 40,000 souls from now feels like a long way away, but it is a bit of a ticking time bomb.
I see paradox.
Okay. Exchange is up for Arctic here, and you've seen the respect being given out of low main. As you mentioned before, Jake, definitely one of the, like, the decent counters to Billy, because you have to get in close range.
IBL pulls them away, but they get carted back down? What the hell is going on in here? It's actually looks like Xeno, who finds himself isolated and alone, stalling as he can. Oh, that was a good parry, but just unlucky that the melee whiffs from Erebus. 2-for-1 kills for now, and maybe another one to be found. The Stoneform stalls things and gets a decent heal. Geist, the absolute truck damage there. Just deletes average, but does get traded out himself. Remember, that's an 18k Geist going straight into the pocket of Lefa and low main. So nice little cash injection for two of the key late game heroes on the side of Popper's Pupils, expanding their lead just a little bit here.
I think the worst part of that death for Arctic, though, obviously like the souls you give away, but more so the downtime you now have. You were dead for 30 seconds. You're not farming. Other people are catching up to you, and that lead that you had is just, it's kind of dwindles away.
There was an Abrams there. There was an Abrams there just a second ago. I could have sworn. And he even had a doorman door. He was just gonna eat the sinner and door out of there. Even the Urn Carrier being heavily pressured, although maybe Xeno doing a little too much. They're trying to go in and punish this Paradox, but he's playing off the back of the wall. The split shot Viper kind of struggling to really connect that damage. Some good movement from Xeno gets him out and into the waiting arms of average. Picks him up on the Ivy and flies him back to safety. Could be a free Urn Dunk here for Calico, which would be a nice little pretty penny in the pocket. Maybe some of these souls to be contested by Billy and Pocket. Two of the better heroes, I should say, at contesting the souls, but yeah, about 50-50, I'd say.
Let's say more 51-49.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you did the math, obviously.
Yeah, my math's really been on point tonight. I have to tell you that. I mean, souls they desperately needed, though. I mean, we're looking at now a 7k difference. We were sitting at 1-2k for the first 13-14 minutes of time. I actually thought this was going to be a
replay. I want to see what happened with this card. I thought he... Okay, I guess he did cart the Ivy. So I think they carted... I don't know what the hell happened here. Let's be honest. That was an absolute barn burner. Million skills traded all at once.
Just everyone hit all your abilities and see what happens at the end.
Circle lock. Map is going down a bit, though. Oh, can't take the pad. It's dangerous. It's hot. It's getting hot. Bash in trouble. Infernus greeds the pad behind him, keeping this burn going, but unless there's follow-up, getting out to the Walker should be a nice safety. Low main finds a kill on the Tanner, instantly picked up by Average, who wants to tempo this play into a Walker defense. Erebus, he's in pretty deep here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one. Pops the concussive early, just as the Billy lands on his head, but not quite early enough, man. That burst came in insanely fast. Infernus couldn't even get the ultimate off. There's like a bit of a head of steam starting to build for Popper's Pupils here. They are taking damage, but they aren't giving up kills in the last few fights. They keep finding these winning trades.
BWC are being so aggressive in mid, though. Like, were they like positioning for control or for information of maybe Popper's Pupils going for mid boss? But considering they were down 2 players, I was so surprised to see them so aggressively holding mid.
Well, they do have that doorman with the mid walker, right? I think that's kind of their chief advantage now. Billy looking to heist a creep out. Hidden enemy creep with the cultist just to get a little bit more greed off. Maybe a dive, maybe a committed fight here. Doorman thinking about catching somebody with the Baroness, but Popper's Pupils think better of it. Instead, they're looking for a kill here on Tanner, who's been really punished this game. It feels like there's been a very decisive effort on the side of Popper's Pupils to try and change their fortune as with respect to the Abrams, who, I mean, he's just getting overwhelmed here. There's 3 players. DMB comes in to try to assist, but the punish is actually elsewhere on the map. Well played from Bird with Clock. They get a kill onto low main, which is more valuable at this moment. Affliction only onto 1 player, an attempted cape out from Lefa, but cape caught on the door. I don't know if they even have the rundown on the hero himself, though.
Ouch again. They're dropping on through here.
Damage on Stride, goodness. And with ultimate too, the silence from Ivy gets the job done.
He's a Stoneform as well to get on the high ground here, being chased down by DMB. The cube comes in as well. I don't think the lethal venom was up just yet. Erebus is going to be here, and Erebus needs to put out some serious damage as well, as the slowing hex has been able to stop him. Flame Dash finally coming on through, and I think Xeno might fall from this one. There we go. Erebus with a much needed kill, but he's lost on a DMB, and maybe turn their attention towards the Walker a little bit preemptively here.
It's one of the best fights yet. for Berwick Clock, actually. But oh my, the punches are starting to hurt. Surely the kill finish is coming in. Is there a save? He needs one bit of heal, one bit of restoration. He's not going to get it. Poppers runs it down. Another TC stack picked up for the Viscous. And Popper's Pupils, if they've learned anything over the course of the games in North America today, is that they do not back down from these tempo exchanges, right? Even when the initial fight seems to go against them, they keep showing up. The Rift is being capped. They're talking about going for the mid boss here, and then they're going to start shooting. They're going to commit, but the Rift is capped. I think players are going to get here for this fight. This is a risky move from Popper's Pupils.
Yeah.
6 on 6. Instead, they're going to turn, look for the kill. A kill on the Lady Geist would be the dream. Swap not available, and Arctic just gets annihilated. 22,000 souls off the map.
Thing is, there's no way you go for this mid boss with DMB up. I don't know if he actually has his Petrifying Bola maxed out just yet, but with the changes, I mean, it's even easier to hit and even easier to lock people down. I feel like that's something you can never really commit to. I think that's one of the easiest mid contesting abilities you have in the game. And maybe in the meantime, going to be running the urn across. Maybe a little bit of a fight here. They actually catch up where that door is going to be and says, all right, you can go back to the Walker. We don't want to join you here. As Left is going to continue to form the left-hand side.
Oh, this could be a big drop. Big slam, silences 2 players, looking for the connection, can't quite get it. Onto the Rising Ram, and that ultimate from DMB buys him just enough time to get away. Erebus, though, won't be so lucky. Poppers does finish that kill. And DMB, despite surviving, I mean, he has no health, no ability to stick around in the fight. Tanner, though, gets a big pin onto Lowman, who was looking to knock that urn out of the hands of the doorman, but instead he might find himself into a very serious team fight. Tanner also takes a lot of punishment and has to back down for the moment. Siphon now online. This is a moment for League to really show his face, really start contributing around the mid lane, but Arctic has been showing that kind of tempo all game long.
The dunk comes in for Berwick Clock. So just a 10k, 9 to 10k difference. That Death Slam is up for League, and I was expecting to see him look for a play while the urn maybe have been ran towards the right-hand side to actually get some punish here. But instead, I guess I guess the team's not ready to go for some sort of engagement. Because you would imagine if you lose out on like 3, maybe 4 players here, you're looking at a mid boss being taken against you as well. And I mean, with the lead Poppers Pupils has, they just continue pace like this, it's going to be quite hard for Berwick Clock to, I guess, get back in. I mean, the thing is, I don't really know where I wage Viper at the moment in the current meta. Viper's one of my most played heroes, and like obviously one of the toughest times you have is dealing with like a Lash, for instance, or ability can lock down your mobility. And Stone Form, like any hard CC is gonna be very frustrating to deal with as a Viper player. So the counter spell's been invested, at the burst for the extra speed. But the thing is, as Viper, especially split shot, you want to be in their face. You want to get the damage amp that you get from split shot here. It's a very fine line to walk as a Viper in these fights against what the lineup Popper Pupils has.
To walk or to slither, as the case may be.
Yeah.
I do think, though, I'm not so worried about the individual character scaling on Berwick Clock. I'm more worried about, like, the late game team fight. Because Popper's Pupils, like, as they build more and more, they get more and more AP invested. It's like Billy, Lash, Ivy, Paradox, Pocket. I mean, they just have a lot of big AoE kind of cooperative team fight spells. And this Ivy bomb with the Billy has been so successful. They're looking for it one more time here. Tanner's been the victim of this more times than I care to count. They should know this is happening. They're all playing by their walker, respecting the possibility of the play, but you got to show on the map somewhere, Berwick Clock. You can't just give it all up, and even just Ivy bombing a wave still has some impact, still opens up maybe a free center for Billy to pick up.
You know, what I'd almost like to see actually is Lowman get into Unstoppable, and that way he can just soak up the damage, like the Petrifying Bullet from DMB. He can soak up the Concussive Combustion and not worry. The cart as well, like you can't be charged away, and that'll allow him to stick to like some of these high priority targets for this chain gang to land for everyone else to kind of, you know, come on in and close out this fight. But he's still investing towards Spirit right now, still going for the damage. I mean, he's still a threat no matter what. And I wouldn't be surprised if Unstoppable will come in at some point when they do start having these bigger and bigger team fights. Because at the moment, Popper's Pupils are just getting picks like this.
Wait, nice ult from DMB. Stone forms 3 people? And do they have the chase down, though? Billy Chain Gang catching players in, trying to pull them back into the Ivy. Calico in trouble now, potentially. But the connection isn't quite good enough for Berwick Clock. The triple Bola was enough to kind of stabilize this fight, but with a Spirit burnout, Ivy also flying. Erebus thinks better of a deep commit here. Man, that Spirit burn hurts, man.
Oh, okay. Is he looking for connection? So that paradoxical swap available. He's got Poppers off to his side. I mean, Tanner has been having such a rough game. He's been constantly the focus He's been hitting quite a few good charges considering as they get the cube onto Xeno and have him in a decent position, but the puddle punch actually knocks Tanner away, so the charge's not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Xeno's still going to fall. Now they turn their attention. Actually, I believe that's a chase down over onto AVG. And Average is trying to escape, but I don't know if the Vista is going to be enough. The Stormform comes on through. He gets the double stun. Concussive Combustion now coming on through here, trying to get the catch and the stun. And Average is just too high in the sky.
Oh, really nice puddle punches to get him away. Now comes the Death Slam, though, pulls him back onto the Walker. Two good picks looked nice for Bird with Clock, but they get such a high price extracted from them by League. Out of their cold, dead hands, Tanner on a sliver of HP on Abrams luckily makes it back to base. Arctic's still able to clean up some farm, so in the end it's a 2 for 2, but still a lot of threat on the map. Buffs picked up here. Movement buff for League, that is scary. This is an extremely potent buff for Lash. I mean, he's going to have more or less infinite stamina, and the damage he deals is huge, right? If he's just permanently off the ground, he's an incredibly hard target. You really don't have a conventional pick hero to kind of pull him back down to earth. To be a long ways before Tanner has access to something like Phantom Strike. With Rift Online, extreme prio for poppers for it.
And also, the longer that League's in the air, I mean, DMB just won't be able to do any damage to him. He's not going to do anything. There's just no way. So it comes down to Arctic and Erebus to be the ones to deal with him in the sky.
They're not capping Rift. They're looking for kills. This is, I'm really surprised by that. I thought that was like a almost assuredly going to be a Rift cap attempted by Poppers Pupils. They don't even go for it, despite the wave earlier being really good prow for them. Instead, they just think the resist is too threatening. They're just going to back off, give it up. No mag leap here on the left of pocket. But it looks like maybe something breaking out here. A lot of players are on the mid lane. Very close range. A chain gang is good enough to take down Tanner. The Abrams, the front line, long suffering in this match. And the one kill on the Abrams proves to be enough. They're going to go for it. I wonder if the Doorman door is on cooldown because there's full confidence for Poppers Pupils as they send it down to the pit.
I mean, they better have counter spells here. The Petrifying Bola out of DMB is going to be crucial. He needs to land on multiple targets where they try to go for the reju. Looks like I don't know exactly where he's going to be, and that's going to be the first one dodged away as well. The Stoneform being used to just jump over it, but it connects on to quite a few players, and that's going to be Burger Clock securing 2 of them, but they eat a 3-man affliction. The rejus are gone, and Poppers Pupils are holding on to 1.
Oh, beautiful Stoneform from Average. I believe it blocks a curse that was on its way to hit him, and then he's able to contest some of the rejus in the pit, even despite the Petrifying Bola being down. They're out of rejus, but they're not out of gas. They're going to chase down additional kills here. Arctic between a rock and a hard place. And Billy just bats him down. Unfortunately, stuck in the corner here. Has to cancel the Ivy fire. Actually, maybe Ivy can get him from back around the corner. He does. They still want to commit to this. The base has crashed against them, though. The super creeps from the Rift take base guards and are even going to put some pressure on the Shrine. So, actually, surprisingly, economy-wise, despite that being a devastating wipe for Bird with Clock, getting base guards is meaningful.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, you have to imagine they're going to be losing at least their last Walker and maybe a pair of base guardians after that. Erebus is still down for 20 seconds. So is Arctic. This Walker has now been finished off. These lanes are just being hard shoved out as well with the help of Left on the right-hand side, who's on 39,000 souls. When the hell did he get to this point? I know you talked about before, thinking 40k more souls for Leffa.
Watch out.
It comes a lot quicker than expected, and he's about to hit that 40k mark.
Yeah, he's farming up, but he's also skipped mag leap this game, which makes him more of a potent fighting force. It's potentially harder to get the big afflictions, but when you're actually engaged in these kind of scrappy fights that have defined the series thus far, I think the Warpstone does give you a little bit more explosive aggression on a little bit more of a consistent cooldown in line with the rest of your spells.
Let's go to Broadway.
Damn. It's also, he's at 40k souls with 35 golden statue buffs. Low main's at 31,000 with 43. We're now 47 golden statue buffs. That's quite a scary 2 players individually. So no rejuve left, but 31k in the lead for Poppers Pupils, and this is where do or die time for Burger Clock shows, and this is kind of where I'm hoping them to maybe utilize that Doorman, because using it defensively, I mean, cool, maybe you get a cart of like 1 or 2 players back in to a position you can afford to fight, but I feel like you have to look for the picks here on that particular hero if you want to have success. You need to get aggressive, especially with like this Petrifying Bola. I don't think playing defensively is going to help over the clock when you have a Lash in a pocket who can just kind of set up, and then you have an airdrop chain gang coming your way.
To see if there's any Doorman plays that can kind of salvage the situation. Feels like we've been here before. Poppers Pupils, they're playing the map, and the team fight threat it's simple, it's straightforward. It's not complicated to execute, but it's really hard to match up against. They're just dropping this farmed up Billy in like a bomb into the back line, just blowing up the formation of Bird with Clock, and really doesn't feel like they have a response, especially with Scourge online now. Billy is a demon, and I like this. He hasn't invested. The Rising Ram is going to be the last thing he maxes out. So recognizing, hey, Billy's still a good hero. It's just going to be a different AP investment strategy without that crazy Spirit Nuke on the Rising Ram max. Now flying the Billy, they're going to look for a play maybe around the mid lane. Phantom Strike is online for Tanner, though. We talked about this as a potentially big moment, something to maybe reach up and grab the lash out of the air. But as I say that, he buys Unstoppable. Makes your heart sink a little bit for Bird with Clock fans, but maybe they can still catch him unawares.
So airdrop about to finish off. Bus about to spawn on in. Looks like Bird with Clock might try to contest this left-hand side. Give me a gun buff and a casting buff. Average picks up the casting. And Matt picking up the gun buff. Not the ideal target to give it to at this point, but denying it away is, I think, the most important part of this. Because maybe they can get a catch here. DMB is being forced to back away through this door. And I mean, this is a fight I don't think you would necessarily want to take for Bird with Clock. They're going to go for it either way. They get a double affliction out of Leffa onto Matt and Tanner. And Matt's already been cleaned up, and Tanner's going to have to run away from this one and heal back up in base. But they're leaving teammates behind, DMB, and more importantly, Arctic to fend for themselves.
Arctic just getting disrespected, run down, overwhelmed, puts a ton of damage on the low man, actually commands a little bit of respect back the other way, but it's not enough for a kill. And once again, this flight target is trapped in the corner.
It's
Zeno. Have to leave Paradox. But I mean, in the end, what he really wanted was the earn. Quick little run, little economy for average. A lot of souls to be had for the winning team in the earn. So it's definitely a key objective for him to deny at this phase of the game. Lowman has to chill, heal up in the base, but the whole map is pretty much up to Popper's Pupils to claim. They're putting on some pretty low commitment pressure here, but probably still able to pick up the mid Guardians from it.
Quite surprised to see them actually pushing us 3 here. If only Bird with Clock knew.
I mean, it's so hard to punish these specific heroes. It's like Pocket with E-Shift. I mean, if you come out on the map,
it's true.
You better get this kill in the first 10 seconds. Here comes a Phantom Strike, attempt from Tanner to do just that. It doesn't seem like he gets a good catch. The Spirit Burn is going to block the lion's share of his healing. He has to just lick his wounds, head back to the base. And it kind of feels like we have passed the point where the Abrams can really be as effective as he would want to be. Erebus has gone for the Dash Furnace build with a lot of tankiness. Maybe understand why, given the threat on this team, but I don't know if all the tankiness in the world will save you from something like an Affliction and being caught in a Billy ult, being comboed by Ivy. Like, you need to be able to be aggressive at some point. And it's League who's just completely taken over the game now on Lash. I mean, he's got Silencer. Like, he's kind of out of control at this point on Lash.
Yeah, I was going to say, it felt like damage is kind of lacking out of the Infernus build that we have going forward. I mean, the team kind of feels like it's lacking a little bit of damage when you look at some of the soul counts for Popper's Pupils, plus the golden statue buffs on top of that. I know the Lethal Venom is a very good kill confirming ability.
Leaps on cooldown.
But again, there's going to be cube there. There's I think there's even a Guardian Ward picked up or average. I think he has maybe even a DB picked up. I didn't quite check what he had before, but the Cursed Relic, I mean, that's a good start here for Matt. If you can get a kidnap, that would be the ideal way to start things off, or at least confirm it into a kill. But again, the way they're playing the Dormant, it's just so defensive. They can't afford to be aggressive. And I mean, he is their catch, unless you're depending on Tanner to hit a Phantom Strike charge back into your team.
I mean, the thing is that this level of play, these players are just so individually good. They're incredibly hard to catch with the kidnap strat. That's why we don't really see it in Night Shift. It's just people's movement is just too good. Like, it's just too inconsistent. You know, you see one player and you try and Dormant ult him, and it turns out there's like 4 players coming. You're getting into a team fight. The Dormant ult, there's no chance for, a cheeky combo into the back of the base. There are 6 players fully stacked around mid, so Bird with Clock looking very ready. Ooh, a little hiding play. Opportunity now for Popper's Pupils. They know the enemy team's out on the map. There are players who are vulnerable to a catch here as the Ivy flies in behind, trying to isolate key targets. They'd love to find something like the Geist, something immobile, something that would struggle to escape. Maybe they'll do just that. Erebus already down, bursted elsewhere into the fight by League, and a flash on for the ages. It's a 4-man slamming them down, putting an exclamation point on this game. I believe that was a 5-man affliction on the 5 remaining players, but you forgive me for miscounting because they died so damn fast. Popper's Pupils annihilate Bird with Clock, and I mean, this is at minimum a patron drop, but realistically, Jason, it feels the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, it always has to be. This lead is continuing to grow. They also have 2 shrines to take, plus base guardians and even mid-boss while this is happening, and a Stipple Rift on the left-hand side. They don't finish now. They're pretty much setting themselves up to finish the game in a 2-0 fashion here in our first week of the Intel Gamer Days. I don't know what you do to this, man. You talked about before about like just the amount of like AoE controlled AoE damage that they have with all these abilities, and you saw it right there. Death Slam into Affliction, plus you had like Stomp, plus you had Entangling Thorns down from average, Low Man with the Chain Gang, and then you have everything you could possibly want here. That Bird Clock, there's no way you can stand up to that unless you just avoid that Death Slam altogether.
Yeah, it's just too brutal. The late game team fight is online for Poppers Pupils. And it really felt like Bird Clock was just struggling to stay competitive through the mid game. Like that was where they fell short last game. And they made the adjustments to kind of get past that hurdle this time. But they find themselves in an even stickier situation now where it just doesn't feel like we see the game plan for Bird Clock to be able to take fights in the late game. I'm not saying they're misplaying it. I truly don't see how they execute into like a Chain Gang Billy dropped into the back line with an IV ult, followed up by Affliction, followed up by Death Slam, followed up by, Viscous and Paradox, causing so much disruption and chaos in the fight. Rift is going to be grabbed, triple rejuve available. I mean, maybe there's one last opportunity to hit the shops, spend out your money, buy some items, but I mean, even a refresher for Leffa, just in case the first Affliction doesn't take.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Refresher Paradox is crazy. Like, he's going to have so many bombs.
Is that a real refresher though? Or is that...
I think so. Are we being baited? I don't know, man. The item bugs are too hard to keep track of. Lash over the top. Okay, that is just deleted. Did not appear to exist. Okay, hold on. Phantom Strike knocks Lash to the ground. And 3, 2, 1. He should be back up in the air. No problem. And I mean, the players they're diving him in the fountain, Jason. What the hell? I don't even blame the observers for not catching him. They're literally getting fountain camped. Poppers Pupils putting out a statement here of dominance in North America as they're going to cash $2,000 plus prize, doubled up this week and straight into the pockets of our NA champs, who repeat for, I believe, their second week in the row with some extremely convincing games against the BWC that impressed us in the Challenger.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, I think they were 0-10 in finals matches go into this one. Now they're going to be 0-12, but at least showing some growth within the team, and we're definitely seeing how DMB's been able to rub off on this roster and help them improve going forward. But I think it comes down to, unfortunately, just hero pools potentially. I mean, not to like focus on Erebus, though it's obviously one of the easiest things to do because his Bebop compared to his Paradox and Infernus, again, were like night and day. But also like Arctic, I didn't actually hate his guys whatsoever, but I don't want to see him play necessarily like the doorman in this comp because he's going to be one of your carry players, and you got to put him on carry heroes. And then what was it, Matt? He also didn't really have, when he didn't have the Lash, he didn't have a hero that he could really excel at and be a playmaker like he did in that first match against Melee Creep. So I don't know, maybe some like role discussion needs to happen within the team, because when they look good, they look great, but when they look bad, they look not great, to be nice.
Yeah, I honestly want to give a lot of credit to Poppers Pupils. I mean, I think they're the team that sort of innovated this style of like constant aggression around the mid lane. But they show a lot of depth in the, especially game 2, where, they kind of get past the mid game. They're not able to necessarily close it out from there. And then it's just the team fighting execution. And this is where, I think there's no substitute for experience. Like this draft, I didn't even see the outdraft, from the draft screen. But as we got towards this late game, it was pretty clear that there's just no way for Bird Clock to team fight. Their best chance on Bird Clock was when a gank on DMB like doesn't quite kill him and he's able to hit the bola. But there's so many clips of the same strategy over and over and over again. Ivy dropping a Billy into the back line, scattering the enemy to the winds, and then just running them down. And they're amazing at all aspects of that team fight. Lash also looking like the dominant carry of the meta right now, which is a pretty huge shift for a character that actually was unpicked, I believe, just a few weeks ago, and it certainly wasn't top class first pick priority for quite some time. So really well executed. The Doorman losing some luster this week, looking beatable. Like the execution from Poppers Pupils, just really, we weren't able to see Doorman look as oppressive as he sometimes does.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate because, again, I mean, obviously I was just casting the EU matches, but like if you watch back game 1 with Tass on Doorman and you compare it, not to be disrespectful to like Matt or to Arctic on the Doorman, it is completely different in the way the team plays around the Doorman. But that also could be like a meta difference between EU and NA, obviously like a comp difference as well. So I don't want to be too harsh on that in particular. But also, if we're gonna talk, maybe some positives, like Tanner, he's so consistent on Abrams. He hits some like consistent, solid charges. He does initially make the plays for his team, but when you get this far behind, there's really not much he can do solo. I feel like he needs something by his side as like a Bash brother to really I don't know, continue some sort of momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Poppers Pupils had a talk about Tanner in between games. They're like, this guy's having way too much fun. Everybody buy Slowing Hex. We're ruining his life. And they did just that. I mean, that was quite the turn of fortunes from game 1 to game 2. I mean, a fantastic game 1. But in game 2, Arctic, I mean, he started off super hot, was still contributing in a huge way throughout the game. I mean, a great game from Geist, I think, by any standard. But the overall team, I mean, it wasn't even close, right? Poppers on 1 death, League on 0. These highly mobile picks really working out for Poppers Pupils, and Bird with Clock just, the lack of the Bebop hurting. They just didn't have the pick hero to really get those punishes. Maybe a Holiday could have changed their fortunes in this game. May have been banned in this one. Yeah, definitely an interesting game. Back to the drawing board for Bird with Clock. Some signs of life from them to be competitive, to make it here to the money match, but yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough loss to take, especially in this game 2, which felt even more decisive.
And that leads us into our MVP. And I had like my ideas of who I thought it could be, but I don't know who production picked to actually be the MVP of this match. In my head, it was between Average and League, and it looks like League is going to win out, but for good reason, because that Lash was dominating for sure. And you pointed out, like, it's been a while since Lash has kind of been in the meta. I remember months and months going by where Lash wasn't picked a single time, but it is very cool to see him come back, and especially with this new kind of style of going for this like gun kind of carry play on the outskirts and more of the high points of these fights to look for that damage. And then you're not really committed to go for a death slam because you still have so much damage beyond that. But when you do have those opportunities, it's nice to see a Lash who doesn't have to be the playmaker, doesn't have to hit a big death slam to win fights. It's something that you can do as like a backup if you see people out of position, or if you certain abilities are on cooldown, so you can get it off cleanly.
Yeah, it feels like you're pretty much just picking Lash for the mobility and for some of the gun scaling on grapple. And then, hey, the early game, the nukes, the damage, they're pretty meaningful too, right? They contribute a bigger part of your kit. But I like that mention of, as the game gets later and later, you're less and less reliant on actually committing to something like a ground strike. You can just kind of plink away with the gun, wait for that big opportunity. And I mean, I really think you got to give League a lot of credit as an individual for just being like, he died 1 time, I believe, in game 1, which I can't remember when. Maybe it was like laning phase. I mean, just to be, this is why you pick the Lash, so that your carry never dies, ultra mobile consistently in every fight, and yet, never actually overcommitted where you end up giving up the kills. And this is perfect execution to accomplish just that.
They went 9-1, and I think that was 18 I saw in the very first game of this series. And then in this one, he went 5-0 and 15. So
it's like
to have someone
50 to 1 KA to D ratio, something like that. I mean, just absolutely absurd. Don't do the math on that, Jason.
I wasn't even gonna try, bro. Come on. If it's in double digits, it's already too big for me. But I mean, he was just consistent like the whole series.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of why I wanted to give him MVP. For as a side note, for like Average, I wanted to give him MVP because he, as well, like on his Calico, he had top damage in the first game. Then also to mentally transition from Calico being super aggressive fight on the outskirts to then playing Ivy and playing a support because he had like Vortex Whip picked up, and his whole job was to just carry low main into these fights. It's a big mental switch that I think a lot of players can struggle at making. So I wanted to give at least a special shout out to Average for that.
That's a good point. I don't think we talk about his flexibility enough. I think we talk about how good he is on these like aggressive ganker style heroes, to where a big Calico game like that is no surprise, even at the top competitive level of play. Mm-hmm. But honestly, I don't know if I've seen him play like the support sort of assist Ivy. And yet he looked extremely comfortable piloting it. Clearly, it's a strategy you're going to have to worry about if you play up against this Poppers Pupils team. And man, the coordination in the team fights, like, if you've got the individual laning on the level they do, you've got like the playmaking, the aggression in the mid game, and then the late game, the team fighting strategy, the draft to accomplish it. You got all those 3 things on lockdown. It's hard to see where the way is, where the way in is rather, against this Poppers People squad. I mean, this is a very compelling win, and with another 3 weeks of doubled prize pools thanks to Intel Gamer Days, like, this could potentially be quite the payday for Poppers Peoples if they can keep this run of wins going.
I mean, a LAN event into potentially 4 weeks straight. Intel Gamer Days taking themselves, what is it, 2K a week? That's gonna be a big payday over the course of 5 weeks of play here for them. But the thing is, they didn't look immortal though. They look like they were still a little bit more like. I always
the
have
competition
to
is fierce. Like, they're good, but the other teams are biting at the heels. It's not like it's easy to stay ahead for sure.
Yeah, and I think they know, and I think if you ask Average, they have some things to still work on to be dominating. I think like they want to be, to put their own stamp on North America. But it is good to see that, like, Bird with Clock, first time seeing them get through to the finals in a very long time, we're able to keep things close, especially in that first map. Second one, unfortunately, not so much.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the hero priority for this week. Take a look at how the meta has developed, because it has shifted in a huge way with this most recent patch. I mean, put an asterisk on the hero priority because half of the games are on the old patch, half of them are on the new patch. So like McGinnis being triple first picked and then untouched is a very, I don't know, it's the type of pick pile we'll ever see again, other than when there is a mid-tournament patch. But definitely some interesting stuff. Billy Lash still looking fantastic. Some weakness shown by Dorman, though, to be sure.
Yeah, and I mean, to be considered he was banned 3 times, first pick twice, and then secured once. I don't know how many games he won today, but I don't think it was very high. I think Abraham's picked it twice in their 2-0 loss. Yeah, just kind of unfortunate for Dorman. Maybe he doesn't need to be banned as often. Maybe you can start to rethink what you want to ban out at the start of these matches. And I think that's why you also saw Paupers Pupils be so open at banning Bebop, because they're confident enough that they can play against Doorman and not really worry too much, and they can take away something a little bit more crucial specifically in their opponents. And I like seeing teams adapt their strategies in the draft based on the team they're against. But I am a little bit sad looking at these zeros, man. I've been seeing like a lot of streamers playing Celeste lately. I think Do has been playing it a ton, which maybe we'll see him and Ido's new team coming up in the next few weeks. Even Disco Virtuoso. But then to not say like Silver, I never thought I would say it, but I kind of miss Silver. It's been a while since we've seen her as a mainstay.
Yeah, curious to see if any of these shifts in the meta might bring some lesser touched heroes back into the limelight, especially when I think some of the top heroes are nerfed. Like, that's the hardest thing to figure out, is like, oh, some of the heroes we weren't even playing at all before could actually be good by virtue of their counters being less good. Like, I think Billy has a good matchup into Silver, but maybe it's not so devastating anymore for Silver now that you're not going to take that big max HP % damage nuke off the Rising Ram. So hey, maybe for Silver fans, there might be something to look forward to in future weeks. Definitely always curious to see what the pro teams do, especially to see how EU in the next week takes on this new minor patch courtesy of Yoshi. But that's the Shift 51 hero priority. Anything else, Jason, for you?
I don't know if we have item priority as well to show, or if there's anything that's been changed too much from previous weeks to this one. But I always like to take a quick check in with it. I feel like at some point we need to break this down into like tier 1 and 2 items and like tier 3 and 4 items, because you're never going to see tier 4s really on this, because they're not picked up as often as compared to a lot of the tier 1s. But yeah, I mean, Counterspell holding strong at number 1, and honestly, I'm not surprised to see it there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it consistently be there for an extended period of time, because I feel like it's just that good of an item, and especially when you can use it to counter so many abilities. And one of the important factors for buff enjoyers is countering out things like Affliction in particular. But Monsteron's maybe taking a leap forward because of the amount of McGinnis's, well, the 3 McGinnis's we did see today.
Yeah, I mean, Monsteron's one of those items that's like, you just don't know much about this item when you see it in the prio list, because it's bought on gun carries. It's bought as like the only gun item sometimes when you just want to like get extra wave clear on like maybe a pocket or something. Maybe we'll build into Cultist. Rebuttal, though, coming up a lot of places, making it into the top 10. It's pretty interesting to see how many, like those Burger Box Melee Fest we were able to see this week between Abrams and Billy and Calico. That item has really seen a resurgence. Curious to see Superior Duration go up so drastically, like 27 spots up into the top 10. I guess that's mostly a feature of the heroes that got picked this week. But always an interesting little way to check in on some of the item meta across different drafts, across different games here in the night.
Yeah, at some point we got to break these down between EU and NA as well, because I think I've been casting only EU for the last like month and a half, and I'm definitely seeing some like big differences in the regions and the priorities when it comes to heroes and items as well, but more so like the draft in general. But it's been really cool to cast NA, man. It's been a while. It's great to see BWC have a rise. It was cool to see Posture Pop playing once again for melee creeps, though unfortunately it didn't work out for them. But I'm curious to see who they eventually pick up as their 6th, and then potentially have a 3-way fight here for our top team. Well, potentially a 5-way fight. I don't know what's happening with Pulsar, but with Ida's new team, I mean, we could have 5 really good teams going head to head every week here in North America.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time in Deadlock around the world. Feels like the scene is really maturing, more and more teams getting into the action and sticking with it, sticking together through trials and tribulations to continue to compete. Hope we get more opportunities to have bigger events, bigger tournaments, open tournaments for more people to compete in. But guys, we are here with the Night Shift every single Wednesday. Same format, same situation, just the very best teams in Deadlock going head to head, first in EU, then in North America, cash prizes to the winners each week, an opportunity for the community to come together, rally, and compete eat. So if you want to support us, check out the Discord, guys. You can join in, chat with other people, see when we go live. You can follow us here on Twitch, YouTube, wherever you watch. Or if you really want to support us, you can join our Patreon, guys, which is a huge help to us. That's the best way to directly support what we do. We take all that money and we put it right back into the events, right back into the Deadlock community, and more esports opportunities that the fans love to see. But of course, this week, we're brought to you by, of course, Intel Gamer Days. So another big shout out to them for allowing us to double the prize pool. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention the Graveyard Shift, guys. Tomorrow, same time as a typical show start, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. We do a podcast with myself, Lightbringer, and I believe this week we're going to have Lo Mein on as a guest. So top player in North America. Going to be exciting to take his temperature on things. We're live streaming it here on Twitch. You can also catch the VOD on YouTube. And Jason, I'm running out of words. You got to save me.
That's it. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next week with Intel Gamer Days. Make sure you type !IGD in chat and !Best Buy and check out the awesome deals coming your way because they brought some awesome deals for us here on the show. We'll see you next week. Have a good night, and we'll see you then.